Philosophers when Sophocles, son of Amphiclydes, proposed a law that no philosopher should be the head of a school without the approval of the council and the assembly, under penalty of death. But he returned the following year, when Philo had prosecuted Sophocles for proposing an unconstitutional measure. At that point, the Athenians repealed the law, fined Sophocles 5 talents, and voted the recall of the philosophers, in order that Theophrastus might return and live there as before. Though he had been named Tyrtamus, Aristotle renamed him Theophrastus because of the divine sweetness, Thespesian, of his style, phrasis, and Aristippus, in the 4th book of his work, On the Luxuriousness of the Ancients, says that Theophrastus was infatuated with Aristotle's son, Nicomachus, though he was his teacher. It is said that Aristotle made the same remark about Theophrastus and Callisthenes that Plato is said to have made, as mentioned earlier, about Xenocrates and Aristotle. Because Theophrastus interpreted all his meaning with exaggerated cleverness, whereas the other was naturally sluggish, Aristotle said that the one needed a bridle, the other a goad. It is said that he became the owner of a private garden after Aristotle's death, with the assistance of his friend Demetrius of Phalerum. The following pithy sayings are attributed to him. "One should sooner trust an unbridled horse," he said, "than a poorly organized discourse." To someone who remained perfectly silent at a drinking party, he said, "If you are a fool, you act wisely. If educated, you act like a fool." He was constantly saying that our most costly item of expenditure is time. He died at the age of 85, not long after he had suspended his labours. My own verses about him run as follows. "No vain word, this, when spoken to a fellow mortal, slacken the bow of wisdom, and it breaks. For truly Theophrastus, while he toiled, was sound of body, but when released from toils, his strength failed, and he died." They say that when asked by his students if he had any parting words for them, he said just this, that many of the pleasures life boasts are illusory, for just as we begin to live, we die. Hence nothing is more unprofitable than love of glory. But fare you well. Either abandon my doctrine, for it demands great effort, or champion it honourably, and you will win great glory. Life's vanity exceeds its utility. But since it is no longer possible for me to reflect upon what we should do, proceed with your inquiry into how we should conduct ourselves. With these words, they say, he breathed his last, and it is said that all the Athenians, out of respect for the man, escorted his bier on foot. Favorinus says that in old age Theophrastus used to be carried about in a litter, and he cites Hermippus as the authority for his account, Hermippus having gleaned it from a remark of Arcesilaus of Pitana to Lacides of Cyrene. Theophrastus, too, has left an extraordinary number of books. I thought it right to list them, since they abound in every kind of excellence. They are as follows. Prior Analytics, 3 books. Posterior Analytics, 7 books. On the Analysis of Syllogisms, 1 book. Epitome of Analytics, 1 book. Classified Topics, 2 books. A Polemical Discussion, or On the Theory of Eristic Argument. On the Senses, 1 book. Against Anaxagoras, 1 book. On the Doctrines of Anaxagoras, 1 book. On the Doctrines of Anaximenes, 1 book. On the Doctrines of Archelaus, 1 book. On Salt, Nitre, and Alum, 1 book. On Petrified Objects, 2 books. On Indivisible Lines, 1 book. Lectures, 2 books. On Winds, 1 book. Species of Virtues, 1 book. On Monarchy, 1 book. On the Education of a King, 1 book. On Ways of Life, 3 books. On old age, 1 book. On the astronomy of Democritus, 1 book. On meteorology, 1 book. On likenesses or emanations, 1 book. On flavors, colors, and flesh, 1 book. On the orderly arrangement of the universe, 1 book. On mankind, 1 book. Anthology of the writings of Diogenes, 1 book. Definitions, 3 books. On love, 1 book. Another treatise on love, 1 book. On happiness, 1 book. On forms, 2 books. On epilepsy, 1 book. On frenzy, 1 book. On Empedocles, 1 book. Dialectical arguments, 18 books. Objections, 3 books. On the voluntary, 1 book. Epitome of Plato's Republic, 2 books. On the diversity of voices among animals of the same species, 1 book. On animals that appear in herds, 1 book. On animals that bite or gore, 1 book. On animals reputed to be malicious, 1 book. On animals that live on dry land, 1 book. On animals that change color, 1 book. On animals that hibernate, 1 book. On animals, 7 books. On pleasure, according to Aristotle, 1 book. Another treatise on pleasure, 1 book. Theses, 24 books. On hot and cold, 1 book. On dizziness and vertigo, 1 book. On sweating, 1 book. On affirmation and negation, 1 book. Callisthenes, or on mourning, 1 book. On fatigues, 1 book. On motion, 3 books. On stones, 1 book. On pestilences, 1 book. On fainting, 1 book. Megarian treatise, 1 book. On melancholy, 1 book. On mines, 2 books. On honey, 1 book. Anthology of the Doctrines of Metrodorus, 1 book. Meteorology, 2 books. On drunkenness, 1 book. Laws, in alphabetical order, 24 books. Epitome of laws, 10 books. Remarks on definitions, 1 book. On smells, 1 book. On wine and oil. First propositions, 18 books. On political questions of legislators, 3 books. On politics, 6 books. Political themes dealing with circumstances, 4 books. On political customs, 4 books. On the best constitution, 1 book. A collection of problems, 5 books. On proverbs, 1 book. On freezing and melting, 1 book. On fire, 2 books. On winds, 1 book. On paralysis, 1 book. On suffocation, 1 book. On mental derangement, 1 book. On emotions, 1 book. On symptoms, 1 book. Sophisms, 2 books. On solving syllogisms, 1 book. Topics, 2 books. On retribution, 2 books. On hair, 1 book. On tyranny, 1 book. On water, 3 books. On sleep and dreams, 1 book. On friendship, 3 books. On ambition, 2 books. On nature, 3 books. On natural philosophy, 18 books. Epitome of natural philosophy, 2 books. Natural philosophy, 8 books. Against the natural philosophers, 1 book. On botanical researches, 10 books. On botanical causes, 8 books. On juices, 5 books. On false pleasure, 1 book. Theses on the soul, 1 book. On unsystematic proofs, 1 book. On simple problems, 1 book. Harmonics, 1 book. On virtue, 1 book. Materials for arguments or contradictions, 1 book. On negation, 1 book. On judgment, 1 book. On the absurd, 1 book. Afternoon essays, 2 books. Divisions, 2 books. On differences, 1 book. On crimes, 1 book. On slander, 1 book. On praise, 1 book. On experience, 1 book. Letters, 3 books. On animals generated spontaneously, 1 book. On secretion, 1 book. Eulogies of the gods, 1 book. On festivals, 1 book. On good fortune, 1 book. On enthymemes, 1 book. On discoveries, 2 books. Lectures on ethics, 1 book. Ethical characters, 1 book. On tumult, 1 book. On inquiry, 1 book. On judging of syllogisms, 1 book. On the sea, 1 book. On flattery, 1 book. To Cassander on monarchy, 1 book. On comedy, 1 book. On celestial bodies, 1 book. On style, 1 book. A collection of arguments, 1 book. Solutions, 1 book. On music, 3 books. On measures, 1 book. Megacles, 1 book. On laws, 1 book. On illegalities, 1 book. Anthology of the Doctrines of Xenocrates, 1 book. The Affable Man, 1 book. On Taking an Oath, 1 book. Rhetorical Precepts, 1 book. On Wealth, 1 book. On the Art of Poetry, 1 book. Problems in Politics, Natural Philosophy, Love and Ethics, 1 book. Prefaces, 1 book. A collection of problems, 1 book. On Problems in Natural Philosophy, 1 book. On Example, 1 book. On Introduction and Narrative, 1 book. Another work on the Art of Poetry, 1 book. On the Wise, 1 book. On Consultation, 1 book. On Solecisms, 1 book. On the Art of Rhetoric, 1 book. On the Rhetorical Arts, 61 forms. On Acting, 1 book. Lecture Notes of Aristotle or Theophrastus, 6 books. Opinions on Natural Philosophy, 16 books. Epitome of Opinions on Natural Philosophy, 1 book. On Gratitude, 1 book. Ethical Characters, 1 book. On Falsehood and Truth, 1 book. The History of Theological Doctrines, 6 books. On the Gods, 3 books. Geometrical Researches, 4 books. Epitomes of Aristotle's Writings on Animals, 6 books. Dialectical Arguments, 2 books. Theses, 3 books. On Monarchy, 2 books. On Causes, 1 book. On Democritus, 1 book. On Slander, 1 book. On Becoming, 1 book. On the Intelligence and Character of Animals, 1 book. On Motion, 2 books. On Vision, 4 books. Remarks on Definitions, 2 books. On What Has Been Admitted, 1 book. On Greater and Less, 1 book. On the Musicians, 1 book. On the Happiness of the Gods Against Those of the Academy, 1 book. Exhortation, 1 book. How Cities Could Best Be Governed, 1 book. Lecture Notes, 1 book. On the Eruption in Sicily, 1 book. On Points Admitted, 1 book. On Problems in Natural Philosophy, 1 book. What are the Methods of Attaining Knowledge, 1 book. On the Lyre, 3 books. Prefaces to the Topics, 1 book. Against Aeschylus, 1 book. Astronomical Research, 6 books. Arithmetical Researches on Growth, 1 book. Asicarus, 1 book. On Forensic Speeches, 1 book. On Slander, 1 book. Correspondence with Astacreon, Phanias, and Nicanor. On Piety, 1 book. Evias, 1 book. On Occasions, 2 books. On Relevant Arguments, 1 book. On the Education of Children, 1 book. Another treatise with the same title, 1 book. On Education, or on Virtues, or on Temperance, 1 book. Exhortation, 1 book. On Numbers, 1 book. Definitions concerning the diction of syllogisms, 1 book. On the heavens, 1 book. On politics, 2 books. On nature, on fruits, on animals. In all, 232,808 lines, so much for his writings. I have found his will, which is worded as follows. All will be well, but if anything should happen, I make the following dispositions. All my property at home I give to Melantes and Pancreon, the sons of Leon. From the funds entrusted to Hipparchus, I desire the following distributions to be made. First, the restoration of the Museion and the statues of the goddesses should be completed, and the latter embellished in any way that seems practicable. Next, the likeness of Aristotle should be placed in the temple, along with all the other dedicatory offerings that were there previously. Then the small store, adjoining the Museion, should be rebuilt at least as handsomely as before, and the tablets containing the maps of the world replaced in the lower store. Then the altar should be repaired so that it may be perfect and elegant. I also wish the statue of Nicomachus to be completed at life size. The fee for the sculpting of the statue itself has already been paid to Praxiteles, but let any additional expenses be defrayed from the same source. Let the statue be set up in whatever place seems best to the executors entrusted with carrying out the rest of the will's provisions. Let all that concerns the temple and the offerings be arranged in this way. The estate in Stagira belonging to me I give to Calinus. All my books I give to Neleus. The garden and walkway and all the houses adjoining the garden I give to any of the friends listed below who wish to philosophize there together, since it is not possible for all men to be always at home, on condition that no one alienate the property or appropriate it for private use. Instead, let them hold it as if it were a temple they possess in common, living together on terms of familiarity and friendship, as is proper and right. Let the community include Hipparchus, Neleus, Strato, Calinus, Dimotimus, Demaratus, Callisthenes, Melantes, Pancreon, and Nisippus. Aristotle, son of Metrodorus, and Pythias should also be permitted to associate with them and share their pursuits, if he wishes to philosophize, and the oldest of them should devote all their attention to him, in order that he may acquire the utmost proficiency in philosophy. Let them bury me at whatever spot in the garden seems most suitable, without superfluous expenditure on my funeral or on my monument, and in order that after my death the maintenance of the temple and the monument and the garden and the walkway continue without interruption, let Pompilus share the responsibility with them, living nearby as he does, and attending to all other matters as before, and let those who hold the property take thought for his welfare. As for Pompilus and Threpta, who have long been granted their freedom and have done me much service, whatever they have already received from me, and whatever they have earned themselves, as well as the sum I have now decided to have made over to them by Hipparchus, namely 2,000 drachmas, I think should certainly belong to them, as I have frequently mentioned to Melantes and Pancreon, who agreed with me. I also give them the maid Somatali. Of my slaves I immediately grant Molon, Simon, and Parmeno their freedom. As for Manes and Callias, I free them on condition that they remain 4 years in the garden and work there together, and that their conduct be blameless. As for my household furniture, let my executors give as much to Pompilus as they think he should have, and sell the rest. I give Carrion to Demotimus and Donax to Neleus, but Euboeus should be sold. Let Hipparchus give Calinus 3,000 drachmas, and if I had not seen Hipparchus do good service to Melantes and Pancreon, and formerly to me, and now in his private affairs suffer shipwreck, I would have appointed him with Melantes and Pancreon to manage these matters. But since I saw that it was not easy for them to share the management with him, and I assumed it to be more advantageous for them to receive a fixed sum from Hipparchus, let Hipparchus pay Melantes and Pancreon 1 talent each, and let Hipparchus give the executors funds with which to defray the expenses set down in the will, when each distribution falls due. And when Hipparchus has carried out these instructions, let all his debts to me be cancelled. Any advance he has made in my name in Chalcis belongs to him alone. Let Hipparchus, Neleus, Strato, Calinus, Demotimus, Callisthenes, and Catassarchus be executors of the instructions set down in this will. 1 copy of the will, sealed with the signet ring of Theophrastus, has been deposited with Hegesias, son of Hipparchus, the witnesses being Callippus of Pellene, Philomelus of Eunomea, Lysander of Heba, and Philo of Alopice. Olympiodorus has another copy, the witnesses being the same. Adeimantus received another copy, and his son Androsthenes was the bearer. The witnesses are Arimnestus, son of Cleobulus, Lysistratus of Thasos, son of Phaedo, Strato of Lampsacus, son of Arcesilaus, Thesippus of Cerameus, son of Thesippus, and Dioscurides of Epistaphicia, son of Dionysius. This was his will. It is said that Erasistratus, the doctor, was also a student of his, and this is likely. Strato. Theophrastus was succeeded as head of the school by Strato, son of Arcesilaus, a native of Lampsacus, whom he mentioned in his will. A highly distinguished man, Strato was generally known as the natural philosopher, because he devoted himself more than anyone else to the study of nature. He also taught Ptolemy Philadelphus, and is said to have received 80 talents from him. He became head of the school, as Apollodorus says in his chronology, in the 123rd Olympiad, and presided over it for 18 years. His extant books include On Monarchy, 3 books, On Justice, 3 books, On the Good, 3 books, On the Gods, 3 books, On First Principles, 3 books, On Ways of Life, On Happiness, On the Philosopher King, On Courage, On the Void, On the Heavens, On the Wind, On Human Nature, On the Breeding of Animals, On Mixture, On Sleep, On Dreams, On Vision, On Sensation, On Pleasure, On Colours, On Diseases, On Crises, On Faculties, On Mechanics, On Starvation and Dizziness, On the Light and the Heavy, On Frenzy, On Time, On Nurture and Growth, On the Animals whose existence is doubtful, On the Mythological Animals, On Causes, Solutions of Difficulties, Introduction to Topics, On Accident, On Definition, On the Greater and Less, On Injustice, On the Prior and Posterior, On the First Genus, On the Characteristic Property, On the Future, Examinations of Discoveries, 2 books, Lecture Notes, the genuineness of which is in doubt, Letters beginning Strato to Arsinoe, Greetings, 332,420 lines. They say he had grown so thin that he was unconscious when he died. My own verses about him run as follows. A man spare in body, I assure you, was this Strato, to whom Lampsacus gave birth, forever wrestling with diseases. He died without anyone knowing it, even himself. There have been 8 men named Strato. The first was a student of Isocrates, the second our present subject, the third a doctor, a student of Erasistratus, and, as some say, his foster child, the fourth a historian who wrote about the struggles of Philip and Perseus against the Romans, the sixth a writer of epigrams, the seventh a doctor in ancient times, as Aristotle says, and the eighth a peripatetic who lived in Alexandria. The will of the natural philosopher runs as follows. I make the following dispositions if anything should happen. All the goods in my house I leave to Lampyrion and Arcesilaus. From my funds in Athens, first let my executors provide for my funeral, and for all that custom requires after the funeral, avoiding anything extravagant or miserly. Let the executors of my will be Olympicus, Aristides, Nesigenes, Hippocrates, Epicrates, Gorgilus, Diocles, Lyco, and Athenes. I leave the school to Lyco, since of the rest some are too old, others too busy, but the others would do well to assist him. I leave him all my books, except those I wrote myself, and all the furniture in the dining hall, as well as the cushions and the drinking cups. Let the executors give Epicrates 500 drachmas and a slave, whichever one Arcesilaus thinks best. First, let Lamprion and Arcesilaus cancel the agreement that Deipus made on behalf of Heraeus. Let him owe nothing either to Lampyrion or to any of Lampyrion's heirs, but let him be released from the entire agreement. Let the executors also give him 500 drachmas and a slave, whichever one Arcesilaus thinks best, so that after toiling diligently with me and giving good service, he may have the means to support an adequate and respectable way of life. I grant Diophantus, Diocles, and Abus their freedom. I give Simmias to Arcesilaus. I also free Dromo, and whenever Arcesilaus arrives, let Heraeus with Olympicus, Epicrates, and the other executives provide him with an accounting of the expenses associated with the funeral and the other customary charges. Let Arcesilaus take over from Olympicus any remaining money, without worrying him as to times and occasions. Let Arcesilaus cancel the agreement that Strato made with Olympicus and Ammaeneus, which was deposited with Philocrates, son of Tisamenes. As for my monument, let them fashion it as Arcesilaus, Olympicus, and Lyco think best. Such are the terms of the will that is found in the collection of Ariston of Chios. Strato himself, as the above account makes clear, was a man worthy of great esteem, having distinguished himself in every branch of knowledge, and especially in that which is referred to as physics, which is the most ancient branch and the one that demands the greatest diligence. Lyco. Strato's successor was Lyco, son of Astyanax of Troas, an eloquent man who attained high rank in the education of boys. He used to say that one must impose upon boys the yoke of shame and love of glory, as upon horses the spur and bridle. His exceptional powers of expression and interpretation are evident in what follows. He has this to say about a poor young girl. A heavy burden for a father is a girl who, for lack of a dowry, outruns the bloom of her age. This is why Antigonus is reported to have said about him that it was not possible to transfer elsewhere, like the fragrance and beauty of the apple, each separate expression of which he was the author, but that it was in the speaker himself, like the apple on the tree, that it had to be contemplated. He added that Lyco's conversation was extraordinarily sweet, which is why some persons prefixed a gamma to his name, but that in writing he did not resemble himself. For example, those who regretted that they had not learned when they had the opportunity and wished they had done, so he neatly characterized as follows, saying that they were their own accusers, revealing, by vain regret, repentance of their incorrigible laziness. Those who did not deliberate soundly, he used to say, were off in their calculations, as if they had used a curved rule to test something straight, or sought the reflection of a face in troubled water or a distorting mirror. Or, many seek the crown in the public square, but very few, or none, the crown at Olympia. Advising the Athenians often and on many subjects, he conferred the greatest benefits on them. In his attire he was perfectly immaculate, so that the softness of his garments was beyond compare, according to Hermippus. But he was also highly adept at gymnastics and kept in good condition, displaying all an athlete's physical characteristics, with a boxer's cauliflower ears and skin smeared with dirt, as Antigonus of Carystus reports. Hence, it is said that he wrestled, and that he even played ball at the Trojan Games in his native land. He was prized beyond anyone by Eumenes and Attalus, who furnished him with assistance. Antiochus, too, tried to get hold of him, but did not succeed, and he was so hostile to Hieronymus the Peripatetic that he alone declined to meet him at the birthday celebration we spoke of in the life of Arcesilaus. He led the school for 44 years after Strato bequeathed it to him in his will in the 127th Olympiad. Yet he also attended the lectures of Panthoides, the dialectician. He died at the age of 74, afflicted by gout. My own verses about him run as follows. Nay, I will not even neglect Lyco, who died of gout, but this I find most amazing, that though formerly he could walk only with the feet of others, he traversed the long road to Hades in a single night. The first was a Pythagorean, the second our present subject, the third an epic poet, and the fourth a writer of epigrams. I also came across the philosopher's will, which runs as follows. I make the following dispositions about my property, in case I am unable to bear my present ailment. All the goods in my house I give to my brothers Astyanax and Lyco, and I think that from this source they should satisfy whatever obligations I have incurred in Athens, whether by borrowing or purchasing, and defray the cost of my funeral and the other customary charges. But my property in town and in Aegina I give to Lyco, because he bears my name and has lived with me for a long period to my complete satisfaction, as befitted one whom I treated as my son. I leave the peripatos to those of my friends who wish to use it, to Bulo, Calinus, Ariston, Amphion, Lyco, Pitho, Aristomachus, Heraclius, Lycomedes, and my nephew Lyco. Let them appoint as its head whoever they believe will be most able to remain in charge of the enterprise and ensure its unity. Let the rest of my friends assist him for my sake and for the sake of the place. Let Bulo and Calinus, with their colleagues, provide for my funeral and cremation, avoiding parsimony or extravagance. From my olive trees in Aegina, let Lyco, after my death, supply the young men with the oil, a suitable memorial, for as long as they use it, of myself and the man who did me honour. And let him set up my statue, selecting a convenient site for it, with the cooperation of Diophantus and Heraclides, son of Demetrius. From my property in town, let Lyco repay everyone from whom I borrowed anything after his departure. Let Bulo and Calinus provide the sums spent on my funeral and other customary charges. Let them obtain these sums from the funds in the house left by me to both of them in common. Let them also compensate the doctors, Pasiphaemus and Medius, who, for their skill and the care they took of me, deserve an even greater reward. I give to Calenus' child a pair of Thericlean cups, and to his wife a pair of Rhodian vessels, a smooth carpet, a rug with pile on both sides, a counterpane, and 2 cushions, the best that I leave behind, so that to the extent I can recompense them, I may not appear unmindful of their kindness. With regard to the servants, I part with them as follows. To Demetrius, who has long been free, I remit the purchase money for his freedom, and leave him 5 minas and a tunic and cloak, in return for all the toil he has undertaken with me, so that he may enjoy a respectable maintenance. To Crito of Chalcedon I also remit the purchase money, and leave him 4 minas. I grant Micrus his freedom. Let Lyco support and educate him for the next 6 years. I also free Chares. Let Lyco support him as well, and give him 2 minas and my published writings. My unpublished writings I give to Calenus, that he may edit them carefully. To Cyrus, who has been freed, I give 4 minas and Menodora, and I cancel any debt he owes me. To Hilara I give 5 minas, a rug with pile on both sides, 2 cushions, a counterpane, and a couch, whichever one she prefers. I also free Micrus' mother, and Nomon, Dion, Theon, Euphreno, and Hermias. Let Agathon be set free after 2 years, and the litter bearers, Ophelio and Posidonius, after 4 years. To Demetrius and to Crito and to Cyrus I give a couch apiece, and any bedclothes of those that I leave behind that Lyco thinks they should have. Let these things be given to them for having properly performed their appointed tasks. As for my funeral, let Lyco bury me here, if he wishes, or let him do so at home. For I am persuaded that his regard for propriety does not fall short of my own. When he has managed all these things, let his disposal of my property there be binding. Witnesses are Calenus of Hermione, Ariston of Ceos, and Euphronius of Paeania. Thus, while his sagacity is evident in all his actions, in his teaching, and in all his discourses, his will is in some sense no less marked by his thoroughness and shrewd management, so that on this score, too, he is to be emulated. Demetrius. Demetrius, son of Phanostratus, was a native of Phalerum. He became a student of Theophrastus. By the speeches he addressed to the Athenians, he led the city for 10 years, and was judged worthy of bronze statues, 360 in number, most of which represented him on horseback or driving a chariot or a pair of horses. These were completed in fewer than 300 days, so highly was he esteemed. According to Demetrius of Magnesia, in Men of the Same Name, he embarked on his public career when Harpalus, fleeing Alexander, arrived in Athens. As a statesman, he rendered his country many honourable services, enriching the city with revenues and buildings, though he was not well born. For he belonged to Conon's household, as Favorinus says in the first books of his reminiscences, but lived with Lamia, his beloved, who was a well-born citizen, as the same author says in his first book. But in his second he reports that Demetrius was also Cleon's beloved, and Didymus, in Table Talk, says that a certain courtesan nicknamed him Charitoblepharos, with eyes like the Graces, and Lampito, bright eyes. It is said that after losing his sight in Alexandria, he recovered it by the gift of Serapis, after which he composed the paeans that are sung to this day. Despite his high renown among the Athenians, all-devouring jealousy cast a shadow over him. Plotted against by certain persons and prosecuted, he was condemned to death in absentia, and when his accusers could not get hold of his person, they disgorged their venom on the bronze, tearing down his statues, some of which were sold, some cast into the sea, and others reportedly cut up to make chamber pots. Only one is preserved on the Acropolis. Favorinus, in his miscellaneous history, says that the Athenians did this at the command of King Demetrius, and they styled the year he served as Archon as the year of lawlessness, according to Favorinus. Hermippus says that after the death of Cassander, in fear of Antigonus, Demetrius fled to Ptolemy Soter. Spending a considerable time there, he advised Ptolemy, among other things, to confer sovereign power on his children by Eurydice. Ptolemy was not persuaded. Instead, he bestowed the diadem on his son by Berenice, who, after Ptolemy's death, thought fit to keep Demetrius under guard in the country until some decision could be made about him. He lived there in great despondency, and died in a sort of sleep after being bitten on the hand by an asp. He is buried in Busiris near Diospolis. My own verses about him run as follows. An unclean asp, full of gummy venom, killed wise Demetrius, darting from its eyes, not light, but black Hades. Heraclides, in his Epitome of Sotion's Successions, says that Ptolemy intended to step down and transfer the kingship to Philadelphus, but Demetrius dissuaded him, saying, "If you give it to another, you will not have it yourself." At the time when Demetrius was being accused in Athens, Menander, the comic poet, as I have also learned, barely escaped indictment for no other reason than that he was a friend of Demetrius. But Telephus, the cousin of Demetrius, interceded for him. In the quantity of his books and the total number of lines written, he surpassed nearly all his contemporary peripatetics, for his learning and experience are unequalled. Some of his works are historical, some political, some deal with poetry, some with rhetoric. There are also speeches given in the assembly and on embassies, as well as collections of Aesop's fables and many other works. His books include On Legislation at Athens, 5 books, On the Constitution of Athens, 2 books, On Leadership of the People, 2 books, On Politics, 2 books, On Laws, 1 book, On Rhetoric, 2 books, Treatise on Strategy, 2 books, On the Iliad, 2 books, On the Odyssey, 4 books, Ptolemy, 1 book, On Love, 1 book, Phidondas, 1 book, Medon, 1 book, Cleon, 1 book, Socrates, 1 book, Artaxerxes, 1 book, On Homer, 1 book, Aristides, 1 book, Aristomachus, 1 book, Hortatory, 1 book, In Defense of the Constitution, 1 book, On My Decade, 1 book, On the Ionians, 1 book, On Diplomacy, 1 book, On Belief, 1 book, On Gratitude, 1 book, On Fortune, 1 book, On Magnanimity, 1 book, On Marriage, 1 book, On Opinion, 1 book, On Peace, 1 book, On Laws, 1 book, On Customs, 1 book, On Opportunity, 1 book, Dionysius, 1 book, On Chalcis, 1 book, An Attack on the Athenians, 1 book, On Antiphanes, 1 book, Historical Introduction, 1 book, Letters, 1 book, An Assembly Bound by Oath, 1 book, On Old Age, 1 book, Rights, 1 book, Aesop's Fables, 1 book, Maxims, 1 book. His style is philosophical, combining rhetorical vigour and force. When he heard that the Athenians had destroyed his statues, he said, but not the virtue that caused them to be erected. He used to say that though the eyebrows are only a small part of the face, they have the power to darken the whole of life. He said that not only was wealth blind, but also luck its guide. Everything that iron achieves in war is achieved in politics by speech. Noticing a young spendthrift, he said, "Behold a foursquare Hermes, with robe, belly, genitals, and beard. When men are arrogant," he said, "we should take away their stature, but leave them their spirit." He said that at home the young should honour their parents, when out of doors everyone they meet, and in solitude themselves. In prosperity friends do not depart unless bidden, whereas in adversity they do so of their own accord. All these sayings seem to be attributed to him. There have been 20 noteworthy men named Demetrius. The first was an orator from Chalcedon, older than Thrasymachus. The second, our present subject. The third, a peripatetic from Byzantium. The fourth, known as Graphicus, a lucid narrator. He was also a painter. The fifth, a native of Aspendus, a student of Apollonius of Soli. The sixth, a native of Calatis, who wrote a work about Asia and Europe in 20 books. The seventh, a native of Byzantium, who wrote a history of the migration of the Gauls from Europe to Asia in 13 books, and another work in 8 books about Antiochus and Ptolemy and their administration of Libya. The eighth, the sophist who lived at Alexandria, an author of handbooks on rhetoric. The ninth, a grammarian from Adramyttium, nicknamed Ixion, because he was thought to be unjust with regard to Hera. The 10th, a grammarian from Cyrene, nicknamed Wine-jar, a distinguished man. The 11th, a native of Skepsis, a wealthy, well-born man, deeply devoted to learning and literature. He also advanced the career of his countryman, Metrodorus. The 12th, a grammarian from Erythrae, enrolled as a citizen of Temnos. The 13th, a Bithynian, the son of Diphilus the Stoic, and a student of Panicius of Rhodes. And the 14th, an orator from Smyrna. So much for the prose authors. Of the poets who shared his name, the first was a poet of the old comedy, the second an epic poet whose only surviving lines are addressed to the envious. Scorned when alive, he's missed when he's gone, and for the sake of his tomb and lifeless image, strife seizes cities, and the people are at war. The third, a native of Tarsus, a writer of satires. The fourth, a writer of iambic verse, a bitter man. The fifth, a sculptor pensioned by Polymon, and the sixth, a native of Erythrae, a versatile author who also wrote historical and rhetorical works. Heraclides. Heraclides, son of Euthyphro, born at Heraclea in Pontus, was a man of wealth. At Athens he studied first with Speusippus, but also attended the lectures of the Pythagoreans and admired the doctrines of Plato. He later became a student of Aristotle, as Sotion says in his Successions. He wore elegant clothes and was enormously fat, and consequently the Athenians called him not Ponticus, but Pompicus. His gait was gentle and dignified. The best and most beautiful writings are attributed to him. His ethical dialogues include On Justice, 3 books, On Temperance, 1 book, On Piety, 5 books, On Courage, 1 book, combined in 1 volume, On Virtue, 1 book and another work, On Happiness, 1 book, On Power, 1 book, Laws, 1 book and subjects related to laws, On Names, 1 book, Agreements, 1 book, On the Involuntary, 1 book, On Love, Plinius, one book, on nature, on mind, on soul, separately another on soul, on nature, on images, against Democritus, on celestial bodies, one book, on those in Hades, on ways of life, two books, the causes of diseases, one book, on the good, one book, against the doctrines of Zeno, one book, against the doctrines of Metron, one book, works on grammar and literary criticism, on the age of Homer and Hesiod, two books, on Archilochus and Homer, two books, works on the arts, on passages in Euripides and Sophocles, three books, on music, two books, solutions of Homeric problems, two books, on contemplation, one book, on the three tragic poets, one book, characters, one book, on poetry and poets, one book, on intuition, one book, on prognostication, one book, expositions of Heraclitus, four books, expositions against Democritus, one book, solutions of eristic problems, two books, logical proposition, one book, on species, one book, solutions, one book, advice, one book, against Dionysius, one book, a work on rhetoric, on public speaking or Protagoras, works on history, on the Pythagoreans, and on discoveries. Some of these works are in the comic style, for example, on pleasure and on temperance, others in the tragic style, for example, on those in Hades, on piety, and on authenticity. He also has a style between poetry and prose that he uses when philosophers, generals, and statesmen converse with one another. He also wrote works on geometry and dialectic, and is everywhere versatile and noble in style, and remarkably adept at charming the reader. It seems that he liberated his native city from tyranny by assassinating its monarch, as Demetrius of Magnesia says in his Men of the Same Name. Demetrius also tells the following story about him. From boyhood, and when he grew up, he kept a pet snake, and when he was about to die, he ordered one of his trusted servants to conceal his corpse and place the snake on his bier, so that he might appear to have departed to the gods. All of this was done, and while the citizens were escorting Heraclides' bier and singing the man's praises, the snake, hearing the uproar, popped up out of the shroud, creating mass confusion. Later, however, all was revealed, and Heraclides was seen not as he appeared, but as he really was. My verses about him run as follows. You wish to leave all men with the rumour, Heraclides, that at your death you resumed life as a snake. But you were deceived, sophist, for the snake was indeed a beast. But you were detected as a beast, not a sage. This story is also told by Hippobotus. Hermippus reports that when a famine ravaged their territory, the people of Heraclea asked the Pythian priestess for relief. But Heraclides bribed the envoys sent to the shrine, and the above-mentioned priestess to reply that they would be freed from the scourge if Heraclides, son of Euthyphro, were crowned with a golden crown in his lifetime and received a hero's honours after his death. The pretended oracle was brought home, but its forgers reaped no benefit from it, for as soon as Heraclides was crowned in the theatre, he suffered a stroke, and the sacred envoys were stoned to death. And the Pythian priestess too, descending at that very hour to the shrine, stepped on one of the snakes, was bitten, and instantly breathed her last. These are the tales told about his death. Aristoxenus, the musician, says that Heraclides also wrote tragedies and titled them Works by Thespis. Chameleon claims that Heraclides' work on Hesiod and Homer was plagiarized from his own. and Antidorus the Epicurean censures him in a polemic against his work on justice, and Dionysius the turncoat, or Spintharus, according to some, when he wrote the Parthenopaeus, entitled it a play by Sophocles, and Heraclides, who suspected nothing, cited passages from it in one of his own treatises, in the belief that it was by Sophocles. When Dionysius noticed this, he confessed what had happened, but when Heraclides refused to believe him, Dionysius wrote to him, advising him to examine the acrostic, and it contained Pancalus. This was the name of Dionysius' beloved. When Heraclides remained unconvinced and said that such a thing might have happened by chance, Dionysius wrote to him again. You will also find these lines. A. An old monkey is not caught in a trap. B. He's caught all right, it just takes time. As well as, Heraclides is ignorant of literature. And Heraclides was ashamed. There have been 14 men named Heraclides. The first was our present subject, the second a fellow citizen of his, an author of collections of war dances and fooleries, the third a native of Simi, who wrote about Persia in 5 books, the fourth another native of Simi, who wrote manuals on rhetoric, the fifth a native of Calatis or Alexandria, who wrote the Successions in 6 books, and a work entitled Lembuticus, for which he was nicknamed Lembus. The sixth a native of Alexandria, who wrote on the unique features of Persia. The seventh a dialectician from Bargilis, who wrote against Epicurus. The eighth a doctor of the school of Hicesius. The ninth a native of Tarentum, a doctor of the empiric school. The 10th a poet who wrote exhortations. The 11th a sculptor from Phocea. The 12th a pleasant writer of epigrams. The 13th a native of Magnesia, who wrote about Mithridates. And the 14th the compiler of an astronomy. Book 6. Antisthenes and Cynics. Antisthenes. Antisthenes, son of Antisthenes, was an Athenian, though it was said he was not of legitimate birth. Hence his reply to someone who reproached him for it. The mother of the gods also is a Phrygian, for his mother was thought to have been from Thrace, and consequently, when he had won renown at the battle of Tanagra, he gave Socrates occasion to declare that had both of Antisthenes' parents been Athenians, he would not have turned out so brave. Antisthenes also rebuked the Athenians who plumed themselves on being born from the soil, saying that that did not make them any more well-born than snails or locusts. At first, Antisthenes was a pupil of Gorgias, the orator, which explains why he employed the rhetorical style in his dialogues, particularly in Truth and in his Precepts. Hermippus says that at a public gathering at the Isthmian Games, Antisthenes had been intending to both blame and praise the citizens of Athens, Thebes, and Sparta, but asked to be excused when he saw many people arriving from those cities. Later on, however, he became a follower of Socrates, and derived so much benefit from him that he would advise his own disciples to become fellow disciples of Socrates. Living in the Piraeus, he used to walk 5 miles every day to listen to him. He adopted the man's hardiness and emulated his impassivity, and thus he originated the Cynic way of life. And with his great Heracles and Cyrus, he established that suffering is a good thing, drawing one exemplar from the Greek world, the other from the barbarians. He was the first to define concept, saying, "A concept is that which reveals what a thing was or is." He often said, "I would rather go mad than feel pleasure," and "one should lie with such women as will be grateful for it." When a young lad from Pontus, who was about to attend his lectures, asked what he needed, Antisthenes replied, "A new book, a new pen, and a new tablet," by which he implied that intelligence was needed. When someone asked him what sort of woman he should marry, he answered, "If she's beautiful, you'll have to share her. If ugly, you'll have to bear her." On hearing that Plato was speaking ill of him, he said, "It's the fate of royalty to do good and be maligned." When he was being initiated into the Orphic mysteries, and the priest said that the initiates would partake of many good things in Hades, Antisthenes said, "Then why don't you die?" When reproached because both of his parents were not free-born, he said, "Nor were they both wrestlers, yet I am a wrestler." When asked why he had so few pupils, he said, "Because I drive them away with a silver staff." Asked why he chastised his students so harshly, he said, "Doctors do the same with their patients." Catching sight of an adulterer fleeing, he said, "Unlucky fellow, what danger you might have avoided at the cost of a noble." According to Hecaton in his anecdotes, Antisthenes used to say that it was better to fall in with crows, korakas, than with flatterers, kolakas. For you are devoured by the former when dead, but by the latter while you are alive. When asked what was man's greatest blessing, he said, "To die happy." When an acquaintance complained to him that he had lost his notes, Antisthenes replied, "You should have inscribed them on your mind instead of on paper. Just as iron is eaten away by rust, so, he said, are envious men consumed by their own disposition. Those who wish to be immortal must, he maintained, live piously and justly. He said that cities are doomed when they cannot distinguish good men from bad. Once, when he was being praised by rogues, he said, "I'm worried I've done something wrong." He said the comradeship of brothers who are of one mind is stronger than any fortress. He said the right travelling case is the one that will float with you if you are shipwrecked. Reproached one day for associating with worthless men, he said, "Doctors associate with patients without falling into a fever themselves." He said it was odd that we separate out the darnel from the grain, and in war the unfit, but in public life do not exempt worthless men from service. When asked what advantage he enjoyed from philosophy, he said, "To be able to live in company with oneself." When someone at a drinking party said, "Sing," he replied, "Accompany me on the flute." When Diogenes asked him for a coat, Antisthenes advised him to double his cloak. When asked what knowledge is the most necessary, he said, "How to rid oneself of the need to unlearn anything." He advised men who are maligned to bear it more stoutly than if they were pelted with stones. He used to jeer at Plato for being arrogant. One day, observing a high-tempered horse at a parade, he said to Plato, "It strikes me that you would have been a proud-blooded steed." This was because Plato was constantly praising horseflesh. Visiting Plato one day and seeing a basin into which Plato had vomited, he said, "I see bile there, but no pride." He used to advise the Athenians to elect asses to be horses. When they considered this absurd, he said, "Yet some of your generals had no training. They had only to be elected." To someone who said, "Many are praising you," he replied, "Why, what have I done wrong?" When he turned the torn part of his cloak so that it was visible, Socrates caught sight of it and said, "I discern your love of glory through your cloak." Phanias, in his work on the Socratics, says that when someone asked Antisthenes what he should do to be good and noble, he replied, "You should learn from the knowledgeable that the faults you possess can be avoided." To someone praising luxury, he said, "May your enemies' children live in luxury." To a young man posing for a sculptor, he said, "Tell me, if the bronze could speak, what do you suppose it would pride itself on?" When the lad replied, "On its beauty," Antisthenes said, "Aren't you ashamed to delight in the very same thing as an inanimate object?" When a young man from Pontus promised to treat him very well once his boat arrived with its cargo of saltfish, Antisthenes took the young man and an empty sack to a flour merchant, filled the sack, and was going away. When the woman asked to be paid, Antisthenes said, "The young man will pay when his cargo of saltfish arrives." He himself was thought to have been responsible for the banishment of Anytus and the execution of Miletus. Lighting upon some young men from Pontus, whom Socrates' fame had drawn to Athens, Antisthenes brought them to Anytus, remarking that the man was wiser in moral conduct than Socrates, whereupon those who were standing near Anytus grew so incensed that they drove him from the city. Whenever Antisthenes saw a woman decked out with ornaments, he would proceed to her house and order her husband to bring out his horse and weapons. If the man possessed them, Antisthenes would let the man's extravagance alone, since with these he could mount a defence. But if the man had none, Antisthenes urged him to get rid of the finery. His favourite notions were the following. He used to prove that virtue could be taught, and that only the virtuous are noble. He held that virtue is sufficient for happiness, since it needs nothing but the strength of a Socrates, that virtue is a matter of deeds and requires no abundance of words or learning, that the wise man is self-sufficient, since all the things of others are his, that ill repute is a good thing and analogous to suffering, that the wise man will conduct himself in public life not by the established laws, but by the law of virtue, that he will marry, uniting himself to women of the best nature for the sake of begetting children, and that he will experience passion, since only the wise man knows who deserves to be loved. Diogenes records some of his sayings. To the wise man nothing is foreign or inappropriate. The good man deserves to be loved. Good men are friends. Make allies of men who are both brave and just. Virtue is a weapon that cannot be taken away. It is better with a few good men to fight against all the wicked than with a multitude of the wicked to fight against a few good men. Pay attention to your enemies, for they are the first to notice your mistakes. Cherish a just man more than a kinsman. The virtue of a man and that of a woman are the same. Good things are beautiful, bad things ugly. Regard everything base as foreign. Wisdom is the safest rampart, for it neither falls in ruins nor is betrayed. Defences must be built upon our own incorruptible reasoning. Antisthenes used to converse in the gymnasium of Cynossages, a short distance from the gates, and it is supposed by some that the Cynic school took its name from this gymnasium. Antisthenes himself was nicknamed Haplocyon, and he was the first, as Diogenes says, to double his cloak, to use only one garment, and to take up a staff and a knapsack. Neanthes too claims that Antisthenes was the first to make his mantle single. Socrates, however, in his third book of Successions, says this was done by Diodorus of Aspendus, who also let his beard grow and used a staff and a knapsack. Antisthenes alone, among all the Socratics, elicits praise from Theopompus, who says that he was a clever man and could, with his witty discourse, subdue anyone at all. This is clear from his writings and from Xenophon's Symposium. He seems to have originated the most manly branch of the Stoic school. Hence Athenaeus, the epigrammatist, writes about them thus. You who are adepts in Stoic learning and have committed to your tablets the finest doctrines, teaching the soul's virtue is the only good, for it alone protects the lives and cities of men. But pleasure of the flesh, an end adored by other men, only one of the daughters of memory attains. Antisthenes provided the inspiration for Diogenes' impassivity, Crates' self-control, and Zeno's hardiness, he himself having laid the groundwork for the city. Xenophon says he was the pleasantest of men to converse with and the most self-disciplined in everything else. His writings are contained in 10 volumes. The first includes On Diction or On Styles, Ajax or the Speech of Ajax, Odysseus or On Odysseus, a defense of Orestes, on the forensic writers, Isography and Decias or Isocrates, a reply to Isocrates' speech without witnesses. The second contains On the Nature of Animals, on Procreation or on Marriage, a discourse on passion, on the Sophists, a discourse on physiognomy, on Justice and Courage, a hortatory work, 3 books, on Theognis, books 4 and 5. The third contains On the Good, on Courage, on Law or on Government, on Law or on Honour and Justice, on Freedom and Slavery, on Belief, on the Guardian or on Obedience, on Victory, a treatise on management. The fourth contains Cyrus, Heracles Major, or on Strength. The fifth contains Cyrus, or on Sovereignty, Aspasia. The sixth contains Truth, on Discussion, a treatise on debate, Sathon, on Contradiction, 3 books, on Argument. The seventh contains On Education or on Names, 5 books, on Dying, on Life and Death, on the Use of Names or a treatise on Eristics, on Questioning and Answering, on Opinion and Knowledge, 4 books, on Dying, on Life and Death, on What Happens in Hades, on Nature, 2 books, A Question about Nature, 2 books, Opinions or a treatise on Eristics, Problems about Learning. The 8 contains On Music, on Commentators, on Homer, on Injustice and Impiety, on Calchas, on the Scout, on Pleasure. The 9th contains On Odysseus, on the Wand, Athena or Telemachus, on Helen and Penelope, on Proteus, Cyclops or on Odysseus, on the use of wine or on drunkenness or on the Cyclops, on Circe, on Amphiaraus, on Odysseus and Penelope, on the dog. The 10th contains Heracles and Midas, Heracles or on wisdom and strength, the master or the beloved, the master or the scouts, Menexenus or on ruling, Alcibiades, Archelaus or on sovereignty. These are his written works. Timon, disparaging Antisthenes for writing so much, calls him a prolific babbler. He was wasting away toward death at the very moment when Diogenes, who had come in, said, "Any need for a friend?" On one visit Diogenes had brought a dagger, and when Antisthenes cried, "Who would free me from my pains?" Diogenes said, "This," showing him the dagger, to which Antisthenes replied, "I said from my pains, not from my life." He was thought to have borne his illness without fortitude, wanting so much to live. Here are my verses about him. So much the natural dog in life, Antisthenes, you lacerated the heart with words and not with teeth, but you died of consumption. Perhaps one might say, what of it? We must surely have a guide to Hades. There have been 3 other men named Antisthenes. One was a follower of Heraclitus, the second a native of Ephesus, and the third a historian from Rhodes. Since we have reviewed the pupils of Aristippus and Phaedo, let us now proceed with an account of the Cynics and Stoics who derive from Antisthenes, and let us adopt the following order. Diogenes. Diogenes of Sinope was the son of Hysicias, a banker. Diocles says that Diogenes went into exile when his father, who was in charge of the public treasury, re-stamped the coinage. Eubulides, however, On Diogenes, says that Diogenes did this himself and went into exile along with his father. But what is more to the point, Diogenes himself, in his Pardalus, admits that he re-stamped the coinage. Some say that when he became a magistrate, he was urged to do this by his clerks, and that he went to Delphi, or to the Delian oracle, in the homeland of Apollo, and inquired whether he should do what he had been urged to do. But when the god permitted him to change the civic currency, Diogenes, misunderstanding, adulterated the actual coinage. When caught, he was banished, as some say, though others maintain that he took fright and voluntarily withdrew from the city. Some say that when his father had entrusted him with the coinage, Diogenes adulterated it, and that after his father died in prison, he fled and went to Delphi to inquire not whether he should re-stamp the coinage, but what he should do to become surpassingly famous, and it was then that he received the oracle. On reaching Athens, he met Antisthenes, and though he was rejected, since Antisthenes did not take pupils, Diogenes prevailed by sheer obstinacy. On one occasion, when Antisthenes menaced him with a staff, Diogenes offered his head and said, "Strike, for you'll not find wood hard enough to keep me away from you, as long as I think you have something to say." From then on, he was Antisthenes' disciple, and adopted, since he was an exile, a simple life. From watching a mouse running about, as Theophrastus reports in his Megarian dialogue, not seeking a shelter or avoiding the dark, or searching for any of the things that are generally thought desirable, Diogenes found a way to manage his plight. He was the first, according to some, to double his cloak, since he had to both wear and sleep in it. He carried a knapsack in which he kept his food, and he made use of every place for every purpose, breakfasting, sleeping, and conversing. He used to say, when pointing to the Stoa of Zeus and the Pompeion, that the Athenians had provided him with places in which to live. He took to leaning on a staff after he had grown feeble, and from then on carried it constantly, not in town, but on the road. That and his knapsack, as we are told by Athenodorus, the Athenian magistrate, Polyeuctus, the orator, and Lysanias, son of Escrio. And when he had sent word to someone to provide him with a little house, and the man delayed, he took as his dwelling the tub in the Metroon, as he makes clear in his letters. In summer he would roll himself over hot sand, and in winter would embrace snow-covered statues, training himself to bear every sort of hardship. He was also adept at heaping scorn on others. He called the school, Scholon, of Euclides, bile, Plato's discourse, diatriben, a waste of time, katatriben, the contests at the Dionysia, a spectacle for morons, and the demagogues, lackeys of the mob. He used to say that when he saw pilots, physicians, and philosophers at their work, he regarded man as the wisest of all animals, but when he observed dream interpreters, prophets, and those who listen to them, or those who are puffed up with fame or wealth, he found no creature more foolish than man. He often remarked that to get through life one needed either reason, logon, or a nous, brokon. One day, at a lavish banquet, he noticed Plato eating olives, and said, "How is it that you, the philosopher who sailed to Sicily for the sake of these dishes, don't enjoy them now, when they are set before you?" And when Plato replied, "But by the gods, Diogenes, even there I lived mainly on olives and things of that sort," Diogenes said, "Then why did you have to sail to Syracuse? Or didn't Attica produce olives then?" Favorinus, however, in his miscellaneous history, attributes the remark to Aristippus, and on another occasion, while eating dried figs, he ran into Plato and said, "Let me share them with you." And when Plato had accepted and eaten them, Diogenes said, "I said you could share them, not eat them all." One day, when friends from the court of Dionysius had been invited to Plato's house, Diogenes, while trampling on his carpets, said, "I trample on Plato's pomposity," to which Plato replied, "How much vanity you expose, Diogenes, by not appearing to be vain." Others relate that Diogenes said, "I trample on Plato's vanity," to which Plato replied, "Yes, Diogenes, with another form of vanity." Sotion, however, in his fourth book, claims that Plato himself said to the cynic, "You are acting the dog, Diogenes." On one occasion, Diogenes asked Plato for wine, and later for some dried figs. And when Plato sent him an entire jar, Diogenes said, "So if you are asked how much are 2 and 2, do you answer 20? It seems you neither give what is requested nor answer what is asked." This was his way of mocking Plato's long-windedness. When asked where in Greece he saw good men, he said, "Good men nowhere, but good lads in Sparta." On one occasion, when he was speaking about serious matters and no one drew near, he started to babble, and when a number of people gathered round, he reproached them for flocking eagerly to hear nonsense, but dawdling carelessly when the things being discussed were important. He used to say that people exerted themselves to outdo one another when exercising at the gymnasium, but made no effort when it came to strengthening character. And he marvelled that the scholars investigated Odysseus' failings, but remained unaware of their own, that the musicians took the trouble to tune their lyres, but left their souls in a discordant state, that the mathematicians gazed at the sun and moon, but ignored what lay at their feet, that the orators exerted themselves to speak about justice, but not to practice it, and that the avaricious, while railing about money, loved it to excess. He also condemned those who, while praising just men for being unaffected by wealth, envied the rich. He found it vexing that people perform sacrifices for the sake of their health, but at those very sacrifices feast in a manner injurious to health. He was amazed that slaves who observed their master's gluttony did not filch any of their food. He praised those who planned to marry and did not, those who proposed to sail and did not, those who were intending to pursue a political career and did not, those who planned to rear children and did not, and those who were preparing to consort with potentates and did not. He used to say that one ought to extend a hand to one's friends without clenching one's fingers. Menippus says in his Sale of Diogenes that when captured and put up for sale, Diogenes was asked what he was good at. He replied, "Ruling over men," and said to the herald, "Spread the word in case anyone wants to buy himself a master." When forbidden to sit, he said, "It makes no difference. Fish are bought no matter how they are arrayed." He said he marvelled that when buying a pot or pan, we test its soundness by seeing if it rings, but when a human being is for sale, we consider only his or her appearance. He told Xeniades, his purchaser, that he must be obeyed, though he was a slave, for if a doctor or pilot were a slave, he would be obeyed. Eubulus, in the work entitled The Sale of Diogenes, describes how he trained the sons of Xeniades. After their other studies, he taught them how to ride, shoot with a bow, sling stones, and hurl the javelin, and later, at the Palestra, he prevented the athletics master from training them beyond what sufficed to maintain a rosy complexion and good health. Xeniades' sons memorized many passages from the works of poets and writers, including Diogenes' own treatises, and he trained them in every shortcut for committing words to memory. At home, he taught them to attend to their own needs, to live on plain food and water, to wear their hair short and unadorned, to go barefoot and without a tunic, and to be silent and keep their eyes lowered when walking in the streets. He also took them hunting. They paid close attention to Diogenes and often asked their parents to let him attend to them. He himself says that he grew old in the house of Xeniades and that he asked to be buried with his sons. When Xeniades asked how he should bury him, Diogenes replied, "Face down," and when Xeniades asked why, he replied, "Because before long, up and down are going to be reversed." Here he was referring to the recent victory of the Macedonians, who, formerly humble, were now omnipotent. When someone brought him to a sumptuous house and warned him not to spit, he cleared his throat and spat in the man's face, saying he couldn't find a worse place to leave his spittle. Others tell this story of Aristippus. On one occasion, after shouting, "Come this way, fellows," and people had gathered, he attacked them with his staff, saying, "It was men I was calling for, not trash," as Hecaton reports in the first book of his Anecdotes. Alexander is reported to have remarked, "Had I not been Alexander, I would like to have been Diogenes." He used to say that it is not the deaf and blind who are impaired, anaporos, but those who have no knapsack, pera. One day when he had entered a young man's drinking party, half-shaven, as Metrocles relates in his Anecdotes, he was given a beating. But later, after writing the names of his attackers on a gypsum tablet, he walked about with it around his neck until he had brought discredit upon them, making them objects of public scorn and disgrace. He used to say that though he was a dog of the kind that men admire, none of his admirers dared to take him along on a hunt. To a man who said, "I defeat other men at the Pythian games," he replied, "On the contrary, it is I who defeat men. You defeat slaves." To those who said, "You're an old man, take it easy from now on," he would reply, "Whatever for? If I were running a distance race, would I slow down when approaching the finish line? Wouldn't I do better to speed up?" Invited to a dinner, he said he would not go, since the last time around he had not been thanked. He used to go barefoot in winter, and endured all the other hardships mentioned earlier. He even tried to eat meat raw, but found he could not digest it. One day he approached Demosthenes, the orator, who was having lunch at a tavern, and when the man drew back, Diogenes said, "You'll only be that much further in the tavern." When foreigners wanted to get a glimpse of Demosthenes, Diogenes pointed him out with his middle finger and said, "There you have the demagogue of Athens." When someone dropped a loaf of bread and was ashamed to pick it up, Diogenes admonished the man by tying a rope to the neck of a wine jar and dragging it through the Ceremaicus. He used to say he was imitating the chorus trainers, for they would set their pitch a little sharp so that everyone else would hit the right note. He maintained that most people fell short of being insane by a finger's breadth, for anyone who walked about with his middle finger extended would be regarded as insane, but would not be so regarded if he were extending his index finger. He would say that valuable things were exchanged for what was worthless, and vice versa. For a statue was sold for 3,000 drachmas, but a quart of barley for 2 coppers. To Xeniades, the man who purchased him, he said, "Be sure to do as I tell you." And when Xeniades replied, "Springs flow back to their sources," he said, "If you had been ill and purchased a doctor, would you not obey him, but instead say to him, 'Springs flow back to their sources'?" Someone wanted to study philosophy with him, whereupon Diogenes handed the man a fish and told him to follow him. The man, thinking he'd been insulted, threw the fish away and departed. Later, on running into him, Diogenes laughed and said, "A fish has destroyed our friendship." Diocles, however, has reported the encounter as follows. When someone had said, "Give us your orders, Diogenes," Diogenes took the man along and gave him a half obel's worth of cheese to carry. And when the man refused, Diogenes said, "A half obel's worth of cheese has destroyed our friendship." One day, after seeing a boy drinking with his hands, Diogenes threw away the cup he kept in his knapsack, saying, "A child has outdone me in frugality." He also threw away his bowl under similar circumstances, after seeing a boy with a broken bowl scooping up his lentils with a hollowed-out morsel of bread. He reasoned this way: all things belong to the gods. The wise are friends of the gods, and the possessions of friends are held in common. Therefore, all things belong to the wise. Once he saw a woman bowing down to the gods in an indecent posture. Wanting to dispel her superstitiousness, according to Zoilus of Perga, he approached her and said, "Don't you worry, ma'am, that to a god standing behind you, for all things are full of gods, you are assuming a shameful pose." To Asclepius he offered a gamecock, who dashed up to those who were prostrating themselves and mauled them. He often said that he'd been visited by all the tragic curses. At any rate, he was without city, without home, robbed of his native land, a wanderer begging for his daily bread. But he also used to say that he countered luck with courage, convention with nature, and emotion with reason. When he was lying in the sun at the cranium, Alexander came up to him and said, "Ask whatever you desire," to which Diogenes replied, "Stand out of my light." When someone was reading aloud at great length and then pointed toward the end of the book where there was no writing, Diogenes said, "Courage, men, land ho!" When someone proved by argument that he had horns, Diogenes touched his brow and said, "Well, I for one don't see any." Likewise, when someone asserted that motion did not exist, Diogenes stood up and walked about. To someone who was discussing celestial phenomena, he said, "How long have you been back from the sky?" When a wicked man had the motto, "May nothing evil enter here," inscribed on his house, Diogenes said, "But then how is its master to get in?" After anointing his feet with myrrh, he said that the myrrh wafted from his head to the air and from his feet to his nose. When the Athenians thought he should be initiated into the mysteries and said that initiates get special treatment in Hades, he said, "It would be laughable if Agesilaus and Epaminondas live in the mire, while nobodies inhabit the isles of the blessed because they've been initiated." To the mice who skittered across his table, he said, "Lo and behold, even Diogenes keeps parasites." When Plato surnamed him the dog, Diogenes said, "Very true, since I return to those who sold me." As he was leaving the baths, and someone asked him whether many men were bathing, he answered no, but to someone else who asked whether there was a large crowd, he answered yes. When Plato had defined man as an animal with 2 legs and no feathers, and was applauded, Diogenes plucked the feathers from a cock, brought it to Plato's school, and said, "Here is Plato's man." This was why having broad nails was added to the definition. To someone who asked him at what hour one should take lunch, he said, "If you're rich, whenever you like. If poor, whenever you can." Noticing that in Megara the sheep were protected with leather skins, but the boys went without them, he said, "It's better to be a Megarian's ram, Creon, than his son, Huion." To someone who hit him with a beam and then said, "Look out," Diogenes said, "Why, are you going to strike me again?" He used to say that the demagogues were lackeys of the mob, and their crowns the pustules of fame. On lighting a lamp in broad daylight, he walked about saying, "I am looking for a man." One day, when he was being drenched with water, and some bystanders were feeling sorry for him, Plato, who was among them, said, "If you want to spare him, stand somewhere else," an allusion to Diogenes' concern for his reputation. When someone punched him, he said, "Heracles, how could I have forgotten to walk out without my helmet?" But when Medius had assaulted him and said, "Here are 3,000 drachmas to your credit," Diogenes replied the next day, when he had donned boxing gloves and trounced Medius, "Here are 3,000 to your credit." When Lysias the apothecary asked if he believed in gods, Diogenes replied, "How could I not, when I see you are so much out of their favour?" Some, however, attribute this retort to Theodorus. When he had seen someone performing a ritual purification, he said, "Don't you realize that by sprinkling yourself you can no more correct your mistakes in life than your errors in grammar?" He faulted men for their prayers, saying that they asked for what they imagined was good rather than for what was truly good. To those who were disturbed by their dreams, he used to say that they paid no attention to what they did in a waking state, but were inquisitive about the visions they saw in their sleep. When a herald at the Olympic Games announced, "Dioxippus has defeated the other men," Diogenes retorted, "On the contrary, he defeats slaves, while I defeat men." Still, he was admired by the Athenians. At any rate, when a young fellow had broken Diogenes' tub, they gave the boy a flogging and presented Diogenes with a new tub. Dionysius the Stoic says that after the Battle of Chaeronea, Diogenes was arrested and brought to Philip, and when asked who he was, he replied, "A spy of your insatiable greed," for which he was admired and set free. Once, when Alexander had sent a letter to Antipater in Athens through one Athlios, wretched, Diogenes, who was present, said, "Wretched message from a wretch to a wretch, carried by a wretch." When Perdiccas threatened to have Diogenes killed unless he came to him, Diogenes said, "Small wonder, since a beetle or a poisonous spider might pose the same threat." He thought Perdiccas would have threatened him more effectively by saying, Without you in my life, I could be a happy man." He often thundered that the gods had made it possible for men to live easily, but this had been lost sight of because we demand honey cakes, perfumes, and the like. Hence he said to someone who was having his shoes put on by a servant, "You won't be content until he wipes your nose for you, but that day will come once you've lost the use of your hands." One day, noticing the temple magistrates leading away a steward who had filched a votive bowl, he said, "The big thieves are leading away the little one." Another day, observing a boy tossing stones at the cross of a gallows, he said, "Well done, you'll get there yet." To some boys standing nearby and saying, "Let's take care he doesn't bite us," he said, "Fear not, boys, a dog won't eat beets." To a man preening in a lion's skin, he said, "Don't disgrace the garments of courage." To someone who said that Callisthenes was lucky, since he lived in luxury as a member of Alexander's entourage, Diogenes said, "On the contrary, it's an ill-starred man who breakfasts and dines whenever Alexander sees fit." When short of money, he would tell his friends he was not asking them to give him money, but to give it back. When masturbating in the marketplace, he said, "If only one could relieve hunger by rubbing one's belly." Noticing a young fellow going off to dine with satraps, Diogenes dragged him away, brought him to the boy's friends, and told them to keep an eye on him. To an effeminately dressed youth who asked him a question, Diogenes said he would not reply unless the fellow pulled up his clothes and showed whether he was a woman or a man. To a young fellow playing cottabus at the baths, he said, "The better you play, the worse you are." At a dinner, some guests were throwing bones to him, as one would to a dog. Accordingly, in the manner of a dog, he urinated on the guests as he was leaving. He called the orators and all who sought to win fame with their eloquence thrice human, meaning thrice wretched. He called an ignoramus, who was rich, a sheep with a golden fleece. Seeing a for sale sign on the house of a spendthrift, he said, "I knew that after your debauch you'd easily vomit forth the owner." To a young man who complained that his crowd of admirers was annoying, Diogenes said, "Then stop flaunting your perverted desires." At a filthy bathhouse, he said, "Where are people who have bathed here supposed to wash themselves?" When a stout lyre player was universally maligned, only Diogenes sang his praises. When asked why, he said, "Because big though he is, he's a lyre player and not a robber." Whenever he met the lyre player who was invariably abandoned by his audience, he hailed him with the phrase, "Greetings, rooster." And when asked why he did so, he said, "Because when you sing, you make everyone get up." When a young man was displaying his oratory, Diogenes, who had filled the bosom of his robe with beans, was gulping them down right in front of him, and when he had attracted the crowd's notice, he said he was surprised that they shifted their attention from the speaker to himself. When a highly superstitious man said to him, "With one blow I will break your head," Diogenes replied, "While I, by sneezing to the left, will make you tremble." When Hegesias had asked him for one of his treatises, Diogenes said, "What an ass you are, Hegesias, for you do not choose painted figs, but real ones, yet you neglect real training and rush to read about it instead." To someone who had reproached him for being an exile, he said, "But it's thanks to that, you fool, that I became a philosopher." And when, in the same vein, someone remarked, "The Sinopians sentenced you to exile," he replied, "and I sentenced them to stay at home." One day, noticing an Olympic victor tending sheep, he said, You were quick, my dear fellow, to migrate from Olympia to Nemea. Asked why athletes are stupid, he said, because they are built up of mutton and beef. He once begged alms from a statue, and when asked why he did so, he said, to get practice in being turned down. Begging someone for alms, he did this originally because of his poverty, he said, if you've given to another, give also to me, but if not, begin with me. Asked by a tyrant what kind of bronze is good for a statue, he said, the kind from which Harmodius and Aristoeton were forged. Asked how Dionysius treated his friends, he said, like sacks, when they're full, he hangs them up. When empty, he discards them. When a newly married man had his house inscribed with the words, Heracles, the gloriously triumphant son of Zeus, dwells within. May nothing evil enter here. Diogenes added, after the war, the alliance. He said that avarice was the motherland of all vices. Seeing a spendthrift eating olives at an inn, he said, if you'd had fare like this for breakfast, you wouldn't be having it for supper. Good men he called images of the gods, and love the occupation of the idle. Asked what in life was pitiable, he answered, an old man who's poor. Asked which of the animals had the worst bite, he said, of the wild beasts, the sycophant, of the tame, the flatterer. Seeing two very badly painted centaurs, he asked, which of them is Charon? He likened ingratiating speech to honey you could choke on. He used to say that the belly was the Charybdis of one's livelihood. On hearing that the flute player Didymon had been convicted of adultery, he said, he deserves to be hanged by his name. Asked why gold is pale, he said, because it's the target of many plotters. Seeing a woman being carried in a litter, he said, it's the wrong type of cage for the quarry. One day, seeing a runaway slave sitting on the edge of a well, he said, take care you don't fall in, lad. Seeing a boy stealing clothes at the baths, he said, are you after unguent, alimation, or another cloak, alohimation? Seeing women who had been hanged from an olive tree, he said, would that all trees bore such fruit. Seeing a trustworthy clothes stealer, he said, what are you up to, my fine fellow? Are you hoping to despoil a corpse? Asked if he had a little girl or boy, he said, no. So if you die, who will carry you out for burial? Whoever wants my house, he replied. When he saw a handsome youth asleep in an unprotected spot, he nudged him and said, wake up, lest someone fix a spear in your back while you sleep. To someone who was purchasing expensive delicacies, he said, won't you be short-lived, my boy, if you buy such things? When Plato was discoursing about the forms and using the words tablehood and cuphood, Diogenes said, for my part, Plato, I can see a table and a cup, but not tablehood and cuphood, to which Plato replied, and that makes sense, since you have the eyes with which to see a cup and a table, but not the mind with which to comprehend tablehood and cuphood. When asked when one should marry, Diogenes said, if a young man, not yet, if elderly, not ever. Asked what he would take to be thrashed, he said, a helmet. Seeing a young fellow adorning himself, he said, if men are your objects, you're a failure. If women, a scoundrel. One day, seeing a boy blushing, he said, cheer up, yours is the complexion of virtue. After listening to two lawyers wrangling, he condemned them both, saying that whereas the one had undoubtedly stolen, the other had not lost anything. Asked what wine he enjoyed, he said, somebody else's. To someone who said, "Many people laugh at you," he replied, "yet I am not laughed down." To someone who declared that life is an evil, he said, "Not living itself, but living badly." To those who were plotting to track down his runaway slave, he said, "It would be absurd if Manes can live without Diogenes, but Diogenes can't live without Manes." Breakfasting on olives embedded in a flat cake, he tossed the cake away and said, "Friend, get out of the tyrant's way." And on another occasion, he said, he whipped an olive. Asked what breed of dog he was, he said, "When hungry, a Maltese terrier. When fattened, a Molossian mastiff. Breeds most people praise, but wouldn't dare take along on a hunt for fear of fatigue. You are likewise unable to live with me for fear of what you would suffer." Asked whether the wise eat flat cakes, he replied, "They eat cakes of all sorts, but not like the rest of mankind." Asked why people offer money to beggars, but not to philosophers, he said, "Because they assume they may some day be lame and blind, but never expect to take up philosophy." When he begged alms from a stingy man, and the man hesitated, Diogenes said, "I'm asking you for food, not funeral expenses." Reproached one day for having re-stamped the currency, he said, "I did so at a time when I was the sort of man that you are now, but the sort I am now you will never be." And to someone else who reproached him for the same reason, he said, "I also used to wet my bed, but not any more." Visiting Mindus and noticing that its gates were enormous, but the city small, he said, "Men of Mindus, you locked your gates to keep the city from running away." Seeing a stealer of purple dye apprehended, he said, "Caught by purple death and irresistible fate." When Craterus wanted Diogenes to come for a visit, he declined, saying, "I'd rather lick salt in Athens than enjoy rich fare at Craterus' table." Approaching Anaximenes the orator, a fat man, he said, "Give us beggars something of your paunch, for your load will be lightened, and you'll do us a good turn." Once when Anaximenes was discoursing, Diogenes held up a smoked fish and distracted the audience, and when the orator was vexed, Diogenes said, "A fish worth an obol has disrupted Anaximenes' lecture." Reproached one day for eating in the marketplace, he said, "It was in the marketplace that I got hungry." Some say that he also made the following retort. When Plato noticed him washing lettuces, he approached and quietly said, "If you courted Dionysius, you would not be washing lettuces," to which Diogenes replied just as quietly, "And if you washed lettuces, you wouldn't have courted Dionysius." To someone who said, "Most people laugh at you," he said, "and perhaps donkeys laugh at them, but they pay no heed to donkeys, nor do I pay heed to them." Noticing a youth studying philosophy, he said, "Well done, philosophy. You're turning lovers of the body's beauty toward beauty of mind." When some people were admiring the votive offerings at Samothrace, he said, "There would have been many more of them if the men who weren't saved had made offerings." Some attribute this remark to Diogenes of Melos. To a handsome youth on his way to a drinking party, he said, "You will return a worse man." And when the youth returned and said on the following day, "I returned and did not become a worse man," Diogenes said, "A worse man, Chiron, no, but a stouter man, Eurytion, certainly." When he was begging alms from an ill-tempered man, and the man said, "I'll give you something if you persuade me," Diogenes replied, If I could persuade you, I'd persuade you to hang yourself. When he was on his way back from Sparta to Athens, and someone asked him where he was going and where he had come from, he said, "From the men's quarters to the women's." On his way home from Olympia, he replied to someone who asked if there was a large crowd there. "A large crowd, yes, but few men." He said that spendthrifts resembled figs growing on a cliff, for their fruit is not enjoyed by men, but by crows and vultures. When Phryne had dedicated a golden Aphrodite at Delphi, they say that Diogenes wrote upon it, "From the intemperance of the Greeks." Once, when Alexander came to him and said, "I am Alexander the great king," he replied, "and I am Diogenes the dog." When asked what he had done to get nicknamed the dog, he said, "I fawn on those who give me something, bark at those who don't, and bite the wicked." While gathering figs, he was told by a watchman that a man had recently been hanged at that very spot. To this Diogenes said, "Well, in that case, I'll purify the place." On seeing an Olympic victor staring intently at a prostitute, he said, "See how the head of a war-frenzied ram is being twisted about by a common strumpet." He used to say that good-looking courtesans resembled a lethal honey drink. As he was breakfasting in the marketplace, a group of bystanders were calling him dog. "It's you who are the dogs," he replied, "since you stand around me while I'm breakfasting." When two cowards were hiding from him, he said, "Don't you worry, a dog doesn't munch on beets." Asked where a boy who had become a prostitute was from, he said from Tegea. Noticing that a dull-witted wrestler was practicing medicine, he said, "What are you up to? Are you now sending to the other world those who once defeated you?" When he saw a courtesan's son throwing a rock at a crowd, he said, "Take care you don't hit your father." When a boy had shown Diogenes a dagger he'd received from a lover, Diogenes said, "A lovely sword, but the hilt is ugly." When some people were praising a man who had given him alms, Diogenes said, "Yet you don't praise me, who deserve to receive them." When someone asked Diogenes to return his cloak, he said, "If it was a gift, I'm keeping it. If a loan, I'm using it." When a supposititious son said that he carried gold in his cloak, Diogenes said, "No doubt, and for the same reason you sleep with it under you." Asked what he got out of philosophy, he said, "If nothing else, I'm prepared for whatever happens." Asked where he came from, he replied, "I'm a citizen of the world." When some parents were sacrificing in the hope that a son might be born to them, he said, "But aren't you sacrificing with an eye to how he'll turn out?" When asked for a contribution by the host of a potluck supper, he said, "Despoil the others, but lay no hands on Hector." He referred to the courtesans of kings as queens, since they made the kings do as they commanded. When the Athenians voted Alexander the title of Dionysus, Diogenes said, "Then let me be called Serapis." To someone who reproached him for going to unclean places, he said, "The sun too visits dung heaps without being defiled." When he was dining in a temple, some filthy loaves were brought in. Flinging them out, he said that nothing unclean should enter a temple. To someone who said, "Though you know nothing, you philosophize," he said, "Even if I do pretend to wisdom, that in itself is philosophy." To someone who introduced his son and said the boy was talented and of strong character, he said, "Then what do you need me for?" He said that those who utter fine words but don't act on them resembled a harp, since a harp can neither hear nor understand. He was entering a theatre as everyone else was leaving it. When asked why he did so, he replied, "This has been my practice all my life." Seeing a lad behaving effeminately, he said, "Aren't you ashamed to fall short of nature's intentions for you? For she made you a man, but you're making yourself play the woman." Seeing a foolish fellow tuning a harp, he said, "Aren't you ashamed to tune a wooden instrument while you fail to bring your soul into harmony with your life?" To someone who claimed to be inept at philosophy, he said, "Then why do you live, if it's not your concern to live well?" To someone who was disparaging his own father, Diogenes said, "Aren't you ashamed to disparage him who affords you the chance to think yourself so superior?" Seeing a handsome youth chattering in an unseemly manner, he said, "Aren't you ashamed to draw from an ivory scabbard a dagger made of lead?" Reproached for drinking in a tavern, he said, "I also get my hair cut in a barber shop." Reproached for accepting a cloak from Antipater, he said, "The glorious gifts of the gods are not to be cast aside." When someone hit him with a beam and then said, "Look out," Diogenes struck the man with his staff and said, "Look out yourself." To someone soliciting a courtesan, he said, "Why, poor wretch, do you want to get what you'd be better off not getting?" To someone anointing himself, he said, "Take care that the sweet smell from your head does not give a foul smell to your life." He said that servants were the slaves of their masters, and unworthy men the slaves of their passions. Asked why servants were called footmen, he said, "Because they have the feet of men, and the souls of questioners such as yourself." When he begged a mina from a spendthrift, and the man asked why he begged others for an obol, but asked him for a mina, he said, "Because I expect to get something from them next time, but whether I'll ever again get something from you lies in the lap of the gods." Reproached because he begged, when Plato did not, he said, "He begs too, but holding his head close that the others might not hear." After watching a bad archer, he sat down next to the target, saying, "So I won't be hit." He said that lovers were unlucky when it came to pleasure. Asked if death is an evil, he said, "How could it be an evil, since in its presence we are unaware of it?" When Alexander came to him and said, "Don't you fear me?" he replied, "What do you mean? Are you good or evil?" When Alexander answered, "Good," Diogenes said, "Well, who fears what is good?" He said that education was for the young an instiller of temperance, for the elderly a consolation, for the poor a richness, and for the rich an ornament. Once, when the adulterer Didymon was curing a girl's eye, he said, "Take care that while treating the eye you don't ruin the pupil." When someone said that his own friends were plotting against him, Diogenes said, "What is one to do if friends and enemies must be treated alike?" Asked what was the most beautiful thing in the world, he said, "Freedom of speech." Entering a school and seeing many images of the Muses, but few students, he said, "With the help of the gods, schoolmaster, you have plenty of students." He regularly performed in public the acts associated with Demeter and Aphrodite. He used to make the following sort of argument: "If to take breakfast is not absurd, then in the marketplace it's not absurd, and it is not absurd to take breakfast, so to do so in the marketplace is not absurd." Frequently masturbating in public, he said, "If only one could relieve hunger by rubbing one's belly." Many other sayings are attributed to him, which it would take too long to recount. He used to maintain that training was twofold, encompassing both mind and body, that in the case of physical training, ideals are engendered that foster the suppleness needed to perform virtuous deeds, and that neither facet was complete without the other, since health and strength are equally essential for training both the mind and the body. He would offer proofs that exertions in the gymnasium readily give rise to virtue, and declared that one could see in the mechanical and other arts that their practitioners acquire extraordinary dexterity from practice, citing the degree to which flute players and athletes acquire surpassing skill through constant application, and asserting that if these men had shifted their attention to the training of the mind, their efforts would not have been useless and incomplete. He used to say that no success can be achieved in life without training, which he said could overcome anything. Therefore, if men would live happily, they should choose, in place of useless toils, those that are in keeping with nature. But instead, through their own folly, they live wretched lives. And in fact, the contempt for pleasure, if it has become habitual, is exceedingly pleasurable. Just as those who have been accustomed to living pleasurably find the opposite unpleasant, so do those who have engaged in the opposite practice find that despising pleasures gives them more pleasure than would the pleasures themselves. Such were his views, and he clearly acted in accordance with them, thereby truly re-stamping the currency, since he assigned to convention none of the value he assigned to nature, and said that the life he lived was characteristic of Heracles, who preferred freedom to everything. He declared that all things belong to the wise, and advanced the sort of argument we outlined earlier. All things belong to the gods. The gods are friends of the wise. The possessions of friends are held in common, and therefore all things belong to the wise. As for law, he held that without it one cannot live the life of a citizen, for he declares that without the city there is no means of obtaining the advantages of civilized life. The city is a civilized thing. Its advantages cannot be enjoyed without law, and therefore law is a civilized thing. He would make fun of good breeding, reputation, and all such things, calling them the vulgar trappings of vice, and held that the only true commonwealth was that which was commensurate with the universe. He also maintained that women should be held in common, regarding no union as a marriage, but that of a man and a woman who have persuaded each other, and for this reason he maintained that sons too should be held in common. He declared that there was nothing wrong with taking something from a temple or tasting the flesh of any animal, nor was it even offensive to the gods to consume human flesh, as was clear from other people's customs. He held that according to right reason all things contain and are permeated by all things. For meat is found in bread, and bread in vegetables, and all forms of matter, through unseen passages and particles, penetrate and unite with all other matter in vaporous form, as he makes clear in his Thyestes, if the tragedies are his and not the work of his friend Phaliscus of Aegina, or of Pasiphon, son of Lucian, who, according to Favorinus in his miscellaneous history, wrote them after Diogenes' death. Diogenes neglected music, geometry, astrology, and other such studies, judging them useless and unnecessary. He proved quite witty in debate, as is clear from what we have related, and he endured being sold into slavery with great dignity. On a voyage to Aegina, he was captured by pirates under Scirpolus' command, transported to Crete, and put up for sale. And when the herald asked him what he was good at, he replied, "Ruling over men." Pointing to an affluent Corinthian, the above-mentioned Xeniades, he said, "Sell me to him. He needs a master." Thus Xeniades purchased him, took him home to Corinth, put him in charge of his own sons, and entrusted him with his entire household. And Diogenes performed all his duties in such a manner that Xeniades went about saying, "A kindly deity has entered my house." Cleomenes, On Pedagogy, says that Diogenes' friends wanted to ransom him, for which he called them imbeciles, for he maintained that lions are not the slaves of those who feed them, it is the feeders, rather, who are the lions' slaves. For fear is the mark of a slave, and wild beasts make men fearful. Diogenes possessed astonishing powers of persuasion, and hence could easily sway anyone he liked with his arguments. It is said, at any rate, that an Aeginetan, one Onesicritus, sent one of his 2 sons, Androsthenes, to Athens, and that the boy, on becoming a student of Diogenes, remained there. The father then sent along his older son, Philiscus, whom I mentioned earlier, and Philiscus was equally captivated, and Onesicritus himself, the third to arrive, shared equally in his son's love and pursuit of philosophy. Such was the spell cast by Diogenes' words. Phocion, surnamed the Good, was also a student of his, as was Stilpo of Megara, and many other public men. It is said that he had reached the age of 90 when he died. There are conflicting accounts about his death. Some say that after eating an octopus raw, he was stricken by cholera and died of it. Others maintain that he died by holding his breath. One of the latter is Cercidas of Megalopolis, or of Crete, who in his lyric iambics says, "No more the erstwhile denizen of Sinope, the famous staff-bearer, double-cloaked, feeding on air, he has ascended to heaven, fixing his lips against his teeth and holding his breath, for which he was aptly named Diogenes, son of Zeus, a hound of heaven." Others say that while dividing an octopus among some dogs, he was bitten so badly on the tendon of his foot that he died. Yet his friends, according to Antisthenes in his Successions, guessed that he had deliberately stopped his breath, for he happened to be living in the Cranium, the gymnasium that stands in front of Corinth. His friends, as was their habit, arrived and found him wrapped in his cloak and thought he might be napping. But since he was not one to nap or get drowsy, they pulled his cloak aside, and on finding him no longer breathing, they guessed that he had taken steps to escape whatever remained of his life. At that point, it is said, a quarrel arose among his friends as to who would bury him, and they actually came to blows. But when the chief and foremost citizens arrived, Diogenes was buried, on their authority, beside the gate that opens towards the isthmus. Over his grave they stood a column, on which they placed the statue of a dog carved in marble from Paros. In the course of time, his fellow citizens also honored him with bronze statues, on which they carved this inscription: "Bronze grows old with time, but all eternity, Diogenes, will not erase your fame, for you alone gave mortals the lesson of self-reliance and the easiest path through life." There are also our own verses in the proseleumatic meter. A. Diogenes, tell us what fate took you to Hades. B. A dog's savage tooth. Some say that as he was dying he instructed his friends to throw him out unburied, so that every wild beast might feed on him, or thrust him into a pit and heap a little dust over him. Others, however, say that they were told to throw him into the Ilissus, so he might prove useful to his brothers. Demetrius, in Men of the Same Name, says that Alexander in Babylon and Diogenes in Corinth died on the same day. Diogenes was an old man in the 123rd Olympiad. These are the works attributed to him: Dialogues, Cephalion, Ichthyus, Jackdaw, Pardalis, the Athenian Democracy, Republic, Art of Ethics, on Wealth, on Love, Theodorus, Hypsias, Aristarchus, on Death. Letters, Tragedies, Helen, Thyestes, Heracles, Achilles, Medea, Chrysippus, Oedipus. Sosicrates in the first book of the Succession and Satyrus in the fourth book of his Lives say that Diogenes left nothing in writing. Satyrus says that the tragedies were written by Philiscus of Aegina, a friend of Diogenes. Sotion, in his seventh book, says that only the following were written by Diogenes: on virtue, on good, on love, a beggar, Ptolemaeus, Pardalis, Cassandrus, Cephalion, Philiscus, Aristarchus, Sisyphus, Ganymedes, Maxims, and Letters. There have been 5 men named Diogenes. The first, from Apollonia, was a natural philosopher, whose treatise begins, "At the start of every discourse, it seems to me one should lay down a premise that is indisputable." The second, from Sicyon, wrote on the Peloponnese. The third was our present subject. The fourth was a Stoic, born in Seleucia, and surnamed the Babylonian because of Seleucia's proximity to Babylon. And the fifth, from Tarsus, was an author who wrote about poetical problems, which he undertook to solve. Athenodorus, in the 8th book of his Lectures, says that the philosopher always had a glowing appearance because he anointed himself with oil. Monimus. Monimus of Syracuse was a student of Diogenes and the servant of a Corinthian banker, as Sosicrates says. Xeniades, who had purchased Diogenes, visited the banker constantly, and by describing the virtue the philosopher manifested in word and deed, he inspired in Monimus a passion for Diogenes. Instantly feigning madness, Monimus began tossing about all the coins and money on the banker's table, until his master dismissed him. Monimus at once devoted himself to Diogenes. He often followed Crates the cynic as well, and adopted similar habits. Seeing this, his master was even more convinced that Monimus was mad. He became a distinguished man, so much so that he is even mentioned by Menander, the comic poet. In one of his plays, The Groom, Menander speaks thus of Monimus. A. There was a man named Monimus Philo, a sage, though a bit obscure. B. The one with the knapsack? A. In fact, he had 3, but he never uttered a motto, like "Know thyself," or any such catchphrases. He was above such things, our unwashed beggar, and declared all man's surmises humbug. Monimus was so grave that he disdained mere opinion and sought only the truth. He wrote playful verses in which earnestness was surreptitiously blended, as well as 2 books, on impulses and an exhortation. Onesicritus. Some say that Onesicritus was an Aeginetan, though Demetrius of Magnesia claims that he was from Astipelea. He too was one of Diogenes' distinguished students. His career resembles that of Xenophon, for Xenophon served in the campaign of Cyrus, while Onesicritus served with Alexander. And Xenophon wrote the education of Cyrus, while Onesicritus wrote about how Alexander was raised. The one wrote an encomium of Cyrus, the other of Alexander, and their styles were similar, except that Onesicritus, being an imitator, falls short of his model. Diogenes' other pupils include Menander, who was nicknamed Drymus, Oakwood, an admirer of Homer; Hegesias of Sinope, nicknamed Chloeus, Dog-collar; and Philiscus of Aegina, as we mentioned earlier. Crates. Crates, son of Ascondas, was a Theban. He too was one of the Cynics' distinguished students. Hippobotus, however, says that Crates was not a student of Diogenes, but of Bryson the Achaean. These playful verses are attributed to Crates. There is a city, Pyrrha, in the middle of a wine-dark mist, lovely and fertile, rich in dirt, possessing nothing, into which sails neither stupid parasite nor glutton exulting in the buttocks of a harlot. Instead, it bears thyme and garlic and figs and loaves, for the sake of which men do not fight each other, nor take up arms for fame or fortune. There is also his well-known account book, which runs as follows: Put down 10 minas for the butcher, a drachma for the doctor, 5 talents for a flatterer, smoke for an adviser, for a harlot a talent, for a philosopher 3 obols. He was nicknamed Door-opener from his practice of entering every house and admonishing its occupants. Here is another sample of his verse. What I have is what I have learned and pondered, the noble lessons I imbibed from the Muses, but vanity stalks abundant wealth. And he says that what he has gained from philosophy is a quart of lupins and to care for nothing. This too is attributed to him. Hunger ends love, but if not, time will do it, and if neither remedy helps, there's the noose. He flourished in the 113th Olympiad. Antisthenes, in his Successions, says that Crates took an interest in Cynic philosophy when he saw Telephus in a certain tragedy, carrying a small basket and in an utterly wretched state, and that after converting his property into money, for he belonged to a prominent family, he took the 200 talents he had amassed and distributed it among his fellow citizens. Antisthenes adds that Crates pursued philosophy so avidly that even Philemon, the comic poet, mentions him, for he says, in summer he wore a thick cloak to emulate Crates, and in winter a tattered robe. Diocles says that Diogenes persuaded Crates to turn his fields into a grazing ground for sheep and toss any money he had into the sea. The house of Crates, says Diogenes, missing word, by Alexander, and that of Hipparchia by Philip. Often, when some of his kinsmen visited and tried to divert him from his purpose, Crates would chase them away with his staff and preserve his integrity. Demetrius of Magnesia says that Crates deposited a sum of money with a certain banker on the understanding that if his sons turned out to be ordinary, he should pay it to them, but if they become philosophers, it should be distributed among the people. For if they were philosophers, they would need nothing. Eratosthenes says that Crates had a son by Hipparchia, of whom we will speak. The boy was named Pasicles, and when he had completed his ephebic training, Crates brought him to the house of a prostitute and told him that this was the sort of marriage his father had in mind for him. For the marriages of adulterers, he said, are the stuff of tragedy, having exile and murder as rewards, but those of men who ally themselves with courtesans smack of comedy, for their amorous madness arises from prodigality and drunkenness. Crates had a brother named Pasicles, a student of Euclides. Favorinus, in the second book of his Reminiscences, recounts a charming story about Crates. He says that when requesting something of the head of the gymnasium, Crates clasped him by his hips, and when the man grew vexed, Crates said, "What, aren't these as much yours as your knees?" He used to say that it is impossible to find anyone who has no flaw, for, just as in a pomegranate, there is always a rotten seed. On provoking Nicodromus, the musician, Crates was given a black eye. He then applied a plaster to his face, and on it wrote the words, "The work of Nicodromus." He constantly reproached the courtesans, training himself to endure their abuse. When Demetrius of Phalerum sent him loaves and wine, Crates reproached him, saying, "Would that the springs brought forth bread as well as water." Thus it was clear that he was a water drinker. Censured by the magistrates for wearing muslin, he said, "I'll show you that even Theophrastus wears muslin." And when they doubted him, he led them to a barber shop and showed them Theophrastus being shaved. He was flogged in Thebes by the head of the gymnasium, though some say it was in Corinth by Euthycrates. But when dragged by the foot, he commented dryly, "Seizing him by the foot, he dragged him over the divine threshold." Diocles, however, says that Crates was dragged by Menedemus of Eretria. As Menedemus was handsome and was thought to be intimate with Asclepiades, the Phliasian, Crates grabbed him by the thighs and said, "Asclepiades is in there." Indignant, Menedemus seized Crates and dragged him along, at which point he recited the verse quoted above. Zeno of Citium, in his Anecdotes, says that Crates once heedlessly sewed a sheepskin to his cloak. He was ugly to look at, and when exercising used to be laughed at. He was in the habit of raising his hands and saying, "Fear not, Crates, for your eyes and the rest of your body. You'll see these men who are laughing at you shriveled up by disease before long, and thinking you blessed, and blaming themselves for their laziness." He used to say that we should study philosophy to the point where we discern that our generals are mere donkey drivers. He maintained that those who surround themselves with flatterers are as friendless as calves among wolves, for neither the former nor the latter have anyone to protect them, but only the sort who plot against them. Sensing that he was dying, he soothed himself with this charm. "You are departing now, dear hunchback, and approaching the house of Hades, bent by age." For he was stooped by the years. When Alexander asked if he wanted his native city to be rebuilt, he said, "Why should it be? Perhaps another Alexander will again raise it to the ground." He had as his native land, he said, obscurity and poverty, and he said that he was a fellow citizen of Diogenes, who was not liable to envious attacks. Menander mentions him in his Twin Sisters as follows: "You will stroll about with me, wearing your cloak, just as his wife once walked with Crates the Cynic. And as he himself says, when he gave his daughter in marriage, he offered her on trial for 30 days. His students. Metrocles. Metrocles was the brother of Hipparchia. Formerly a student of Theophrastus the Peripatetic, he had been so corrupted that on one occasion, when he farted in the course of rehearsing a speech, he was deeply mortified and shut himself up at home, intending to starve himself to death. When Crates learned what had happened, he visited the man, he had been asked to do so, after purposely eating some lupins. He sought to persuade Metrocles by argument that he had done nothing wrong, since something terrible might have happened had he not expelled the air naturally. At last, breaking wind himself, he heartened Metrocles, who was consoled by the similarity of their behaviour. From then on, he was Crates' student and became proficient in philosophy. According to Hecaton, in his first book of anecdotes, Metrocles burned his own writings with the words, "These are only phantoms of infernal dreams," that is, mere trash. Others, however, say that when setting fire to his notes of Theophrastus' lectures, Metrocles said, "Come forth, Hephaestus, Thetis needs you now." There are some things, he said, that are bought with money, like a house, and others that are acquired by time and effort, like education. He said that wealth is harmful unless it is put to good use. He died of old age, having suffocated himself. His students were Theombrotus and Cleomenes. Theombrotus had Demetrius of Alexandria as a student. Cleomenes had Timarchus of Alexandria and Echecles of Ephesus. But Echecles also studied with Theombrotus, whose lectures were attended by Menedemus, of whom we will speak. Menippus of Sinope also became well known among them. Hipparchia. Metrocles' sister, Hipparchia, was also captivated by their doctrines. Brother and sister were both from Meroneia. Hipparchia fell in love with Crates and with his discourses and his life, and paid no attention to any of her other suitors, or to wealth, or noble birth, or beauty. Instead, Crates was everything to her, and what is more, she even threatened her parents, saying that she would kill herself unless she were given to him. Crates, therefore, when entreated by her parents to dissuade their daughter, did all he could, but at last, failing to persuade her, he stood up, took off his clothes in front of her, and said, "This is the bridegroom, and this his property. Think it over, for you will be no companion for me unless you adopt my way of life." The girl accepted, and after adopting the same dress, went about with her husband and consorted with him in public, and attended dinners with him. One time they went to a drinking party at the house of Lysimachus, where she got the better of Theodorus, surnamed the Atheist, by means of the following sophism. Anything Theodorus does that is not said to be wrong would not be wrong if done by Hipparchia. But Theodorus, when he strikes himself, does no wrong. So neither does Hipparchia when she strikes Theodorus. Theodorus could find no answer to her argument, but tried to pull up her dress. Hipparchia was neither alarmed nor distressed, as some women might be, and when he said to her, "Is this she who forsakes her shuttle and loom?" she replied, "It is I, Theodorus. But do you imagine that I have not taken proper thought about myself, if the time I might have spent on the loom I have devoted to my education?" These and countless other stories are told of the lady philosopher. A book of Crates' letters, now in circulation, includes excellent philosophy in a style similar to that of Plato. He also wrote tragedies marked by a high-flown kind of philosophy, as in the following passage. "A single tower is not my homeland, nor a single roof, but its citadel is the whole earth, a home prepared wherein we may dwell." He died in old age and was buried in Boeotia. Menippus. Menippus, also a cynic, was by origin a Phoenician, a slave, as Achaicus says in his Ethics. Diocles also mentions that his master was a native of Pontus and was named Baton. By persistent begging, for he was avaricious, he succeeded in becoming a citizen of Thebes. There is nothing earnest about him, but his books are full of laughter and very like those of his contemporary Meleager. Hermippus says that Menippus was a lender of money on daily interest, a hemerodeneistes, and this became his nickname. For he used to make loans to shipmasters whose ships were pledged as security, and he thereby amassed a considerable fortune. But finally he was plotted against and robbed of everything, and in despair ended his life by hanging himself. We have composed some playful verses about him. Phoenician by birth, but a Cretan dog, a hemerodeneistes, for this was his nickname. Perhaps you know Menippus. But then his house in Thebes was burgled, and he lost everything, nor did he understand the character of a dog, for he hanged himself. Some maintain that he did not write the books that are attributed to him, and claim that they were the works of Dionysius and Zopyrus of Colophon, who wrote them in jest and turned them over to Menippus in the belief that he could dispose of them profitably. There have been 6 men named Menippus. The first is the author who wrote about the Lydians and who abridged Xanthus. The second is our present subject. The third was a sophist from Stratonicia, a Carian by descent. The fourth a sculptor, the fifth and sixth painters, both of whom are mentioned by Apollodorus. The Cynic's books, 13 in number, include Communing with the Dead, Wills, Invented Letters Attributed to the Gods, Against the Physicists and Mathematicians and Grammarians, On the Family of Epicurus, The Epicureans' Observances in Honour of the 20th Day, and other works. Menedemus. Menedemus was a student of Colotes of Lampsacus. According to Hippopotus, he took wonder-working to such lengths that he went about in the guise of a fury, saying he had come from Hades to detect transgressions and would go back and report them to the deities below. This was his attire: a full-length grey tunic, at his waist a crimson girdle, on his head an Arcadian hat embroidered with the 12 signs of the zodiac and the cothurnus of tragedy. He wore an immense beard and carried an ashwood staff. These are the lives of the various cynics. We will also set down the doctrines they held in common, since we judge that cynicism is also a school of philosophy, and not, as some say, merely a way of life. They are content, then, to reject the subjects of logic and physics, like Ariston of Chios, and to devote themselves solely to ethics. And what some say of Socrates, Diocles reports of Diogenes, portraying him as saying, "We must inquire into what evil and what good has been done in your halls." They also dispense with general education. Antisthenes, at any rate, said that those who had attained wisdom should not study literature, lest they be perverted by alien influences. They also reject geometry and music and all such studies. Diogenes, at any rate, said to somebody who showed him a clock, a useful device to keep one from being late for dinner. To someone who played music for him, he said, "By men's minds are their cities and houses well ordered, not by twangings and thrummings." They also hold that the goal is to live in accordance with virtue, as Antisthenes says in his Heracles, exactly like the Stoics. For these 2 schools have much in common. Hence it has been said that cynicism is a shortcut to virtue, and it was in the manner of the cynics that Zeno of Citium lived his life. They also think that one should live frugally, eating only for nourishment and wearing only the cloak, and they despise wealth, fame, and noble birth. Some, at any rate, eat nothing but vegetables, drink nothing but cold water, and use whatever shelters or tubs they find, like Diogenes, who used to say that it was characteristic of the gods to need nothing, and of godlike men to need very little. They held that virtue can be taught, as Antisthenes says in his Heracles, and when once acquired cannot be lost, that the wise man is worthy of love, has no flaw, and is a friend to his like, and that nothing should be entrusted to fortune. They maintain, like Ariston of Chios, that what is intermediate between virtue and evil is indifferent. These, then, are the Cynics. We must turn to the Stoics, whose founder was Zeno, a student of Crates. Book 7. Zeno and Stoics. Zeno. Zeno, son of Nicaeus or of Demeas, was a native of Citium in Cyprus, a Greek city that had received Phoenician settlers. He had a neck that bent to one side, as Timotheus of Athens says in his work On Lives, and Apollonius of Tyre says that he was lean, longish, and swarthy. Hence someone called him an Egyptian vine, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his Proverbs. He was thick-legged, flabby, and weak. This was why, as Persius says in his convivial reminiscences, he declined most dinner invitations. He delighted, they say, in green figs and sunbathing. He was a student, as was mentioned earlier, of Crates. Next, they say, he attended the lectures of Stilpo and Xenocrates for 10 years, according to Timocrates in his Dion, and those of Polemon as well. Hecaton and Apollonius of Tyre, in the first book of his work on Zeno, say that when he consulted an oracle about what he should do to live the best life, the god replied that he should have intercourse with the dead. Grasping the oracle's meaning, he read the works of the ancients. He became a student of Crates under the following circumstances. Transporting a cargo of purple dye from Phoenicia to the Piraeus, he was shipwrecked. On reaching Athens, he was then a man of 30, he sat down in a bookseller's shop. The bookseller was reading aloud the second book of Xenophon's Memorabilia, and Zeno was so pleased that he asked where such men could be found. At that very moment, fortunately, Crates happened to be walking past. Pointing him out, the bookseller said, "Follow him." From then on, he studied with Crates, proving, in other respects, well suited for philosophy, though he was bashful about adopting Cynic shamelessness. Hence Crates, who wanted to cure him of this, gave him a pot of lentil soup to carry through the Ceramicus. And when he saw that Zeno was ashamed and tried to keep it hidden, he struck the pot with his cane and broke it. As Zeno was running away, the soup streaming down his legs, Crates said, "Why run away, little Phoenician? Nothing terrible has happened to you." For a time he studied with Crates, and when at that period he had written his Republic, some said in jest that he had written it on the tail of the dog. In addition to the Republic, he wrote the following works: On Life According to Nature, on Impulse, or on Human Nature, on the Passions, on Duty, on Law, on Greek Education, on Sight, on the Universe, on Signs, Pythagorean Studies, Universals, on Expressions, Homeric Problems, 5 books, on the Recitation of Poetry. He also wrote Handbook, Solutions, Refutations, 2 books, Reminiscences of Crates, Ethics. These are his books. He finally left Crates and studied with the above-mentioned men for 20 years. Hence he is reported to have said, "I had a good voyage when I was shipwrecked." Others, however, claim that Zeno said this in reference to his time with Crates. Some say he was spending time in Athens when he heard that his ship was wrecked, and he said, "Fortune does well to drive me to philosophy." But others say that it was after he had sold his wares in Athens that he turned his attention to philosophy. He used to give his lectures while walking up and down in the painted Stoa, which is also called the Stoa of Pysianax, though it got its name, painted Stoa, from the painting of Polygnotus, hoping to keep the place clear of crowds. It was there that under the 1,400 citizens had been put to death. People now went there to hear Zeno, and this is why they were called Stoics. The same name was given to his followers, who had originally been called Zenonians, as Epicurus says in his letters. According to Eratosthenes in the 8th book of his work on ancient comedy, the name had formerly been given to the poets who spent their time there. It was they who made the name Stoic even more famous. The Athenians held Zeno in such high regard that they deposited with him the keys of the city walls and honored him with a golden crown and a bronze statue. This latter honor was also accorded him by his fellow citizens, who regarded the man's statue as an ornament of their city. Natives of Sicyon, who lived in Sidon, also claimed him as their own. Antigonus favored him, and whenever he came to Athens would attend his lectures and often invited him to his court. This offer Zeno declined, though he sent Antigonus one of his friends, Perseus, son of Demetrius, a native of Sicyon, who flourished in the 130th Olympiad, at which time Zeno was an old man. Antigonus' letter, according to Apollonius of Tyre, in his work on Zeno, runs as follows. King Antigonus to Zeno, the philosopher, greetings. In fortune and fame I consider myself your superior, but in reason and education your inferior, as well as in the perfect happiness you have attained. Therefore, I have decided to ask you to come to me, in the belief that you will not refuse the request. Make every effort to join me, on the understanding that you will be the instructor, not only of myself, but of all the Macedonians collectively. For it is clear that whoever instructs the ruler of Macedonia and guides him on the path of virtue will also be training his subjects to be good men. For the leader's character is likely, for the most part, to determine that of his subjects. Zeno replied as follows. Zeno to King Antigonus. Greetings. I welcome your love of learning, insofar as you strive for that true education that aims at advantage, and not the common sort that tends to pervert men's characters. The man who has yearned for philosophy and shied away from the notorious pleasure that renders effeminate the souls of certain young men is manifestly inclined to nobility of character, not only by nature, but by deliberate choice. A noble nature that has received, in addition to appropriate training, the benefit of an ungrudging instructor will easily attain perfect virtue. But I am subject, due to old age, to bodily weakness, for I am 80 years old, and for that reason am unable to join you. But I am sending you some of my fellow scholars, whose souls are not inferior to mine, while their bodily strength is superior. If you associate with them, you will not fall short of the conditions that contribute to perfect happiness. He sent Perseus and Philonides the Theban, both mentioned by Epicurus in his letter to his brother Aristobulus, as associating with Antigonus. I have decided to append the decree that the Athenians passed concerning him. It runs as follows. In the archonship of Arenides, in the 5th prytany of the tribe Achamantis, on the 21st day of Maimacterian, At the 23rd Sovereign Assembly of the Prytany, one of the presidents, Hippon, son of Cratistoles of the deme Zypetion, and his co-presidents put the question to the vote. Thraso, son of Thraso of the deme of Anicia, moved, whereas Zeno of Citium, son of Nicaeus, has for many years engaged in philosophy in the city, and in all other respects has continued to be an honourable man, exhorting to virtue and temperance the young who come to him for instruction, directing them toward what is best, and providing in his own way of life a pattern of conduct consistent with his doctrines, the people have seen fit, and may it turn out well, to praise Zeno of Citium, son of Nicaeus, and to crown him with a golden crown, according to the law, for his virtue and temperance, and to build him a tomb in the Ceramicus at public expense. And for the making of the crown and the building of the tomb, it will now elect 5 citizens of Athens as commissioners, and the clerk of the city will inscribe the decree on 2 pillars, and will be permitted to set up one in the academy, the other in the Lyceum. And the magistrate who presides over the administration will apportion the expense incurred for the pillars, so that all may know that the people of Athens honour good men during their lives and after their death. For the building's construction, Thraso of Anicia, Philocles of the Piraeus, Phaedrus of Anaphlistus, Mendon of Achané, and Smicithus of Sipyletus have been elected commissioners. Such is the decree. Antigonus of Carystus says that the philosopher never denied that he was a citizen of Citium, for when he joined those who were contributing to the restoration of the bathhouse, and his name was being inscribed on the pillar as Zeno the philosopher, he requested that of Citium be added. He fashioned a hollow lid for an oil flask, and used to carry money around in it, so that his teacher Crates might have a supply at hand for his necessities. They say that he had an estate of more than 1,000 talents when he came to Greece, and that he invested this money in nautical ventures. He used to eat small loaves and honey, and drink a little fragrant wine. He procured young boys, rarely. On 1 or 2 occasions he might have procured a young girl, in order not to seem a misogynist. He shared the same house with Perseus, and when the latter brought him a little flute girl, he brought her right back to Perseus. He was so accommodating, they say, that Antigonus the king would often burst in on him with a party of revellers, and once took him along to Aristocles, the Cythera player, for a drinking party, though Zeno soon slipped away. Antigonus of Carystus says that Zeno used to avoid being near people, and would therefore seat himself at the end of a bench, thus sparing himself 1/2 at any rate of that annoyance. Nor would he walk about with more than 2 or 3 companions. Sometimes he would even demand a copper coin from bystanders, so that people who were reluctant to give would not crowd around him, as Cleanthes says in his work on bronze. When several people stood about him in the Stoa, he would point up to the wooden fence around the altar and say, "That fence used to be located in the centre, but because it was found to be a hindrance, it was placed apart. Accordingly, by withdrawing from the centre, you yourselves will be causing us less annoyance." Demochares, son of Laertius, greeted him and bid him only to mention or write for anything he needed to Antigonus, since the king would grant Demochares every request. After hearing this, Zeno would no longer associate with him. After Zeno's death, Antigonus is reported to have said, "What an audience I have lost!" Hence he employed Thraso as an intermediary to request that the Athenians bury Zeno in the Ceramicus. And when asked why he admired the man, he said, because despite the many large gifts he received from me, he was never vain, nor did he ever appear submissive. He was devoted to inquiry and reasoned with precision on all subjects. Hence the words of Timon in his lampoons, "I saw as well an old Phoenician woman greedily longing in her darksome pride for everything, but her basket, being small, overflowed with stuff, and she had no more sense than a kindapsos." He used to debate very rigorously with Philo the dialectician, and stood with him. Hence Zeno, who was the younger man, admired Philo no less than he did his own teacher, Diogenes. He surrounded himself with ragamuffins, as Timon says in these lines. Meanwhile he assembled a cloud of paupers, the most beggarly and insignificant of townsmen. Zeno himself was sullen and curt, and of a shrivelled countenance. He was also extremely frugal, his thrift cloaking a barbarous stinginess. If he rebuked anyone, he did so tersely, without elaborating, and keeping his distance. I allude, for example, to the remark he once made about a fop. When the man was taking great care as he stepped across a gutter, Zeno said, "He does right to look askance at the mud, since he can't behold his reflection in it." When a cynic said he had no oil in his flask and asked him for some, Zeno turned him down. But as the man was going away, Zeno asked, "Which of us is the more shameless?" Infatuated with Chremonides, and sitting beside him with Cleanthes, he got up. When Cleanthes expressed surprise, Zeno said, "I hear from good doctors that the best remedy for a tumid inflammation is rest." When he was sharing a couch at a dinner party, the man next to Zeno kicked one of the guests on the couch next to theirs. Zeno then nudged his partner with his knee, and when the man turned around, Zeno said, "How do you think your neighbour liked what you did to him?" Of a pederast, he said, "Just as spending all their time with boys impairs the intelligence of schoolmasters, so it does with those people." He used to say that the highly precise expressions used by purists resembled the coins minted by Alexander. These were pleasing and well-rounded, like the coins, but not more valuable on that account. Words of the opposite kind he likened to the Attic tetradrachms, which are struck crudely and without care. These discourses carried more weight than the more polished phrases. When his student Ariston discoursed at length and gracelessly, and in some instances rashly and recklessly, Zeno would say, "It could only mean that your father was drunk when he sired you." Hence he called Ariston a chatterbox, he himself being concise in speech. There was a glutton who left nothing for his table-mates. One day, when a large fish was served, Zeno raised it up as if he would devour it himself. When the man looked at him, he said, "What do you suppose your table-mates suffer every day if you can't put up with my gluttony just this once?" When a young fellow was posing a question more zealously than became his years, Zeno led him to a mirror and told him to look in it. He then asked whether the boy thought it suitable for someone who looked like that to ask such questions. Someone claimed not to agree with Antisthenes on many points, whereupon Zeno presented the man with a maxim of Sophocles and asked whether he thought it was any good. When the man said he did not know, Zeno said, "Aren't you ashamed to pick out and cite something bad said by Antisthenes, but to make no effort to retain something good?" When someone said he thought the maxims of the philosophers seemed brief, Zeno said, "You are right, and their syllables should be shortened as well, if possible." When someone talking to him about Polemon said that the man announced one topic but spoke on another, Zeno frowned and said, "What of it? Do you not value what was offered?" He said that one who converses intelligently should possess, like actors, a powerful voice and great strength, but he should not open his mouth too wide. That's what people do who chatter at length but say impossible things. He said that able speakers, like good artisans, need not pause to have their skills appreciated. On the contrary, the listener should be so caught up in the discourse that he has no time to take notes. When a young man was babbling at length, he said, "Your ears have merged with your tongue." To the handsome fellow who said he thought the wise man would not fall in love, he said, "Then nothing will be more wretched than the condition of beauties like you." He used to say of the philosophers that most were unwise about many matters, but about small and ordinary things quite learned. He used to cite the saying of Caphisius, who, when one of his music students was trying to blow loudly on the flute, cuffed him and said that playing well does not depend on playing loudly, whereas playing loudly should depend on playing well. When some young man was discoursing rather impudently, he said, "I would rather not say, lad, what comes into my head." A certain Rhodian, handsome and rich, but nothing more, became greatly attached to him. But Zeno's reluctance to put up with him was such that he began by making him sit on the dusty benches so that he might soil his cloak. Then he placed him where the beggars sat, so that he would rub up against their rags, and finally the young man departed. He used to say that the most unbecoming of all things was arrogance, especially in the young. He said it was not the words and expressions we should remember, as if we were merely tasting some well-cooked dish or dressing. Rather, we should apply our minds to making good use of what we hear. He used to say that the young should behave with perfect propriety in walk, demeanour, and attire, and he was constantly quoting Euripides' verses about Capaneus. Though his fortune was large, he was by no means proud of his wealth. His ambition was no grander than that of a poor man. He used to say that for one who wishes to master the sciences, nothing is so detrimental as conceit, and there is nothing one needs more than time. When asked what is a friend, he replied, "A second self." One day, they say, he was flogging a slave for stealing, and when the man said, "I am fated to steal," Zeno replied, "and to be thrashed." Beauty he called the flower of moderation, though others say that he called moderation the flower of beauty. One day, seeing the slave of one of his friends marked with bruises, he said, "I see the footprints of your anger." To someone who had smeared himself with myrrh, he said, "Who gives off the scent of a woman?" When Dionysius the turncoat asked him why he was the only student Zeno did not correct, he replied, "Because I cannot trust you." To a lad talking nonsense, he said, "The reason we have 2 ears and 1 mouth is so that we may hear more and talk less." Reclining in silence at a drinking party and asked the reason, he urged his critic to report to the king that there was someone present who knew how to keep silent. He was being questioned by some ambassadors from Ptolemy, and they wished to know what they should say about him to the king. When asked how he felt about abuse, he replied, "As an ambassador feels who is dismissed without an answer." Apollonius of Tyre says that when Crates tried to drag him away from Stilpo by his cloak, Zeno remarked, "Crates, the clever way to seize a philosopher is by his ears, so persuade me and drag me away by them, for if you use violence, my body will be with you, but my mind with Stilpo." According to Hippopotus, he also studied with Diodorus, with whom he worked hard at dialectic, and when he had made some progress, he would attend Polemon's lectures, so free was he of arrogance. Consequently, Polemon is reported to have said to him, "You do not escape me, Zeno, slipping in by the garden door, stealing my doctrines and clothing them in a Phoenician style." When a dialectician showed him 7 dialectical patterns in the Reaper argument, he asked how much he would charge for them. On hearing 100 drachmas, he gave the man 200, so devoted was he to learning. They say that he was the first to coin the word duty, and to write a treatise about it. He is also said to have rewritten Hesiod's lines as follows: "He is best of all who follows good advice. Noble, too, is the man who thinks up everything for himself." For he said that the man capable of listening well to what is said and applying it himself is superior to him who finds everything out for himself, for the latter has merely gained proper understanding, while he who has learned to take advice has also added proper conduct. When asked why, though austere, he relaxed at a drinking party, he said, "Lupins, too, are bitter, but when soaked they become sweet." Hecaton, too, in the 2nd book of his Anecdotes, says that Zeno relaxed at such gatherings. He used to say it was better to trip with one's feet than with one's tongue. He said that well-being is attained little by little, yet it is no little thing itself. Some attribute this saying to Socrates. His powers of endurance and the austerity of his way of life were unequalled. The food he ate was uncooked, and the cloak he wore was thin. Hence it was said of him, "Daunted not by winter's cold, by endless rain, by the heat of the sun, by sickness dire, shunning public feasts, never yielding, he cleaves to his studies day and night." In fact, the comic poets unwittingly praise him with their jokes. Philemon, for example, in his comedy Philosophers, says, "1 loaf, dried figs, a cup of water, for he propounds a novel philosophy. He teaches hunger and gets pupils." Some attribute these lines to Posidippus. Before long he became almost proverbial. At any rate, a saying about him ran as follows: "More temperate than Zeno the philosopher." Posidippus, too, in Men Transported, says, "So that for 10 days he seemed more master of himself than Zeno." For in truth he surpassed everyone in this aspect of virtue, and in dignity, and yes, by Zeus, in happiness. For he was 98 years old when he died, and he had kept healthy and free of illness to the end. Persius, however, in his ethical discourses, says that he died at 72, and that he came to Athens at 22. Apollonius says he led his school for 58 years. He died in the following way. As he was leaving the school, he tripped and broke his finger. Smiting the ground with his hand, he uttered the line from the Niobe, "I am coming. Why do you call for me?" and died instantly by stopping his breath. The Athenians buried him in the Ceramicus and honored him in the decrees cited above, adding their testimony of his excellence, and Antiphon of Sidon composed this epitaph for him: "Here lies renowned Zeno, dear to Citium, who scaled Olympus, not by piling Pelion on Ossa, nor by toiling at the labours of Heracles. To the stars he found the path, that of temperance alone." Zenodotus the Stoic, a student of Diogenes, wrote another: "You invented self-sufficiency, casting aside haughty wealth, noble Zeno, grey of brow. For you discovered a manly doctrine, and founded a school, a mother of fearless liberty. If Phoenicia was your native land, why should we bear a grudge? Came not Cadmus thence, who gave Greece her books and writing? And Athenaeus the epigrammatist speaks thus about the Stoics in general. You who are adepts in Stoic learning and have committed to your tablets the finest doctrines, teaching that the soul's virtue is the only good, for it alone protects the lives and cities of men, but pleasure of the flesh, an end adored by other men, only one of the daughters of memory attains. We have ourselves, in the Pametros, discussed the manner of Zeno's death. They say that Zeno of Citium died, weary of an old man's ills. He sought release by fasting. Others say that, stumbling one day, he beat the earth with his hand, crying, I am coming of my own accord. Why then do you call me? For there are some who give this account of his death. So much, then, concerning his death. Demetrius of Magnesia, in Men of the Same Name, says that Zeno's father, Nicaeus, being a trader, came often to Athens and brought home many books about Socrates for Zeno, who was still a boy. Thus, even in his native place, he got good training, and then, on reaching Athens, he attached himself to Crates. And it seems, he adds, that when the earlier philosophers were unsettled in their views, Zeno defined the goal of human life. They say he used to swear by the caper, just as Socrates swore by the dog. There are some, however, including Cassius the skeptic and his circle, who denounce Zeno on many grounds. They say, first of all, that he declared at the beginning of his Republic that general education is useless, and secondly, that all persons who are not good are enemies, foes, slaves, and alien to one another, parents to children, brothers to brothers, and kinsmen to kinsmen. Again, in the Republic, he claims that only the good are citizens, friends, kinsmen, and free, so that for the Stoics, parents and children are enemies, since they are not wise. Also in the Republic, he holds that wives should be held in common, and, at line 200, prohibits the building of temples, law courts, and gymnasia in cities. As for money, he writes as follows: We do not think money should be created, either for exchange or for travelling abroad. He also commands men and women to wear the same clothes, and to keep no part of the body entirely hidden. That the Republic is the work of Zeno is confirmed by Chrysippus in his work on the Republic. Zeno dealt with erotic matters at the beginning of his work entitled On the Art of Love, and writes similar things in his Talks. Such are the criticisms of him, found not only in Cassius, but also in the work of the orator Isidorus of Pergamon. Isidorus also says that the passages of which the Stoics disapproved were excised from his works by Athenodorus the Stoic, who was in charge of the library at Pergamon. These passages were restored when Athenodorus was detected and in danger of prosecution. So much concerning the passages of his work that were rejected as spurious. There have been 8 men named Zeno. The first was the Eleatic philosopher, of whom we will speak later. The second, our present subject. The third, a Rhodian who wrote a local history in 1 volume. The fourth, a historian who wrote about Pyrrhus' military expedition to Italy and Sicily, as well as an epitome of the achievements of Rome and Carthage. The fifth, a student of Chrysippus, who wrote few books, but left a great many students. The sixth, a doctor of the school of Herophilus, a competent thinker, though a poor writer. The seventh, a grammarian to whom epigrams, in addition to other works, are attributed. And the eighth, a native of Sidon, an Epicurean philosopher, lucid both in thought and in style. Of Zeno's many students, the following were renowned: Perseus, son of Demetrius of Citium, whom some say was Zeno's friend, others his servant, one of those sent to him by Antigonus to act as his scribe. He had served as a tutor to Antigonus' son, Halcyonius. One day, when Antigonus wished to test Perseus, he arranged for false news to be reported to him that his estate had been despoiled by enemies, and when Perseus' face fell, Antigonus said, "Don't you see that wealth is not an indifferent?" The books attributed to him include On Monarchy, the Spartan Constitution; On Marriage; On Impiety; Thyestes; On Love Affairs; Exhortations; Talks; Anecdotes, 4 books; Memoirs; Against Plato's Laws, 7 books; Ariston, son of Miltiades of Chios, who introduced the idea of indifference; Herillus of Chalcedon, who made knowledge the end; Dionysius, who converted to the doctrine of pleasure, for owing to his severe ophthalmia he hesitated to say that pain was a matter of indifference. He was a native of Heraclea; Spherus of Bosporus; Cleanthes, son of Phanias of Assos, who succeeded Zeno as head of the school. Zeno used to compare Cleanthes to hard wax tablets, which, though difficult to write on, retain what is written. Spherus became Cleanthes' student after Zeno's death. We will speak of him in the life of Cleanthes. The following men, according to Hippobotus, were also students of Zeno: Philonides of Thebes, Callippus of Corinth, Posidonius of Alexandria, Athenodorus of Soli, and Zeno of Sidon. I have decided to include in the life of Zeno a general account of all the Stoic doctrines, since he was the school's founder. I have given a list of his many works in which he has spoken as has no other Stoic. His doctrines in general are as follows. Let a summary account suffice, in accordance with our usual practice. They say that philosophical doctrine has 3 parts: the physical, the ethical, and the logical. Zeno of Citium was the first to divide it this way in his work On Reason. Chrysippus did the same in the first book of his work, On Reason, and in the first book of his Physics, as did Apollodorus Ephelus, in the first books of his introductions to the doctrines. Eudromus in his Elements of Ethics, Diogenes of Babylon, and Posidonius. These parts Apollodorus calls topics. Chrysippus and Eudromus call them species. Others call them genera. They compare philosophy to an animal, likening logic to the bones and sinews, ethics to the fleshier parts, and physics to the soul. Or again, they liken it to an egg. The outer parts are logic, the next parts are ethics, and the inmost parts are physics. Or to a fertile field, of which logic is the surrounding fence, ethics the fruit, and physics the land or the trees. Or to a city that is well fortified and governed according to reason. No part is separate from another, as some of the Stoics say. Instead, the parts are blended together, and they used to teach them in combination. Others present logic first, physics second, and ethics third. Among these are Zeno in his work On Reason, as well as Chrysippus, Archidemus, and Eudromus. For Diogenes of Ptolemais begins with ethics, Apollodorus puts ethics second, and Panesius and Posidonius begin with physics, as Phanias, a student of Posidonius, says in the first book of his work, Lectures of Posidonius. Cleanthes says that there are 6 parts: dialectic, rhetoric, ethics, politics, physics, and theology. But others, like Zeno of Tarsus, say that these are not parts of philosophical discourse, but of philosophy itself. Some say that the logical part is divided into two branches, rhetoric and dialectic, and some add a part concerned with definitions and another that deals with canons and criteria. But others eliminate the part concerned with definitions in an Excel. In an expository manner, and dialectic as the knowledge of how to discourse correctly in speeches conducted by question and answer. Hence they define it as the science of the true, the false, and that which is neither true nor false. They hold that rhetoric itself has three divisions: the deliberative, the forensic, and the panegyrical. It is divided into invention, phraseology, arrangement, and delivery. A rhetorical speech is divided into introduction, exposition, replies to opponents, and conclusion. Dialectic falls under two headings: what is signified and what is uttered. What is signified falls under these headings: impressions and the various things to which they give rise, the sayables that subsist from them consisting of propositions and other complete sayables, predicates and similar terms, active and passive, genera and species, as well as arguments, modes, syllogisms, and sophisms, due either to the subject matter or to what is uttered. These include liar arguments, truth-teller arguments, denier arguments, sorites arguments, related arguments, whether defective, insoluble, or valid, and veiled man arguments, horned arguments, nobody arguments, and reaper arguments. Dialectic also includes the above-mentioned topic of utterance, which encompasses written language and the parts of speech, and deals with solecisms, barbarisms, poetical speech, ambiguities, euphony, music, and, according to some writers, definitions, divisions, and expressions. They say that the study of syllogisms is highly useful, since it reveals what is demonstrable, and this contributes much to the correcting of doctrines, their orderly arrangement, and their retention in memory. It also indicates scientific comprehension. An argument is itself a framework made up of premises and a conclusion. A syllogism is an argument that derives its conclusion from these elements. Demonstration is an argument that infers things less well apprehended from things better apprehended. An impression is an imprint on the soul, its name appropriately borrowed from the imprints made in wax by a seal ring. Some impressions involve comprehension, others do not. The comprehending impression, which they say is the criterion of reality, is that which arises from an existing object and is imprinted and stamped in accordance with it. The uncomprehending impression is that which does not arise from an existing object, or, if it does not accord with it. It is neither clear nor distinct. Dialectic, they say, is indispensable and itself a virtue that encompasses other particular virtues. Freedom from rash judgment is the knowledge of when to give and withhold assent. Circumspection is a mental firmness with regard to the merely probable, so that one is not taken in by it. Irrefutability is strength in argument that prevents one from being brought over to the opposite side. Earnestness is a disposition to refer impressions to right reason. They say that knowledge itself is either an unerring comprehension or a disposition in the reception of impressions that cannot be altered by argument. They say that without the study of dialectic, the wise man will not be infallible in argument, for by means of it he will distinguish between truth and falsehood, and he will discern what is merely plausible and ambiguous. Without it, he will not be able to pose questions and give answers in a methodical manner. Rashness in judging affects what actually happens, and consequently, those who are not well trained in handling impressions tend to be disorderly and thoughtless. In no other way will the wise man show himself to be acute and quick-witted and generally adept in argument. For the same person will be able to converse well and to argue well and to speak to the point about the subject under discussion and to reply to questions. And these are the skills of a man versed in dialectic. This, then, in summary, is their logical teaching, and in order to give it in detail as well, let me now discuss the doctrines covered in their introductory handbook. Here I quote what Diogenes of Magnesia says in his Compendium of the Philosophers. The Stoics like to place first their account of impression and sense perception, given that the criterion by which the truth of things is known is classed as an impression, and given that the account of assent and that of apprehension and thought, while it precedes the rest, cannot be formulated apart from impression. For impression arises first, then thought, which is capable of discourse, articulates the subject's response to the impression. There is a difference between an impression and a figment, for a figment is the sort of fanciful thought that occurs in sleep, whereas an impression is the imprinting of something on the soul, that is, an alteration, as Chrysippus maintains in the second book of his work On the Soul. For the imprint should not be taken to be like that of a seal ring, since it is impossible for there to be many such imprints at the same time in the same place. The impression meant is that which comes from an existing object, and is imprinted, moulded, and stamped in conformity with the existing object, such as could not come from an object that did not exist. According to them, some impressions are sensory and others are not. The sensory are those apprehended through one or more sense organs. The non-sensory are those apprehended through thought, as is the case with incorporeal things and everything else that is apprehended by reason. Among sensory impressions, some arise from existing objects and are accompanied by yielding and assent, but some are illusions that arise, as if from existing objects. Among the impressions, some are rational and others non-rational. Those of rational creatures are rational. Those of non-rational creatures are non-rational. The rational impressions are processes of thought, while the non-rational have no name. And some impressions are technical, others non-technical. An image, at any rate, is viewed differently by a specialist and by a layman. According to the Stoics, the term sensation refers to 1. The breath that extends from the ruling part to the senses, 2. Apprehension by means of the senses, and 3. The equipment of the sense organs, which in certain persons is impaired. The activity of these organs is also called sensation. According to the Stoics, it is by sense that we grasp white and black, and rough and smooth, whereas it is by reason that we grasp the conclusions reached by demonstration. For example, the existence of the gods and their providence. For some, concepts are conceived by direct contact, some by resemblance, some by analogy, some by transposition, some by composition, and some by opposition. It is by direct contact that we conceive of sensory objects. By resemblance, we conceive of things that are recognized from something related, like Socrates from a picture of him. By analogy, we conceive of things sometimes by enlargement, as in the case of Titius and the Cyclops, sometimes by diminution, as in the case of the pygmy. And it is by analogy that the notion of the center of the earth arises on the basis of smaller spheres. By transposition, we conceive of things like eyes on the chest. By composition, we conceive of the hippocentaur. By opposition, we conceive of death. Some things are also conceived of by deduction, like sayables and place. The concept of something just and good arises by nature, and concepts may arise from deprivation, for example, the handless man. Such are their doctrines about impression, sensation, and thought. The criterion of truth, they say, is the comprehending impression, that is, the impression arising from an existing object, as Chrysippus says in the 12th book of his Physics, as do Antipater and Apollodorus. Boethus, on the other hand, admits additional criteria, namely intellect, sense perception, desire, and scientific knowledge. Chrysippus, contradicting himself in the first book of his work, On Reason, says that sense perception and preconception are the criteria. Preconception is an innate grasp of universals. Some of the older Stoics admit right reason as a criterion, as Posidonius says in his work on the criterion. In their theory of dialectic, most of them agree in taking voice as their starting point. Voice is a striking of the air, or the proper object of the sense of hearing, as Diogenes of Babylon says in his handbook on voice. The voice of an animal is a striking of air that arises from an impulse, whereas the voice of a human being is articulate, and, as Diogenes says, issues from thought. It reaches maturity at the age of 14. And according to the Stoics, voice is a body, as Archidemus says in his work on voice, as do Diogenes and Antipater, as well as Chrysippus in the 2nd book of his Physics. For everything that acts is a body, and voice acts when it reaches those who hear it from those who utter it. According to the Stoics, as Diogenes says, speech is vocal sound that can be committed to writing. For example, day. An assertion is a meaningful use of voice that issues from thought. For example, it is day. And dialect is speech that is stamped as belonging to the Greek world, as distinct from other nations. Or it is a variety peculiar to a particular region, that is to say, it has a certain linguistic quality. For example, one uses thalata in Attic or hemere in Ionic. The elements of speech are the 24 letters, but letter refers to 3 things: the phonetic element, the written character, and its name, for example, alpha. 7 of the letters are vowels: alpha, epsilon, eta, iota, omicron, upsilon, and omega. And there are 6 mutes: beta, gamma, delta, kappa, pi, and tau. Voice and speech differ in that voice includes mere noise, but speech must be articulate. Speech differs from assertion in that assertion always signifies something. Speech may be meaningless, like the word blituri, but an assertion cannot be. And making an assertion differs from giving utterance, for vocal sounds are uttered, but things meant are asserted, and it is these that are sayable. There are 5 parts of speech, as Diogenes says in his work on voice, as does Chrysippus: proper name, common noun, verb, conjunction, and article. Antipater, in his treatise on speech and meaning, also includes the adverb. A common noun, according to Diogenes, is a part of speech that signifies a common quality, like man, horse. A proper name is a part of speech that indicates a quality particular to an individual, like Diogenes, Socrates. A verb is a part of speech that signifies an uncompounded predicate, as Diogenes says, or as others define it, an indeclinable element of speech signifying that which can be linked to one or more subjects. For example, I write, or I speak. A conjunction is an indeclinable part of speech that coordinates the parts of speech. An article is a declinable part of speech that distinguishes the genders and numbers of nouns, like ho, he, to, hoi, hai, ta. There are 5 virtues of speech: pure Greek, clarity, conciseness, propriety, and distinction. Pure Greek is diction that is flawless grammatically and free of vulgar usage. Clarity is a style that presents what is thought in an intelligible way. Conciseness, a style that encompasses precisely what is necessary for elucidating the subject matter. Propriety lies in a style appropriate to the content. Distinction is a style that avoids banality. Among vices of style, barbarism is speech that violates the common usage of distinguished Greeks, while in a solecism, what is signified is incongruous. A poetical phrase, as Posidonius says in his elementary treatise on style, is one that possesses metre and rhythm and purposely avoids prose. An example of a rhythmical phrase is mightiest earth and Zeus sky. And if such poetical phraseology conveys meaning and includes a representation of matters divine and human, it is poetry. A definition, as Antipater says in the first book of his work on definitions, is an assertion corresponding precisely to its object, or, as Chrysippus says in his work on definitions, a rendering of what is distinctive. An outline is an assertion that introduces a topic in summary form, or that conveys the force of a term's meaning more simply than a definition does. A genus is a comprehensive class of several inseparable objects of thought, like animal, for this term includes all particular animals. A conception is a figment of thought, and though it is neither an actual something nor an actual attribute, it is a quasi-something and a quasi-attribute, like the image of a horse that arises in the absence of a horse. A species is what is comprised under a genus, as man is comprised under animal. The most generic thing of all is the genus that has no genus, like being, and the most specific thing of all is the species that has no species, like Socrates. Division is the dissection of a genus into its proximate species. For example, among the animals, some are rational and others non-rational. Division by dichotomy dissects the genus into species by contrary qualities, for example, by means of negation. Among the beings, some are good and others not good. Subdivision is the division of a division, as when we say, among the beings, some are good and others not good, and among the not good, some are bad and others indifferent. Partition, according to Diogenes, is the classification of genus into topics. For example, of the good things, some are mental and some are physical. Ambiguity occurs when an expression, properly and strictly and in accordance with the same usage, signifies two or more different things, so that at one and the same time the same expression can be taken in several different ways. For example, aule tris peptoki, for it can signify a house has fallen 3 times, aule tris peptoki, or a flute girl has fallen, auletris peptoki. Dialectic, as Posidonius says, is the branch of knowledge concerned with what is true, what is false, and what is neither false nor true. Chrysippus says that it is concerned with signifiers and things signified. This, then, is what the Stoics say in their theory of voice. To the topic of things in the sense of things signified is assigned the account of sayables, including those that are complete in themselves, as well as premises and syllogisms, and the account of incomplete expressions and predicates, both direct and reversed. By sayable, they mean what subsists in accordance with a rational impression. Among sayables, the Stoics say that some are complete and others incomplete. The incomplete ones are those that have an incomplete enunciation. For example, rights. For we inquire, who? The complete sayables are those in which the enunciation is complete. For example, Socrates writes. Hence, among incomplete sayables are ranged all predicates, whereas among the complete are ranged propositions, syllogisms, questions, and inquiries. The predicate is what is said of a subject, or a thing that is linked to one or more subjects, as Apollodorus and his followers say, or an incomplete sayable joined with a nominative case in order to generate a proposition. Among the predicates, some are happenings. For example, to sail through the rock. Some predicates are direct, some reversed, and still others neither. Direct predicates are constructed with one of the oblique cases to generate a predicate, like hears, sees, and converses with. Reversed predicates are constructed with the passive voice, like I am heard and I am seen. Some correspond to neither of these, such as thinks and walks. Reflexive predicates are those that, though classed among the reversed, are nevertheless activities of the subject, like has his hair cut, for he who has his hair cut includes himself in the activity. The oblique cases are the genitive, the dative, and the accusative. A proposition is that which is true or false, or a complete thing that can be affirmed on its own, as Chrysippus says in his dialectical definitions. A proposition is that which can be denied or affirmed on its own. For example, it is day, or Dion is walking. The word for proposition, axioma, comes from the verb axiosthe, which means to affirm or to deny. For one who says it is day seems to affirm that it is day, and if it is day, the proposition being advanced is true. If not, it is false. Propositions differ from questions, inquiries, imperatives, oaths, prayers, hypotheses, vocatives, and quasi-propositions. For a proposition is what we affirm when we speak, and is either true or false. A question is a thing that is complete in itself, like a proposition, but requiring an answer. For example, is it day? This is neither true nor false. Hence, "it is day" is a proposition, while "is it day" is a question. An inquiry is a thing to which one cannot reply with a gesture, as one can nod yes to a question. Instead, it requires an answer in words. He lives in such and such a place. An imperative is a thing we use when we give an order. For example, "As for you, go to the waters of Inachus." An oath is a thing. A vocative is a thing we use when addressing someone. For example, "Most glorious son of Atreus, Agamemnon, lord of men." A quasi-proposition is that which has the form of a proposition, but because of a heightened or emotional tone in one of its parts, falls outside the class of propositions. For example, "A thing of beauty is the Parthenon." "How like to Priam's sons is the cowherd." There is also a dubitative thing, different from a proposition, which one would use when at a loss. Can it be that life and pain are in some way akin? But questions, inquiries, and the like are neither true nor false, whereas propositions are always true or false. Among the propositions, some are simple, some non-simple, as the followers of Chrysippus, Archidemus, Athenodorus, Antipater, and Crinus say. Simple ones are those that do not consist of a doubled proposition or of more than one proposition. For example, "It is day." Non-simple ones are those that consist of a doubled proposition or of more than one proposition. Thus, they may consist of a doubled proposition. For example, "If it is day, it is day," or of more than one proposition. For example, "If it is day, it is light." Among the simple propositions are included the negative, the denying, the privative, the affirmative, the demonstrative, and the indefinite. Among the non-simple are included the conditional, the affirmative conditional, the conjunctive, the disjunctive, the causal, the comparative that indicates the more, and the comparative that indicates the less, and the negative. For example, "It is not day." A species of this is the double negative. By a double negative is meant the negation of a negative. For example, "It is not day," which posits that it is day. A denying proposition consists of a denying particle and a predicate. For example, "No one is walking." A privative proposition consists of a privative particle and a potentially complete proposition. For example, "This one is unkind." An affirmative proposition consists of a noun in the nominative case and a predicate. For example, "Dion is walking." A demonstrative proposition consists of a demonstrative in the nominative case and a predicate. For example, "This one is walking." An indefinite proposition consists of an indefinite particle or indefinite particles and a predicate. For example, "Someone is walking," and "he is in motion." Among the non-simple propositions, a conditional, as Chrysippus says in his Dialectics and Diogenes in his Art of Dialectic, is constructed by means of the conditional conjunction if. This conjunction declares that the second follows from the first. For example, "If it is day, it is light." An affirmative conditional, as Crinus says in his Art of Dialectic, is one that is linked by the conjunction since, and that consists of an antecedent proposition and a consequential proposition. For example, "Since it is day, it is light." The conjunction declares both that the second follows from the first, and that the first is true. A conjunctive proposition is one that is conjoined by certain coordinating conjunctions. For example, both "it is day" and "it is light." A disjunctive proposition is one that is disjoined by the disjunctive conjunction either. For example, either it is day or it is night. This conjunction declares that one or the other of the propositions is false. A causal proposition is one constructed by means of the conjunction because. For example, because it is day, it is light. For the first is, as it were, the cause of the second. The comparative proposition indicating the more is constructed with the conjunction that indicates more, and with than placed between the propositions. For example, it is more day than it is night. The proposition that indicates the less is the opposite of the preceding one. For example, it is less night than it is day. Furthermore, among the propositions, some are opposed to one another with respect to truth and falsehood, where one is the negative of the other. For example, the propositions, it is day and it is not day. A conditional proposition is true if the contradictory of its consequent conflicts with its antecedent. For example, if it is day, it is light. This is true, for the opposite of the conclusion, namely, it is not light, conflicts with it is day. A conditional proposition is false if the contradictory of its consequent does not conflict with its antecedent. For example, if it is day, Dion is walking. For the proposition, Dion is not walking, does not conflict with it is day. An affirmative conditional is true if it has a true antecedent. For example, since it is day, the sun is over the earth. It is false if it has a false antecedent or an invalid consequent. For example, since it is night, Dion is walking, if this is said when it is day. A true causal proposition is one that reasons from a true antecedent to something that follows, but whose antecedent does not follow from the consequent. For example, because it is day, it is light. For it is light follows from it is day, but it is day does not follow from it is light. A false causal proposition is one that either has a false antecedent or reasons to a consequent that does not follow, or has an antecedent that follows from the consequent. For example, because it is night, Dion is walking. A persuasive proposition is one that is conducive to assent. For example, if someone gave birth to something, she is the mother of that thing. This is false, for the hen is not the mother of an egg. Furthermore, some propositions are possible, others impossible, and some are necessary, others non-necessary. A proposition is possible if it admits of being true, provided that external factors do not oppose its being true. For example, Diogenes is alive. A proposition is impossible if it does not admit of being true. For example, the earth flies. The necessary proposition is that which, besides being true, does not admit of being false, or does admit of being false, but external factors oppose its being false. For example, virtue is beneficial. The non-necessary is that which is both true and capable of being false if there are no external factors to prevent it from being false. For example, Dion is walking. A reasonable proposition is one that has more chances of being true than not. For example, I will be alive tomorrow. And there are other differences among propositions, and transformations of them from true to false, and conversions, which we will describe in broad terms. An argument, as Aquinas and his followers say, consists of a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. For example, if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore it is light. The major premise is, if it is day, it is light. The minor premise is, but it is day. The conclusion is, therefore it is light. A mode is a sort of outline for an argument. For example, if the first, the second, but the first, therefore the second. A mode argument is a combination of the two. For example, if Plato is alive, Plato breathes, but the first, therefore the second. The mode argument was introduced so that in lengthy systems of arguments we need not repeat the minor premise, if it is long, and then the conclusion, but may draw the conclusion succinctly. The first, therefore the second. Of arguments, some are invalid, others are valid. The invalid are those where the contradictory of the conclusion does not conflict with the conjunction of the premises. For example, if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore Dion is walking. Of valid arguments, some are called valid after the entire class, others are called syllogistic. Syllogistic arguments are those that are either indemonstrable or reducible to the indemonstrables by one or more of the rules of reduction. For example, if Dion is walking, Dion is moving, but Dion is walking, therefore Dion is moving. Arguments that are valid in the specific sense are those that reach a conclusion, but not syllogistically. For example, it is false that it is day and that it is night. It is day, therefore it is not night. Non-syllogistic arguments are those that plausibly resemble syllogistic arguments, but do not reach valid conclusions. For example, if Dion is a horse, Dion is an animal. Therefore, Dion is not an animal. Furthermore, some arguments are true, others false. True arguments reach their conclusions by means of true premises. For example, if virtue is beneficial, vice is harmful, but virtue is beneficial, therefore vice is harmful. False arguments are those that have falsehood in their premises or are invalid. For example, if it is day, it is light, but it is day, therefore Dion is alive. There are also possible, impossible, necessary, and non-necessary arguments. Certain arguments are also called indemonstrable because they require no demonstration. The lists of them vary from author to author. In Chrysippus there are 5, by means of which every argument is constructed. These are used in valid arguments, syllogisms, and mode arguments. The first indemonstrable is that in which the entire argument is constructed from a conditional, and the antecedent of the conditional with its consequent as conclusion. For example, if the first, the second, but the first, therefore the second. The second indemonstrable is constructed from a conditional and the contradictory of the consequent, and concludes with the contradictory of the antecedent. For example, if it is day, it is light, but it is not light, therefore it is not day. For the minor premise is formed from the contradictory of the consequent, and the conclusion from the contradictory of the antecedent. The third indemonstrable is that which, through a negative conjunction and one of the conjuncts, concludes with the contradictory of the other conjunct. For example, it is not the case that Plato is dead and Plato is alive, but Plato is dead, therefore Plato is not alive. The fourth indemonstrable uses a disjunctive proposition and one of the two disjuncts, and concludes with the contradictory of the other disjunct. For example, either the first or the second, but the first, therefore not the second. The fifth indemonstrable is the one in which every argument is constructed from a disjunctive proposition and the contradictory of one of the disjuncts, and concludes with the other disjunct. For example, either it is day or it is night, but it is not night, therefore it is day. A truth follows from a truth, according to the Stoics, as it is light follows from it is day, and a falsehood follows from a falsehood, as it is dark follows from it is night, if the latter is false. And a truth follows from a falsehood, as the earth exists follows from the earth flies. But a falsehood does not follow from a truth, for the earth flies does not follow from the earth exists. There are also certain insoluble arguments: the veiled man, the concealed men, the sorites, the horned men, and the nobodies. The veiled runs as follows: it is not true that two are few, but that three are not so likewise. And it is not true that two or three are few, but four are not so, and so on, up to 10. But two are few, therefore so are 10. The nobody argument is a conditional argument that consists of an indefinite and a definite antecedent, with a minor premise and a conclusion. For example, if somebody is here, it is not true that he is in Rhodes, but somebody is here, therefore it is not true that somebody is in Rhodes. Such, then, is the logic of the Stoics, by which they firmly establish that the wise man is always a dialectician. For all things are discerned by means of logical study, whether they belong to the domain of physics or, in turn, to that of ethics. One need not speak of its utility for logic. Likewise, with regard to the correct use of terms and how laws have regulated actions, one would not know how to speak without dialectic. Moreover, of the two practices included under dialectical virtue, the one considers what each thing is, and the other what it is called. So much for their logic. They divide the ethical part of philosophy into topics: impulse, things good and bad, passions, virtue, the goal and highest value, actions, duties, exhortations, and dissuasions. This is the subdivision adopted by Chrysippus, Archidemus, Zeno of Tarsus, Apollodorus, Diogenes, Antipater, and Posidonius. Zeno of Citium and Cleanthes, as might be expected of earlier philosophers, treated the subject less elaborately, but they did subdivide logic and physics. They say that an animal's first impulse is to preserve itself, because nature, from the start, makes the animal attached to itself, as Chrysippus states in the first book of his work On Goals, where he says that for every animal the first thing that belongs to it is its own constitution and its consciousness thereof. For it is not likely that nature would estrange the animal from itself, nor that she would create it, and then neither estrange it from itself, nor make it attached to itself. Accordingly, we are left to conclude that nature, in constituting the animal, made the animal attached to itself, for in this way it repels what is harmful and pursues what is appropriate. What some people say, namely that the primary impulse of animals has pleasure as its object, the Stoics claim is false, for they say that pleasure, if it is actually felt, is a byproduct that arises only after nature, by itself, has sought and found what is suitable to the animal's constitution. It is in this way that animals frolic and plants bloom. They say that nature made no distinction between plants and animals, since she regulates the latter as well as the former without impulse and sensation, and even in us certain processes are plant-like. When, in the case of animals, impulse is added, by means of which they pursue what is appropriate for them, then for them what is natural is to be governed by impulse. And when reason, as a more perfect authority, has been bestowed on rational beings, then for them what is natural and proper is to be governed by reason. For reason, like a craftsman, overrides impulse. This is why Zeno, in his work on human nature, said that the goal is to live in harmony with nature, which means to live according to virtue, for nature leads us to virtue. Likewise Cleanthes in his work on pleasure, and Posidonius and Hecaton in their works on goals. Again, to live according to virtue is equivalent to living according to the experience of natural events, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his work on goals. For our natures are parts of the nature of the universe. This is why the goal becomes to live according to nature, that is, according to our own nature and that of the universe, doing nothing that is customarily forbidden by the common law, which is the right reason that pervades all things and is identical with Zeus, who governs all beings. And this very thing constitutes the virtue and smooth current of the happy life, when everything is done in light of the harmonious accord of each man's guardian spirit with the will of him who governs the universe. Thus, Diogenes explicitly states that the goal is to act rationally in the selection of that which accords with nature, while Archidemus says that the goal is to live in the performance of all one's duties. The nature according to which one should live, Chrysippus takes to be both universal nature and, in particular, human nature. Cleanthes, however, holds that it is only the universal nature that should be followed, and not that of the particular. Virtue, according to them, is a harmonious disposition, and should be chosen for its own sake, not out of fear or hope, or with reference to anything external. And happiness lies in virtue, since virtue is the state of mind that makes the whole of life harmonious. But the rational being is distorted in some instances by the persuasiveness of external realities, in others by communication with his companions, for nature's starting points are never distorted. Virtue in a general sense is, for every object, a certain perfection, for example, that of a statue. A virtue may be non-intellectual, for example, health, or intellectual, for example, prudence. Hecaton, in the first book of his work on virtues, says that some virtues are scientific and intellectual, namely those that have a structure of theoretical principles, for example, prudence and justice. Non-intellectual are those that are conceived by extension from the former, for example, health and strength. For health accompanies and is coextensive with the intellectual virtue of temperance, just as strength results from the building of an arch. They are called non-intellectual because they do not entail the mind's assent, but supervene on it and occur even in base men, for example, health or courage. A proof that virtue exists, says Posidonius in the first book of his treatise on ethics, is the fact that Socrates and Diogenes and Antisthenes made moral progress, and the existence of vice is proved by the fact that it is the opposite of virtue. That it can be taught, virtue I mean, is stated by Chrysippus in the first book of his work on the goal, and by Cleanthes, and by Posidonius in his exhortations, and by Hecaton. That it can be taught is clear from the fact that base men become good. Pernicius divides virtue into two kinds, theoretical and practical. Others distinguish three kinds, logical, physical, and ethical. Posidonius posits four divisions, and Cleanthes, Chrysippus, and Antipater even more. Apollophanes, on the other hand, posits only one, namely wisdom. Some virtues are primary, others subordinate to these. The following are primary: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Species of these are magnanimity, self-control, endurance, quick-wittedness, and good counsel. They define wisdom as knowledge of things good and bad, and of things neither good nor bad, and courage as knowledge of what should be chosen, what should be avoided, and what should be neither chosen nor avoided. Justice, magnanimity, they define as the knowledge or habit that makes one superior to whatever happens, whether good or evil. Self-control as a disposition not to be overpowered where right reason is concerned, or a habit that is not compromised by pleasures. Endurance as a knowledge or habit regarding what to adhere to and what not to adhere to, and what is indifferent. Quick-wittedness as a habit that immediately discovers what ought to be done, and good counsel as knowledge that enables us to examine what to do and how to act expediently. Likewise with vices, some are primary, others subordinate to these. Thus, folly, cowardice, injustice, and intemperance are primary, while lack of self-control, slow-wittedness, and ill-advisedness are subordinate to these. They hold that vices are ignorance of the things of which the virtues constitute knowledge. Good, in general, is that from which something beneficial comes, and specifically something that is either identical with or not different from benefit. Hence, virtue itself and that which participates in it are said to be good in three senses, as being 1. The source of the benefit, or 2. The manner of the benefit, that is, the virtuous action, or 3. The agent of the benefit, that is, the good man who participates in virtue. A different specific definition of the good is the natural perfection of a rational being as such. That is, what virtue is like, as are also the participants in virtue, namely virtuous actions and virtuous persons. Its byproducts include joy, cheerfulness, and the like. In the same way, vices comprise either folly, cowardice, injustice, and the like, or the participants in vice, comprising vicious actions and inferior persons. Their byproducts include despondency, anxiety, and the like. Furthermore, some goods are goods of the soul, others are external, and still others are neither of the soul nor external. Goods of the soul include virtues and virtuous actions. External goods include having a good country and a good friend and their prosperity. The goods that are neither of the soul nor external include being good and happy in oneself. Among vices, likewise, some are of the soul, namely vices and vicious actions. Others are external, namely having a foolish country and a foolish friend and their unhappiness. And still others are neither of the mind nor external, such as to be base and unhappy in oneself. Furthermore, some goods are final, others instrumental, and still others both final and instrumental. Thus, a friend and the benefits derived from him are instrumental goods, while confidence, high spirits, liberty, delight, cheerfulness, freedom from pain, and every virtuous action are final. The virtues are goods both instrumental and final. Insofar as they cause happiness, they are instrumental goods, and insofar as they fulfill it, so that they are parts of it, they are final. Similarly, some bad things are final, others instrumental, and still others both final and instrumental. One's enemy and the harms one suffers from him are instrumental, but consternation, abasement, slavishness, lack of enjoyment, despondency, profound grief, and every vicious action are final. The vices are both instrumental and final, since insofar as they cause unhappiness, they are instrumental, but insofar as they fulfill it, and thus are parts of it, they are final. Of goods of the soul, some are habits, others are dispositions, and still others are neither habits nor dispositions. The virtues are dispositions, while occupations are habits, and activities neither dispositions nor habits. And in general, there are mixed goods, for example, having good children and a good old age, whereas knowledge is a simple good. And some goods are permanent, like the virtues, while others, like joy and the exercise of walking, are not. Every good is expedient, binding, profitable, useful, serviceable, beautiful, beneficial, desirable, and just. Beneficial because it brings the sorts of things by which we are benefited when they occur. Binding because it connects things together when this is needed. Profitable because it repays what is spent on it, with the result that the yield from the transaction exceeds the amount expended. Useful because it makes available the use of something beneficial. Serviceable because it produces a praiseworthy utility. Beautiful because it is proportionate to the use made of it. Beneficial because by its very nature it confers a benefit. Desirable because it is such that to choose it is reasonable. And just because it is in harmony with law and instrumental to social life. They say that the perfect good is beautiful because it encompasses all the elements sought by nature, or is perfectly proportioned. There are 4 species of the beautiful, namely the just, the courageous, the orderly, and the knowledgeable. For it is under these forms that beautiful actions are achieved. Similarly, there are 4 species of the ugly, namely the unjust, the cowardly, the disorderly, and the foolish. By the beautiful is meant, in a unitary sense, that which renders its possessors praiseworthy. In another sense, it implies a natural aptitude for one's proper function, and in yet another sense, the beautiful is that which adorns anything, as when we say that only the wise man is good and beautiful. They say that only the beautiful is good, as Hecaton says in the 3rd book of his work on goods, and Chrysippus in his work on the beautiful, and that the beautiful consists of virtue, and that which participates in virtue. This is equivalent to saying that every good is beautiful, and that the good is the equivalent of the beautiful, which comes to the same thing. For it is beautiful because it is good, and it is beautiful, therefore it is good. They think that all goods are equal, and that every good is desirable in the highest degree, and admits of neither slackening nor intensification. They say that some existing things are goods, others bads, and still others neither of these. The virtues, namely wisdom, justice, courage, temperance, and the like, are goods, whereas their opposites, namely folly, injustice, and the like, are bads. Neither good nor bad are all things that neither benefit nor harm, such as life, health, pleasure, physical attractiveness, strength, wealth, good reputation, and good birth. Their opposites include death, disease, pain, ugliness, weakness, poverty, ignominy, low birth, and the like, as Hecaton says in the 7th book of his work On the Goal, as do Apollodorus in his Ethics and Chrysippus. For they maintain that these former things are not goods, but are indifferents in the category of preferred things. For just as the property of hot is to warm, not to cool, so benefiting, not harming, is the property of good. But wealth and health do no more harm than good, and thus neither wealth nor health is a good. Furthermore, they say, that is not good which can be put to both good use and bad. But wealth and health can be put to both good use and bad. Therefore, wealth and health are not goods. Posidonius, however, says that these things are also included among goods. But Hecaton, in the 9th book of his work on goods, and Chrysippus, in his work on pleasure, deny that pleasure is a good. For there are also shameful pleasures, and nothing shameful is good. To benefit is to set in motion or to maintain in accordance with virtue, whereas to harm is to set in motion or maintain in accordance with vice. Indifferent has two meanings. In one sense, it signifies the things that contribute neither to happiness nor unhappiness, like wealth, fame, health, strength, and the like. For it is possible to be happy even without these things, though depending on how they are used, they contribute to happiness or unhappiness. But in another sense, indifferent signifies things that excite neither impulse nor aversion, as is the case with having an odd or even number of hairs on one's head, or with extending or bending one's finger. But it was not in this sense that the things mentioned above are called indifferent, since they are able to excite impulse and aversion. This is why some of the indifferent things are selected and others rejected, whereas indifference in the other sense provides no grounds for choosing or avoiding. Of indifferent things they say that some are preferred, others rejected. The preferred have value, whereas the rejected lack value. Value they define in the first place as anything that contributes to the harmonious life, a property that characterizes every good, but secondly as some intermediate faculty or usefulness that contributes to life according to nature, which is the same as saying the value brought by wealth or health to the life in accordance with nature. A third sense of value is the appraiser's value, which is determined by someone conversant with the facts, as when it is said that wheat is exchanged for barley at the rate of 3 measures for 2. Thus, the preferred things are those that have value. For example, among mental qualities, natural ability, skill, moral progress, and the like. Among bodily qualities, life, health, strength, good condition, soundness, physical attractiveness, and the like. Among external things, wealth, fame, noble birth, and the like. Rejected things include, among mental qualities, lack of ability, lack of skill, and the like. Among bodily qualities, death, disease, weakness, poor condition, maiming, ugliness, and the like. Among external things, poverty, ignominy, low birth, and the like. Those things that belong to neither class are neither preferred nor rejected. Of the preferred things, some are preferred for their own sake, others for the sake of something else, and still others both for their own sake and the sake of something else. Things preferred for their own sake include natural ability, moral progress, and the like. Things preferred for the sake of something else include wealth, noble birth, and the like. Things preferred both for their own sake and for the sake of something else include strength, quick sensibility, and soundness. Things are preferred for their own sake because they accord with nature. Things are preferred for the sake of something else because they secure considerable utility. Likewise, conversely, with things that are rejected. They apply the term duty to an action that, when done, can be defended on reasonable grounds, such as its consistency with life, and this extends to plants and animals as well, for duties can also be discerned with respect to plants and animals. The term duty, katikon, was used first by Zeno, and is derived from katatina heikien, that is, incumbent on so-and-so. It is an activity inherently appropriate to natural arrangements, for of actions prompted by impulse, some are appropriate, others the reverse, and still others neither the one nor the other. Actions belonging to duty are those that reason prescribes our doing, as is the case with honouring one's parents, brothers, country, and spending time with one's friends. Actions contrary to duty are those that reason forbids, for example, neglecting one's parents, ignoring one's brothers, being out of sympathy with one's friends, disregarding one's country, and the like. Actions neither belonging to duty nor contrary to it are those that reason neither prescribes our doing nor forbids, such as picking up a twig, holding a stylus or a scraper, and the like. Some actions belong to duty regardless of circumstances, while others are conditioned by circumstances. Actions belonging to duty, regardless of circumstances, include taking care of one's health and sense organs, and the like. Actions conditioned by circumstances include maiming oneself and sacrificing one's property. The same distinctions apply for actions contrary to duty. Some actions always belong to duty, and some not always. It always belongs to duty to live in accordance with virtue, whereas it does not always belong to duty to ask questions and answer, to walk about, and the like. The same reasoning applies to actions contrary to duty, and there are duties in intermediate matters as well, such as the obligation of boys to obey their attendants. They say that the soul has 8 parts: the 5 senses, the vocal part, the thinking part, which is the mind itself, and the generative part. And distortion which arises from falsehoods afflicts the mind. From this distortion arise many passions, which are causes of instability. Passion, according to Zeno, is the irrational and unnatural motion of the soul, or an excessive impulse. The most dominant passions, as Hecaton says in the 2nd book of his work on passions, and Zeno in his work of the same name, consist of 4 classes: pain, fear, desire, and pleasure. They think that the passions are judgments, as Chrysippus says in his work on passions, for greed is a presumption that money is something beautiful, and the case is similar for drunkenness, licentiousness, and the others. They say that pain is an irrational contraction. Its species are pity, envy, jealousy, rivalry, heavy-heartedness, annoyance, chagrin, anguish, and confusion. Pity is a pain felt for someone whose suffering is undeserved. envy, a pain felt when others have good things, jealousy, a pain felt when others have things one wants oneself, rivalry, a pain felt when others have things one has oneself, heavy-heartedness, a pain that weighs us down, annoyance, a pain that cramps and confines us, chagrin, a lingering and intensifying pain occasioned by brooding, anguish, a pain that saps our energy, and confusion, an irrational, gnawing pain that prevents us from comprehending the present situation. Fear is the expectation of something bad. The forms of fear include terror, shrinking, shame, shock, panic, and dread. Terror is a fear that produces fright. Shame is fear of a bad reputation. Shrinking is a fear of future action. Shock is a fear caused by the appearance of something unusual. Panic is a fear accompanied by a sudden sound, and dread is a fear of the unknown. Desire is an irrational yearning. Under this heading are included craving, hatred, contentiousness, anger, erotic passion, wrath, and temper. Craving is a desire that is frustrated and, as it were, separated from its object, yet vainly attracted to and straining for it. Hatred is a growing and persistent desire that things go badly for someone. Contentiousness is a desire to get the better of someone. Anger is the desire to take revenge on one who is thought to have inflicted an undeserved injury. Erotic passion is a desire that does not arise in virtuous men, for it is an impulse to form a relationship on account of physical attractiveness. Wrath is a long, simmering and vengeful anger that is awaiting its opportunity, as is illustrated in these lines. Even for the one day he swallows his wrath, yet he nurses resentment until he satisfies it. Temper is anger at an early stage. Pleasure is an irrational elation at obtaining what seems to be desirable. Under it are ranged enchantment, spite, delight, and rapture. Enchantment is pleasure that charms the ear. Spite is pleasure at another's misfortunes. Delight, terpsis, is, as it were, a turning, trepsis, a propensity of the soul to slackness, and rapture is a dissolving of virtue. And just as there are said to be certain infirmities in the body, like gout and arthritis, so too in the soul there are love of fame, love of pleasure, and the like. For an infirmity is a disease accompanied by weakness, and disease is a notion about something that seems very desirable. And just as in the body there are certain predispositions to disease, such as colds and diarrhea, so too in the soul there are bad tendencies, such as resentment, sentimentality, quarrelsomeness, and the like. There are also 3 good states of feeling, namely joy, caution, and wishing. They say that joy is the opposite of pleasure, being a rational elation, and caution the opposite of fear, being a rational avoidance. For the wise man will never feel fear, though he will be cautious. They say that wishing is the opposite of desire, being a rational yearning. And just as under the primary passions are grouped subordinate ones, so too with the good states of feeling. Under wishing are grouped kindness, goodwill, affection, and warmth. Under caution, respect and purity. And under joy, delight, merriment, and cheerfulness. They say that the wise man is free of passion because he is not disposed to it, but the base man is also free of passion in the sense that he is callous and uncompromising, And the wise man is free of vanity, for he is equally indifferent to good and bad reputation. But there is another kind of freedom from vanity, namely heedlessness, which characterizes the base man. And they say that all good men are austere, because they neither engage in social relations for the sake of pleasure, nor tolerate those who do. The term austere is also applied to another type of man, in the same sense that wine is said to be austere when it is used medicinally, and not at all for the pleasure of drinking. The good aim genuinely and vigilantly for their own improvement by making a practice of concealing base things and bringing to light whatever is good. They are unpretentious, for they have stripped pretense from their voice and appearance. They are not overly busy, for they avoid doing anything that is contrary to duty. They will drink in moderation, but will never get drunk, nor will they go crazy. Nevertheless, they will sometimes, because of melancholy or delirium, experience strange impressions, not of things rationally desirable, but contrary to nature. The wise man will not be afflicted by grief, since grief is an irrational contraction of the soul, as Apollodorus says in his Ethics. The good are also divine, for they have in themselves a kind of divinity. The base man, on the other hand, is godless. Yet godless has two senses. In one, it denotes the man who speaks against God. In the other, the man who scorns the divine altogether. In the latter sense, the word does not apply to every base man. The good are also God-fearing, for they are conversant with the customs that concern the gods, and piety is knowledge of how to serve the gods. Moreover, they will sacrifice to the gods, and they keep themselves pure by avoiding offences against the gods. And the gods approve of them, for they are pious and just with regard to the divine. And only the wise are priests, since they have engaged in the study of sacrifices, shrines, purifications, and all the other matters pertaining to the gods. They hold that parents and brothers should be honoured in the second place after the gods. They say that affection for one's children is natural to the good and unnatural to the base. They believe that all mistakes are equal, as Chrysippus says in the 4th book of his Ethical Researches, as do Persius and Zeno. For if one truth is not more true than another, then neither is one falsehood more false than another. So one deceit is no more deceitful than another, and no mistake more mistaken than another. For just as the man who is 100 stades from Canopus and the man who is 1 stade away are both not in Canopus, so too one whose mistake is greater and one whose mistake is lesser are both not on the right path. But Heraclides of Tarsus, the follower of Antipater of Tarsus and Athenodorus, hold that mistakes are not equal. They say that the wise man will take part in politics if nothing prevents him, as Chrysippus says in the 1st book of his work on Ways of Life, since he will restrain vice and promote virtue. And he will marry, as Zeno says in the Republic, and beget children. Furthermore, the wise man will not hold mere opinions, that is, he will assent to nothing that is false. And he will live like a cynic, since the cynic way of life is a shortcut to virtue, as Apollodorus says in his Ethics. And he will even taste human flesh under stress of circumstances. He alone is a free man, whereas the base are slaves. For freedom is the power to act independently, and servitude is the deprivation of one's power to do so. There is another form of slavery that consists in subordination, and a third that implies both possession of the slave and his subordination. Its relative is despotism, which is also base. They hold that the wise are not only free, but are also kings, kingship being authority that is not held accountable, which only the wise are qualified to wield, as Chrysippus says in his work on Zeno's proper use of terms. For he says that the ruler must be knowledgeable about what is good and bad, and no base man understands these things. Similarly, only the wise are fit to be magistrates, judges, and orators, whereas none of the base are. Furthermore, the wise are infallible, since they are not likely to make mistakes. They cause no harm, for they harm neither others nor themselves. They are not merciful, nor do they forgive anyone, for they do not mitigate the penalties imposed by the laws, since leniency and pity, and even fairness itself, are the vapidity of a soul that would substitute kindness for punishment. Nor do they consider punishments too severe. What is more, the wise man does not marvel at things that seem incredible, like Charon's vapor-filled caverns, ebbs of the tide, hot springs, and eruptions of fire. They hold that the good man will not live in solitude, for he is suited by nature for society and for action. He will also submit to training for the sake of physical endurance. The wise man, they say, will pray and ask for good things from the gods, as Posidonius says in the first book of his work on duties, and Hecaton in the third book of his work on paradoxes. They hold that friendship exists only among the good by reason of their similarity. They say that friendship is a sharing of all that pertains to life, since we treat our friends as we treat ourselves. They hold that the friend is desirable for his own sake, and that having many friends is a good thing. Among the base, on the other hand, there is no friendship, nor does any base man have a friend. They also hold that all foolish men are insane, given that they are not prudent and do everything under the influence of the madness that is the equivalent of folly. The wise man does everything well, just as we say that Ismenias plays all the flute tunes well, and everything belongs to the wise, since the law has granted them an all-encompassing authority. On the other hand, certain things are said to belong to the base, in the same way that things are said to belong to the unjust man. In one sense, we say that things belong to the city, in another sense, to those who use them. They say that the virtues follow one from another, and that the possessor of one is the possessor of all. For their underlying principles are shared, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his work on virtues, Apollodorus in Natural Philosophy of the Ancient School, and Hecaton in the third book of his work on virtues. The virtuous man possesses both the theory and practice of what should be done. There are things that must be done, and chosen, and endured, and abided by, and distributed, and consequently, if one does some things by choosing, and some by enduring, and some by distributing, and some by standing firm, then he is wise and brave and just and temperate. Each of the virtues has its own particular province, as, for example, courage is concerned with what should be endured, prudence with what should be done or not be done, and with what falls under neither category. Similarly, each of the other virtues is concerned with its own proper sphere. Good counsel and understanding follow from prudence, discipline and orderliness from temperance, impartiality and fairness from justice, and constancy and vigour from courage. They hold that there is nothing in between virtue and vice, whereas the Peripatetics say that between virtue and vice there is moral progress. For according to the Stoics, just as a piece of wood must be either straight or crooked, so a man must be either just or unjust. not more just or more unjust, and likewise with the other virtues. And Chrysippus holds that virtue can be lost, whereas Cleanthes says that it cannot be lost, the former maintaining that it can be lost as a result of drunkenness and melancholy, the latter that it cannot, owing to the virtuous person's firm cognitions. And virtue is worth choosing for its own sake. We are ashamed, at any rate, of our bad conduct, as if we knew that only the honourable is good. They hold that virtue is sufficient for happiness, as Zeno says, and Chrysippus in the first book of his work on virtues, and Hecaton in the second book of his work on goods. For if magnanimity by itself, he says, can make us superior to everything, though it is only one part of virtue, then virtue too is sufficient for happiness, in that it despises all things that seem troublesome. Yet Panesius and Posidonius say that virtue is not self-sufficient, claiming that strength, health, and material resources are also needed. They maintain that virtue is in use constantly, as Cleanthes says, for virtue cannot be lost, and the good man always makes use of a mind that is in perfect condition. They say that justice is natural and not conventional, as are the law and right reason, as Chrysippus says in his work on the honourable. They think that disagreement is not a reason for abandoning philosophy, since by that argument one would abandon life altogether, as Posidonius says in his exhortations. Chrysippus even holds that the standard educational curriculum is useful. What is more, they believe that there is no justice between us and the other animals because of our dissimilarity, as Chrysippus says in the first book of his work on justice, and Posidonius in the first book of his work on duty. The wise man will fall in love with the young men who by their appearance reveal their natural aptitude for virtue, as Zeno says in the Republic, Chrysippus in the first book of his work on ways of life, and Apollodorus in his Ethics. Love is an impulse to form a relationship on account of physical attractiveness, and it aims not at intercourse but at friendship. They say that Thrasonides, at any rate, though he had his mistress in his power, abstained from her because she hated him. Therefore, love aims at friendship, as Chrysippus says in his work on love, and is not reprehensible. They say that youthful beauty is the flower of virtue. Of the three kinds of life, the contemplative, the practical, and the rational, they say that the third is to be chosen, for the rational animal was purposely made by nature for contemplation and action. They say that the wise man will, for a good reason, end his own life, both on behalf of his country and on behalf of his friends, or if he is suffering unbearable pain, mutilation, or incurable disease. They hold that wives should be held in common among the wise, so that anyone might have intercourse with any woman, as Zeno says in the Republic, and Chrysippus in On the Republic, as well as Diogenes the Cynic and Plato. We will show a father's love to all children equally, and the jealousy occasioned by adultery will be eliminated. The best form of government is a combination of democracy, monarchy, and aristocracy. Such are the statements they make in their ethical doctrines, and there are many more, together with their appropriate proofs. Let this suffice as our summary and elementary account. They divide their account of nature into the following topics: bodies, principles, elements, gods, limits, place, and void. This is a division into species. The generic division is into three topics: the universe, the elements, and causation. The topic concerned with the universe they divide into two parts, for in one branch of it the mathematicians also share when they ask questions about the fixed stars and the planets. For example, whether the sun is as large as it appears, and likewise the moon, and about rotational motion, and similar questions. But there is another branch of the study of the universe that belongs exclusively to the natural philosophers, the one in which they investigate what the substance of the universe is, whether the world was created or is uncreated, whether it is animate or not, whether it is destructible or indestructible, whether it is governed by providence, and so forth. The topic concerned with causation also has two branches. In one of its branches, medical inquiries have a share, the one in which they investigate the ruling principle of the soul, psychological processes, seeds, and the like. The second part is also claimed by the scientists, the one in which they investigate how we see, what causes the image in the mirror, and the origin of clouds, thunder, rainbows, halos, comets, and the like. They hold that there are two principles of the universe, the active and the passive. The passive principle is unqualified substance, namely matter, while the active principle is the reasoning power in it, namely God. For the latter, being eternal, fabricates every single thing throughout the entirety of matter. This doctrine is posited by Zeno of Citium in his work on substance, Cleanthes in his work on atoms, Chrysippus near the end of the first book of his Natural Philosophy, Archidemus in his work on elements, and Posidonius in the second book of his account of nature. They say that there is a difference between principles and elements, for the former are neither generated nor destroyed, whereas the elements are destroyed in the conflagration. What is more, the principles are bodies and without form, whereas the elements are endowed with form. Body, says Apollodorus in his Physics, is that which extends in 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and depth. This is also called solid body. A surface is the limit of a body, or that which has only length and breadth, but no depth. This, as Posidonius says in the 3rd book of his work on celestial phenomena, exists both conceptually and in reality. A line is the limit of a surface, or length without breadth, or that which has only length. A point is the limit of a line and is the smallest mark. God, intellect, fate, and Zeus are one thing, though called by many different names. In the beginning, then, being by himself, God turned all of substance through air into water, and just as the sperm is contained in the seminal fluid, so God, being the seminal principle of the universe, remains in the moist substance and adapts matter to himself for the generation of the things that are to come. He then generates the 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth. Zeno discusses them in his work on the universe, as do Chrysippus in the 1st book of his Physics and Archidemus in his work on elements. An element is that from which generated things are first generated, and into which they are finally resolved. The 4 elements together constitute unqualified substance, that is, matter. Fire is the hot element, water the moist, air the cold, and earth the dry. Yet that last part is also present in the air. Uppermost is the fire called ether, in which is produced first the sphere of the fixed stars, and then the sphere of the planets. After this is the air, then the water, and, as the foundation for everything, the earth, which is at the center of all things. They use the term cosmos in three senses: of God himself, whose proper quality is derived from the whole of substance. He is indestructible and ungenerated, since he is the craftsman of the world's orderly arrangement, at set periods takes all substance back into himself and generates it again from himself. They also speak of the world order itself as a cosmos, and in a third sense, the cosmos is that which is composed of both. In addition, the cosmos is the proper quality of the universe's substance, as Posidonius says in his treatise Celestial Phenomena, a system constituted by heaven and earth and the natures in them, or one that is made up of gods, human beings, and the things that come into being for their sake. Heaven is the outermost periphery in which the totality of the divine is located. The cosmos is governed by mind and providence, as Chrysippus says in the 5th book of his work on providence, and Posidonius in the 3rd book of his work on gods. Since mind pervades every part of it, just as the soul does in us. But it pervades some parts more than others, for it is present in some parts as a cohesive force, as is the case in our bones and sinews, but in others as intelligence, as in the ruling part. In this way, the entire cosmos, too, a living being endowed with a soul and reason, has ether as its ruling part, as Antipater of Tyre says in the 8th book of his work on the cosmos. Chrysippus, in the 1st book of his work on providence, and Posidonius in his work on gods, say that heaven is the ruling part of the cosmos, while Cleanthes says it is the sun. Yet Chrysippus, in the same work, gives a rather different account, saying that it is the purest part of the ether, which they call the primary God, that passes, as it were, perceptibly through the beings in the air, and also through all creatures and plants, and through the earth itself, as a cohesive principle. The cosmos, they say, is one and limited, with a spherical shape. For such a shape is best suited for motion, as Posidonius says in the 5th book of his Discourse on Nature, and Antipater in his work on the cosmos. Outside of it is spread the unlimited void, which is incorporeal. By incorporeal they mean that which should be occupied by bodies, but is not. The cosmos contains no void, but forms a united whole, for this is necessitated by the cohesive breath and tension that bind together things in heaven and on earth. Chrysippus speaks of the void in his work on void, and in the 1st book of his Physical Sciences, as do Apollophanes in his work on natural philosophy, and Apollodorus and Posidonius in the 2nd book of his Discourse on Nature. And these are likewise incorporeal. Time, too, is incorporeal, being a dimension of the world's motion. Past and future time are unlimited, whereas the present is limited. They hold that the cosmos is perishable, given that it was generated by analogy with things conceived by the senses, and that of which the parts are perishable is perishable as a whole. Now the parts of the cosmos are perishable, for they change into one another. Therefore the cosmos itself is perishable. Furthermore, if something is capable of changing for the worse, it is perishable, and that is the case with the cosmos, for it is subject to drought and inundation. They say that the cosmos is created when the substance is transformed from fire through air into moisture, and then the dense part of the moisture congeals and becomes earth, while the fine part becomes air, which, when further rarefied, generates fire. Then, from a mixture of these elements are produced plants and animals, and the other natural kinds. The genesis and destruction of the cosmos are discussed by Zeno in his work on the cosmos, Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics, Posidonius in the first book of his work on the cosmos, Cleanthes and Antipater in the 10th book of his work on the cosmos. Pernicius, however, declared that the cosmos is indestructible. That the cosmos is a living being, rational, endowed with a soul, and intelligent is asserted by Chrysippus in the first book of his work on Providence, by Apollodorus in his Physics, and by Posidonius. It is a living being in that it is a substance endowed with a soul and sensation. For the living being is better than the non-living, and there is nothing better than the cosmos. Therefore, the cosmos is a living being, and it is endowed with a soul, as is clear from the fact that each of our souls is a fragment of it. Boethus, however, says that the cosmos is not a living being. That it is a unity is asserted by Zeno in his work on the universe, Chrysippus, Apollodorus in his Physics, and Posidonius in the first book of his Discourse on Nature. They mean by the all the cosmos, according to Apollodorus, and in another sense the system consisting of the cosmos and the void outside it. The cosmos is limited, but the void unlimited. The fixed stars are carried around with the whole heaven, whereas the planets move according to their own particular motions. The sun travels along an elliptical path through the circle of the zodiac. Similarly, the moon travels along a spiral path. The sun is pure fire, as Posidonius says in the 7th book of his work on celestial phenomena, and it is larger than the earth, as the same philosopher says in the 16th book of his Discourse on Nature. It is also spherical, just like the universe, as he maintains. That it is fire is proved by the fact that it does all the things fire does. That it is larger than the earth is proved by the fact that the entire earth is illuminated by it, and so is the heaven. And the fact that the earth casts a conical shadow also indicates that the sun is larger, and because of its great size it is seen from everywhere on earth. The moon is more like the earth in composition because it is closer to the earth. These fiery bodies and the other stars each receive some form of nourishment. The sun, which is an ignited mass endowed with reason, from the great ocean, and the moon from fresh waters, since it is mixed with air and is close to the earth, as Posidonius says in the 6th book of his Discourse on Nature. The other celestial bodies get their nutriment from the earth. They hold that the stars and the earth are spherical, and that the earth does not move. The moon does not have its own light, but gets its illumination from the sun. An eclipse of the sun occurs when the moon passes in front of it on the side toward us, as Zeno writes in his work on the universe. For the moon is seen stealing over the sun at their conjunctions, occluding it, and then receding from it. One can observe this phenomenon by means of a basin containing water. The moon is eclipsed when it falls into the earth's shadow. Hence it is only during full moons that eclipses occur. Although the moon is diametrically opposite the sun every month, because, in travelling along an oblique path, relative to the sun's, it passes out of the sun's latitude. It goes too far north or too far south for an eclipse to occur every month, but when it is on the sun's latitude and the ecliptic, it is diametrically opposite the sun, and then an eclipse occurs. The moon is the sun's latitude and the ecliptic in the constellations of Cancer, Scorpio, Aries, and Taurus, according to Posidonius. God is a living being, immortal, rational, perfect in happiness, immune to anything bad, exercising forethought for the cosmos and all it contains. But he is not of human shape. He is the craftsman of the universe and, as it were, the father of all things, both generally and in that particular part of him that pervades everything, and which is called by many names in accordance with his various powers. For they call him Dia, because he is the cause, Dion, of all things. Zeus, insofar as he is the cause of life, Zen, or passes through the living. Athena, because his ruling part extends into the upper air, ether. Hera, because it extends into the air, air. Hephaestus, because it extends into the designing fire. Poseidon, because it extends into the watery domain. And Demeter, because it extends into the earth. Likewise, they give him other titles by fastening onto particular aspects of his nature. Zeno says that the whole cosmos and the heaven are the substance of God, as do Chrysippus in the first book of his work on gods, and Posidonius in the first book of his work on gods. Antipater, in the seventh book of his work on the cosmos, says that God's substance is aeriform. Boethus, in his work on nature, says that the sphere of the fixed stars is the substance of God. By the term nature, they sometimes mean that which sustains the cosmos, sometimes that which makes things on earth grow. Nature is a self-moving force that generates and sustains its products in accordance with generative principles at definite periods, producing beings similar to those from which they sprang. They say that nature aims both at utility and at pleasure, as is evident from human craftsmanship. That all things happen by fate is asserted by Chrysippus in his treatise on fate, by Posidonius in the second book of his work on fate, by Zeno, and by Boethus in the first book of his work on fate. Fate is the causal chain of the universe, or a rational principle according to which the cosmos is administered. They also maintain that divination in all forms is real if it is true that providence also exists, and they prove it to be a skill on the basis of certain outcomes, as Zeno says, and Chrysippus in the second book of his work on divination, Athenodorus and Posidonius in the second book of his Discourse on Nature, and in the fifth book of his work on divination. Panesius, on the other hand, claims that it does not exist. They say that the primary matter is the substance of all things that exist, thus Chrysippus in the first book of his Physics, and Zeno. Matter is that from which anything whatever is produced. The terms substance and matter are used in two senses, either pertaining to everything or to particular things. The matter of the universe does not increase or diminish, but the matter of particular things both increases and diminishes. Substance, according to them, is body, and it is limited, as Antipater says in the second book of his work on substance, and Apollodorus in his work Physics. And it is also subject to change, as the same author says, for if it were immutable, then the things generated from it would not have come into being. Hence, he also rejects the infinite divisibility that Chrysippus asserts, for there is nothing infinite into which the division can be made, but the division cannot be brought to an end. Substances can be blended through and through, as Chrysippus says in the third book of his Physics, and not merely at their surfaces and by juxtaposition. for a little wine thrown into the sea will coextend with it for a while, and will then be blended with it. They say that there are daimones who have a rapport with human beings and oversee human affairs, and also heroes, who are the surviving souls of virtuous men. Of atmospheric phenomena, they call winter the cooling of the air above the earth as a result of the sun's departure to a distance, and spring the good temperature of the air that results from the sun's approach to us. Summer is the heating of the air above the earth by the sun's journey to the north. Autumn is caused by the return journey of the sun away from us. The winds are streams of air and are differently named according to the regions from which they blow. They are caused by the sun's evaporation of the clouds. The rainbow is constituted by rays of light reflected from moist clouds, or, as Posidonius says in his Meteorology, a reflection of a section of the sun or moon in a dewy cloud that is hollow and continuous in appearance, the image showing itself as if in a mirror in the form of a circle's circumference. Comets, bearded stars, and meteors are fires that consist of dense air borne up to the region of ether. A meteor is a kindled mass of fire moving rapidly in the air and looking like a long tail. Rain is a transformation of cloud into water when moisture, carried up from the earth or the sea by the sun, has not been entirely evaporated. When it is frozen, it is called hoarfrost. Hail is frozen cloud crumbled by wind. Snow is moisture from a frozen cloud, as Posidonius says in the 8th book of his Discourse on Nature. Lightning is a kindling of clouds that have been rubbed together or broken up by wind, as Zeno says in his work on the universe. Thunder is the sound produced by the rubbing together or breaking up of these clouds. A thunderbolt is a powerful kindling that falls to the earth with great force when clouds are rubbed together or broken up by the wind. Others say that it is a dense mass of fiery air that descends violently. A typhoon is a great thunderbolt, violent and windy, or a smoky wind formed when a cloud breaks up. A hurricane is a cloud split by fire and wind. Earthquakes occur when wind flows into the hollow places of the earth or is trapped there, as Posidonius says in his 8th book. They include jolts, fissures, tilts, and vertical shocks. They hold that the world's orderly arrangement is as follows. The earth lies in the middle, functioning as the center. Next comes the watery sphere, concentric with the earth, so that the earth is in water. After the water comes a spherical layer of air. There are 5 celestial circles. First, the Arctic Circle, which is always visible. Second, the summer tropic. Third, the equinoctial circle. Fourth, the winter tropic. And fifth, the Antarctic, which is invisible. They are called parallel because they do not incline toward one another, yet they are described around the same center. The zodiac is an oblique circle, since it crosses the parallel circles. The Earth has 5 zones. The first is the northern zone, beyond the Arctic Circle, uninhabitable because of the cold. The second is the temperate zone. The third is uninhabitable because of the heat, and is called the torrid zone. The fourth is the counter-temperate zone, and the fifth is the southern zone, which is uninhabitable because of the cold. They think that nature is a designing fire, proceeding methodically on its course, that is to say, breath that is fiery and endowed with designing power. The soul is a nature capable of sense perception. It is our inborn breath. They therefore consider that it is a body and that it survives death, but it is perishable, though the soul of the universe, of which the souls of living beings are parts, is imperishable. Zeno of Citium and Antipater, in their works on the soul, and Posidonius hold that the soul is a warm breath. Through it we live, and by it we move. Cleanthes says that all souls last until the conflagration, but Chrysippus says that only the souls of the wise do. They say that the soul has 8 parts: the 5 senses, the generative principles in us, the power of speech, and the power of reasoning. They say that we see when the light between our vision and the external object extends in the form of a cone, according to Chrysippus, in the 2nd book of his Physics, and Apollodorus. The tip of a cone in the air is at the eye, the base at the object seen. Thus, the observed object is communicated to us by the tensed air, as if by a stick. We hear when the air between the speaker and the hearer is struck in a spherical manner, and then rises in waves and strikes the ears, just as the water in a cistern forms circular waves when a stone is thrown into it. Sleep occurs when the sensory tension is relaxed in the ruling part of the soul. They say that the passions are caused by variations of the breath. Semen, they say, is that which is able to engender beings similar to the beings from which it sprang. Human semen, which the human being emits with a moist envelope, is mingled with the parts of the soul in a mixture identical proportionally to that of the parents. Chrysippus, in the 2nd book of his Physics, says that in substance it is breath, as is clear from seeds that are sown in the earth, which, when they are old, no longer germinate because their potency has dissipated. Spherus says that semen is derived from the entire body. At any rate, it generates all the parts of the body. The seed of the female they declare to be sterile, for it is without tension, scanty, and watery, as Spherus says. The ruling part is the most authoritative part of the soul. In it the impressions and impulses arise, and from it rational speech issues. It resides in the heart. This seems to me an adequate summary of their physical doctrines, my aim being to preserve a due proportion in my work. But the points on which certain Stoics differed from the rest are the following. Ariston. Ariston the Bald of Chios, who was nicknamed the Siren, said that the goal was to live in a state of indifference to everything that is intermediate between virtue and vice, without making any distinction whatsoever among such things, but treating them all alike. For he likened the wise man to the good actor, who, whether he dons the mask of Thersites or that of Agamemnon, will portray both characters appropriately. He dispensed with the topics of physics and logic, saying that the one is beyond our grasp, that the other does not concern us, and that the only one that does concern us is ethics. He said that dialectical arguments are like spider-webs. Though they seem to display some workmanship, they are utterly useless. He did not accept the idea of numerous virtues, as Zeno did, nor the doctrine of the Megarians, who call a single virtue by many names. Instead, he regarded virtue as belonging to the category of relative modes. Espousing this sort of philosophy and discoursing in Kinosagus, he became influential enough to be called the founder of a philosophical school. At any rate, Miltiades and Diphilus were called Aristonians. He was a persuasive man and well thought of by the public. Hence Timon alludes to him in this verse, one who traces his descent from wily Ariston. After meeting Polymon, says Diocles of Magnesia, Ariston went over to his school. Zeno was at that time afflicted with a lingering ailment. Ariston was especially attached to the Stoic doctrine that the wise man does not hold opinions. Perseus, seeking to oppose this doctrine, had one of a pair of twin brothers deposit a sum with Ariston and then got the other to reclaim it. Duly perplexed, Ariston was thus refuted. He also inveighed against Arcesilaus. Setting eyes on a monstrous bull that had a uterus, he said, "Alas, Arcesilaus has been given an argument against the evidence of our senses." To an academic who claimed that he knew nothing for certain, Ariston said, "Don't you even see the person sitting next to you?" And when the man said no, Ariston replied, "Who blinded you? Who robbed you of the rays of the lamp?" The books attributed to him include Exhortations, 2 books, on Zeno's doctrines, Dialogues, Lectures, 6 books, Dissertations on Wisdom, 7 books, Dissertations on Love, Notes on Conceit, Notebooks, 25 books, Memoirs, 3 books, Anecdotes, 11 books, Against the Orators, Against the Refutations of Alexinus, Against the Dialecticians, 3 books, Against Cleanthes, Letters, 4 books. Panicius and Sosicrates say that only the letters are his. They attribute all the other works to Ariston the Peripatetic. The story goes that, being bald, he suffered a sunstroke and so died. I have made fun of him in Colliams. Why, Ariston, though old and bald, did you let the sun roast your brow, seeking warmth more than was wise, you unwillingly found chill Hades? There was another Ariston, a peripatetic from Eulys, a third a musician of Athens, a fourth a tragic poet, a fifth from Halley, an author of handbooks on rhetoric, and a sixth a peripatetic from Alexandria. Herillus. Herillus of Chalcedon said that the goal is knowledge, that is, to live always so as to compare everything to a life lived with knowledge and not to be deceived by ignorance. He claimed that knowledge is a habit in the reception of presentations, a habit that cannot be dislodged by argument. Sometimes he would say that there was no single goal, but that goals shifted in light of changing circumstances and objects, just as the same bronze might become a statue either of Alexander or of Socrates. He distinguished between the ultimate goal and the subordinate goal, for even the unwise seek the latter, but only the wise seek the former. Entities that lie between virtue and vice he called the indifferents. His writings, though they consist of only a few lines, are full of vigour and contain some refutations directed at Zeno. It is said that as a boy Herillus attracted many lovers, and since Zeno wished to drive them away, he forced Herillus to shave his head, whereupon they turned elsewhere. His books include On Training, On Passions, On Opinion, The Legislator, The Maieutic Argument, The Adversary, The Teacher, The Reviser, The Corrector, Hermes, Medea, Dialogues, Ethical Theses. Dionysius. Dionysius the turncoat declared, as a result of an eye disease, that pleasure was the goal, for his suffering was so severe that he was reluctant to say that pain was an indifferent. He was the son of Theophantes and a native of Heraclea. He studied first, as Diocles says, with his fellow citizen Heraclides, then with Alexinus and Menedemus, and finally with Zeno. At the start of his career, being fond of literature, He tried his hand at all sorts of poetry. Later he took Aratus as his model and sought to imitate him. After leaving Zeno, he went over to the Cyrenaics, looking to frequenting brothels, and abandoned himself without disguise to all the other pleasant pursuits. At the age of 80, he ended his life by abstaining from food. The following books are attributed to him: On Apathy, 2 books; On Training, 2 books; On Pleasure, 4 books; On Wealth, Gratitude, and Revenge, How to Live Among Men; On Prosperity; On Ancient Kings; On Praiseworthy Deeds; On Barbarian Customs. These 3, then, held divergent views, but Zeno's successor was Cleanthes, of whom we must speak. Cleanthes. Cleanthes, son of Phineus, was a native of Assos. At first he was a boxer, as Antisthenes says in his Successions. He arrived in Athens with only 4 drachmas, as some say, and after meeting Zeno, he pursued philosophy very creditably and remained faithful to the same doctrines. He was renowned for his diligence, and as he was extremely poor, he was forced to work for wages. Thus, by night he used to draw water in gardens, and by day he exercised himself in arguments. Hence he was nicknamed Phreantles, the water boy. They say that he was brought into court to give an account of how, being in such fine condition, he made his living. He was acquitted when he presented as his witnesses the gardener in whose garden he drew water, and the barley seller for whom he cooked the grain. The Areopagites were satisfied and voted him a donation of 10 minas, though Zeno would not let him accept it. We are also told that Antigonus gave him 3,000 drachmas. One day, as he was leading some young men to a festival, a gust of wind exposed his flank, and he was seen to be wearing no tunic under his cloak. For this he was applauded by the Athenians, as Demetrius of Magnesia says in his Men of the Same Name. He was then admired also for this. They say that Antigonus, while attending one of his lectures, asked why he drew water. To this Cleanthes replied, "Do I only draw water? What, do I not dig? What, do I not water the garden and take every sort of job for the sake of philosophy?" For Zeno trained him in this way and exacted an obol from his wages. One day Zeno brought his followers a handful of coins and said, "Cleanthes could also support a second Cleanthes if he liked, whereas those who have the means to support themselves look to others for their necessities, even though they have plenty of time for philosophy." Hence Cleanthes was also called a second Heracles. He was hard-working, but not naturally gifted, and unusually slow, which is why Timon speaks of him as follows: "Who is this who like a ram ranges over the ranks of warriors, a masticator of words, the stone of Assos, a sluggish slab?" He bore the jeers of his fellow students and put up with being called an ass, saying that he alone was able to carry Zeno's load. One day, when reproached with timidity, he said, "That is why I seldom make mistakes." Preferring his own life to that of the wealthy, he said that while they were playing ball, he was at work digging hard and barren ground. He would often scold himself, and when Ariston heard him doing this and asked, "Who are you scolding?" he laughed and said, "An old man with grey hair, but no wisdom." When someone said that Arcesilaus did not act as he should, Cleanthes said, "Stop, don't blame him, for if in word he rejects duty, at least he acknowledges it in deed." And when Arcesilaus said, "I don't care for flatterers," Cleanthes replied, "True, I flatter you by saying that you act otherwise than your words would indicate." When someone asked him what advice he should give to his son, he quoted the watchword of Electra, "Silence, silence, light be your step." When a Spartan said that labor was a good thing, Cleanthes was delighted and said, "You are of good blood, dear boy." Hecaton, in his anecdotes, says that when a handsome youth said, "If someone who pokes at one's bellies, gastritiae, then someone who pokes at one's thighs, meritiae," Cleanthes replied, "Do as you like with your thighs, lad, but similar words do not necessarily signify the same things." Conversing one day with a young man, he asked, "Do you see?" And when the man nodded, Cleanthes said, "Then why don't I see that you see?" Present at the theatre when the poet Sisyphus uttered the line, "Like herds of cows driven by Cleanthes' folly," he remained impassive. Marvelling at this, the audience applauded him and drove Sisyphus from the stage. Afterward, when the poet apologized for the insult, Cleanthes accepted the apology, saying that it would be absurd, considering that Dionysus and Heracles are ridiculed by the poets without getting angry, if he took offense at a casual slur. He used to say that it was the same with the Peripatetics as with lyres. Both emit beautiful sounds, but never hear themselves. It is said that when he declared it to be Zeno's view that a man's character could be grasped from his looks, certain witty lads brought him a catamite who had been roughened by labour in the country, and asked Cleanthes to describe the youth's character. Cleanthes was stumped and told the man to go away. But when, as he was leaving, the man sneezed, Cleanthes said, "I've got it. He's effeminate." To the solitary man who was talking to himself, he said, "You're not talking to a bad man." When someone teased him about his age, he said, "I too would like to be gone, but when I consider that I'm healthy in every respect and can still write and read, I'm prepared to stay where I am." They say that he wrote down Zeno's lectures on shards of pottery and the shoulder blades of bulls, since he had no money to buy papyrus. Such being his character, he was able, though Zeno had many other worthy disciples, to succeed him as head of the school. He left excellent books, which include On Time, on Zeno's Natural Philosophy, 2 books, Interpretations of Heraclitus, 4 books, On Sensation, on Art, Against Democritus, Against Aristarchus, Against Herillus, On Impulse, 2 books, Antiquities, On Gods, On Giants, On Marriage, On the Poet, On Duty, 3 books, On Good Counsel, On Gratitude, Exhortation, On Virtues, On Natural Ability, On Gorgipus, On Jealousy, On Love, On Freedom, The Art of Love, On Honour, On Fame, The Statesman, On Deliberation, On Laws, On Passing Judgment, On Education, On Reason, 3 books, On the End, On Beautiful Things, On Actions, On Knowledge, On Kingship, On Friendship, On the Symposium, On the Idea that Virtue is the same in man and woman, On the Wise Man who Practices Sophistry, On Maxims, Talks, 2 books, On Pleasure, On Personal Traits, On Difficult Problems, On Dialectic, On Modes, On Predicates. These are his books. He died under the following circumstances. When his gums became swollen, he followed the advice of his doctors and abstained from food for 2 days. His condition improved so much that the doctors permitted him to resume his usual diet, but he declined to do so. Declaring that he had already gone too far down the road, he continued to fast for his remaining time and died, according to some, at the same age as Zeno. He had studied with Zeno for 19 years. I have made fun of him in these verses. I praise Cleanthes, but praise Hades more, who could not bear, seeing him grown so old, to deny him peace at last among the dead, he who had bailed his life out for so long a time. Spherus. As we mentioned earlier, Spherus of Bosporus became Cleanthes' student after Zeno's death. When he had made considerable progress in his studies, he went to Alexandria, to the court of Ptolemy Philopator. One day, during a discussion of whether the wise man would hold an opinion, Spherus said he would not. The king, who wished to refute him, ordered some waxen pomegranates to be put on the table. Spherus was fooled, and the king shouted that he had assented to a false impression. To this Spherus made a clever reply, saying that what he had assented to was not that they were pomegranates, but that it was reasonable to assume that they were pomegranates, and that there was a difference between the direct apprehension and the probable one. When Nesistratus accused him of denying that Ptolemy was a king, he said, "Being such as he is, Ptolemy is indeed a king." He wrote the following books: On the Cosmos, 2 books, on Elements, on Seed, on Fortune, on Minima, Against Atoms and Images, on the Sense Organs, on Heraclitus, 5 discourses, treatises, on the order of topics in ethics, on duty, on impulse, on the passions, 2 books, on monarchy, on the Spartan constitution, on Lycurgus and Socrates, 3 books, on law, on divination, dialogues on love, on the Eritrean philosophers, on similars, on definitions, on habit, on contradictions, 3 books, on reason, on wealth, on fame, on death, Handbook of Dialectic, 2 books, on predicates, on ambiguous terms, letters. Chrysippus. Chrysippus, son of Apollonius, a native of Soli, or of Tarsus, as Alexander says in his Successions, was a student of Cleanthes. Previously he had trained as a long-distance runner, but afterward he attended the lectures of Zeno or Cleanthes, as Diocles and most people say. And then, while Cleanthes was still living, Chrysippus left his school and became an important figure in philosophy. He was a gifted man, and so clever in every branch that he differed on most points from Zeno, and from Cleanthes too, to whom he often said he needed only to know what the man's doctrines were, and he would discover the proofs himself. Nevertheless, whenever he contended against Cleanthes, he regretted it, so that he frequently quoted the lines, "In all else I am blessed, except when it comes to Cleanthes. There I am unfortunate." He became so renowned among the dialecticians that most people thought that if the gods had a dialectic, it would be none other than that of Chrysippus. Though he had abundant material for discussion, he did not develop a satisfactory role. His industry was unequalled, as is clear from his writings, which number more than 705. He increased their number by repeatedly treating the same doctrine, setting down everything that came to mind, making many corrections, and citing a great many authorities, with the result that in one of his books he copied out nearly the whole of Euripides' Medea, and when someone holding the book was asked what he was reading, he replied, "Chrysippus' Medea." Apollodorus of Athens, in his collection of doctrines, wishing to show that the works of Epicurus, who relied on his own resources and had no need to pad his writings with quotations, far exceeded in quantity the books of Chrysippus, says, to quote his exact words, "If one were to remove all extraneous citations from Chrysippus' books, there would be nothing left but blank pages." So says Apollodorus. Chrysippus' old serving woman used to say, according to Diogenes, that he wrote 500 lines a day. Hecaton says that he turned to philosophy when the property he had inherited from his father was confiscated for the royal treasury. His build was slight, as it's shown by his statue in the Ceramicus, which is almost overshadowed by the equestrian statue nearby. Hence Carneades used to call him Chrysippus. When reproached by someone for not joining the multitude who attended Ariston's lectures, he said, "If I had cared about the multitude, I would not have studied philosophy." To a dialectician who assailed Cleanthes and presented him with captious arguments, he said, "Stop distracting your elder from more serious subjects and propound such things to us youngsters." Another time, when somebody who had a question was conversing with him calmly in private, but then, noticing a crowd approaching, began to be argumentative, he said, "Alas, my brother, your eye is growing wild. To madness you change apace, though sensible just now." At drinking parties he was quiet, though unsteady on his legs, which prompted the slave woman to remark, "It's only Chrysippus' legs that get tipsy." He was so sure of himself that when someone asked him, "To whom should I entrust my son?" he replied, "To me, for had I supposed there was any one better than me, I myself would be studying with him." Hence this line is said to have been quoted in reference to him. "He alone has understanding, the rest are flitting shadows." And, "Had there been no Chrysippus, there would have been no Stoa." Finally, however, as Sotion says in his 8th book, he joined Arcesilaus and Lacides and studied philosophy in the academy. This explains why he argued both for and against custom and habit, and used the method of the academy when discussing magnitudes and numbers. One day, as Hermippus says, when he was teaching in the Odeon, he was invited by his students to a sacrificial feast. There, after taking some sweet, unmixed wine, he was seized with dizziness and left the world of men 5 days later at the age of 73, in the 143rd Olympiad, as Apollodorus says in his chronology. My own playful verses about him run as follows. Chrysippus grew dizzy after greedily quaffing a cup of Bacchus. He took no thought for the Stoa, nor his country, nor his own soul, but departed for the house of Hades. Some say, however, that he died as the result of a laughing fit, for when an ass had eaten his figs, he said to the old woman, "Now give the ass some unmixed wine to wash down the figs," at which point he laughed so heartily that he died. He seems to have been an arrogant man. At all events, though he wrote so much, he dedicated none of his books to any of the kings. He contented himself with one old woman, as Demetrius says in Men of the Same Name. When Ptolemy wrote to Cleanthes asking him to come himself or to send someone else, Spherus went, but Chrysippus declined the invitation. On the other hand, he sent for his sister's sons, Aristocreon and Philocrates, and had them educated. As the above-mentioned Demetrius reports, Chrysippus was the first who ventured to deliver his lectures in the open air in the Lyceum. There was another Chrysippus, a doctor from Cnidus, to whom Erasistratus says he is deeply indebted. Another, The son of the doctor was Ptolemy's doctor, who on a false charge was dragged about and punished with the lash. Another was a student of Erasistratus, and another the author of a work on agriculture. Chrysippus, the philosopher, used to propound arguments of this kind. He who divulges the mysteries to the uninitiated is guilty of impiety, but the Hierophant reveals the mysteries to the uninitiated. Therefore the Hierophant is guilty of impiety. And another, that which is not in the city is not in the house either. There is no well in the city, therefore there is none in the house either. And another, there is a head, but you do not have that particular head. So there is a head you do not have. Therefore you do not have a head. And another, if someone is in Megara, he is not in Athens, but there is a man in Megara. Therefore there is not a man in Athens. And again, if you say something, it passes through your mouth, but you say wagon, therefore a wagon passes through your mouth. And if you have not lost something, you have it, but you have not lost horns, therefore you have horns. Others attribute this argument to Eubulides. There are writers who run Chrysippus down on the grounds that he wrote much that is obscene and unspeakable. For in his work on ancient natural philosophers, he gives an obscene version of the story of Hera and Zeus, with details near line 600 that no one could repeat without soiling his lips, for they say that his interpretation of the story is quite obscene, even if he commends it as a contribution to natural philosophy, its language being more suitable to prostitutes than to gods. Nor is his version even placed on record by historians of painting, for it is found neither in Polymon, nor in Hypsicrates, nor even in Antigonus. It is his own invention. And in his work on the Republic, he says that one can have intercourse with one's mother, one's daughters, and one's sons. He says the same thing right at the beginning of his book on things not worth choosing for their own sake, and in the third book of his work on justice, near line 1000, he condones the eating of corpses. And in the second book of his work on the means of making a living, where he proposes to consider how the wise man should provide for himself, he says, and yet, why should he provide for himself? If to support life, life is an indifferent. If for pleasure, that too is an indifferent. And if for virtue, virtue itself is sufficient for happiness. The ways of making a living are also ridiculous. Maintenance by a king, you would have to humour him, or by friends, then friendship will have a price, or living by one's wisdom, then wisdom will become mercenary. These are the objections levelled at him. Since his books are highly regarded, I have decided to include a catalogue of them, grouping the works according to subject matter. They are as follows: Logic, On Logic, Logical Theses, The Philosopher's Inquiries, Dialectical Definitions, addressed to Metrodorus, 6 books, On the Terms Employed in Dialectic, addressed to Zeno, 1 book, Art of Dialectic, addressed to Aristogoras, 1 book, Persuasive Conditional Arguments, addressed to Dioscurides, 4 books, Logic as concerned with the subject matter. First series, On Propositions, 1 book, On Non-Simple Propositions, 1 book, On the Complex Proposition addressed to Athenides, 2 books, On Negative Propositions addressed to Aristogoras, 3 books, On Definite Propositions addressed to Athenodorus, 1 book, On Propositions Expressed by Means of Privation addressed to Theorus, 1 book, On Indefinite Propositions addressed to Dion, 3 books, On the variety of indefinite propositions, 4 books. On temporal propositions, 2 books. On propositions in the aorist tense, 2 books. Second series. On the true disjunctive proposition addressed to Gorkybides, 1 book. On the true hypothetical proposition addressed to Gorkybides, 4 books. Choice addressed to Gorkybides, 1 book. Remarks on the subject of consequence, 1 book. On the argument that employs 3 propositions addressed to Gorkybides, 1 book. On propositions of possibility addressed to Cletus, 4 books. A reply to Philo's work on meanings, 1 book. On the question, what are false propositions, 1 book. Third series, on imperatives, 2 books. On interrogations, 2 books. On inquiry, 4 books. Epitome concerning interrogation and inquiry, 1 book. Epitome concerning replies, 1 book. On investigation, 2 books. On replies, 4 books. Fourth series, on predicates, addressed to Metrodorus, 10 books. On nominatives and oblique cases, addressed to Philacus, 1 book. On predicates that have a subject in the nominative, addressed to Apollonides, 1 book. To Parcillus on predicates, 4 books. Fifth series, on the 5 cases, 1 book. On modes of expression grouped according to subject matter, 1 book. On incidental signification addressed to Stesagoras, 2 books. On common nouns, 2 books. Logic as concerned with words or phrases and the sentence. First series, on singular and plural enunciations, 6 books. On expressions addressed to Sosigenes and Alexander, 5 books. On linguistic anomaly addressed to Dion, 4 books. On Sorites arguments relating to utterances, 3 books. On solecisms, 1 book. On solecistic arguments addressed to Dionysius, 1 book. Arguments that depend on customary usage, 1 book. Expression addressed to Dionysius, 1 book. Second series, on the elements of speech and on things said, 5 books. On the syntax of things said, 4 books. On the syntax and elements of things said addressed to Philip, 3 books. On the elements of speech addressed to Nicias, 1 book. On things said relatively, 1 book. Third series, against those who reject division, 2 books. On ambiguities addressed to Apollos, 4 books. On mode ambiguities, 1 book. On conditional mode ambiguity, 2 books. A reply to the work of Panthoides on ambiguities, 2 books. On the introductory course on ambiguities, 5 books. Epitome of the work on ambiguities addressed to Epicrates, 1 book. Conditionals for the introductory course on ambiguities, 2 books. Logic as concerned with arguments and modes. First series, Handbook of Arguments and Modes, addressed to Dioscurides, 5 books. On arguments, 3 books. On the construction of modes addressed to Stesagoras, 2 books. Comparison of the propositions expressed in the modes, 1 book. On reciprocal and hypothetical syllogisms, 1 book. To Agathon, or On the Problems of What Follows, 1 book. On the question what premises could demonstrate a given conclusion with the aid of one or more other premises, 1 book. On conclusions addressed to Aristagoras, 1 book. On how the same syllogism may be arranged in several modes, 1 book. A reply to the objection to arranging the same argument both in a syllogistic and in a non-syllogistic mode, 2 books. A reply to the objections to the analyses of syllogisms, 3 books. A reply to Philo's work on modes, addressed to Timostratus, 1 book. An anthology of material on logic, addressed to Timocrates and Philomachus. An introduction to the topic of arguments and modes, 1 book. Second series. On conclusive arguments, addressed to Zeno, 1 book. On the primary indemonstrable syllogisms, addressed to Zeno, 1 book. On the analysis of syllogisms, 1 book. On redundant arguments, addressed to Pacillus, 2 books. On the theorems pertaining to syllogisms, 1 book. On the introductory syllogisms, addressed to Zeno, 1 book. On the introductory modes, addressed to Zeno, 3 books. On syllogisms in false figures, 5 books. Syllogistic arguments by analysis in indemonstrable arguments, 1 book. Inquiries into the modes, addressed to Zeno and Philomathes, 1 book. This appears to be spurious. Third series. On changing arguments, addressed to Athenides, 1 book. Spurious. Changing arguments concerned with the adverb, 3 books. Spurious. Reply to Ammianus, disjunctive syllogisms, 1 book. Fourth series. On hypotheses, addressed to Meleager, 3 books. Hypothetical syllogisms to serve as an introduction, 2 books. Hypothetical syllogisms consisting of theorems, 2 books. Solutions of Hedylus hypothetical syllogisms, 2 books. Solution of Alexander's hypothetical syllogisms, 3 books. Spurious. On explanations, addressed to Laodamas, 1 book. Fifth series. On the introductory course to the lying argument, addressed to Aristocreon, 1 book. Lying type arguments, an introduction, 1 book. On the lying argument, addressed to Aristocreon, 6 books. Sixth series. A reply to those who hold that propositions may be simultaneously false and true, 1 book. Reply to those who solve the liar argument by dissecting it, addressed to Aristocreon, 2 books. Proofs showing that indefinite propositions should not be dissected, 1 book. A reply to objections to what is said against the dissection of indefinite propositions, addressed to Pacillus, 3 books. Solution according to the ancients, addressed to Dioscurides, 1 book. On the solution of the liar argument, addressed to Aristocreon, 3 books. Solution of Hedylus hypothetical arguments, addressed to Aristocreon and Apollos, 1 book. Seventh series. Reply to those who hold that the premises of the liar argument are false, 1 book. On the denying argument, addressed to Aristocreon, 2 books. Denying arguments for training, 1 book. On the little by little argument, addressed to Stesagoras, 2 books. On the arguments relating to assumptions and on quiescent arguments, addressed to Onitor, 2 books. On the veiled man argument, addressed to Aristobulus, 2 books. On the man who escapes detection argument, addressed to Athenides, 1 book. Eighth series. On the nobody argument, addressed to Menecrates, 8 books. On the arguments formed with an indefinite and a definite proposition, addressed to Pacillus, 2 books. On the nobody argument, addressed to Epicrates, 1 book. Ninth series. On sophisms, addressed to Heraclides and Polus, 2 books. On dialectical puzzles, addressed to Dioscurides, 5 books. Remarks on the method of Arcesilaus, addressed to Spherus, 1 book. 10th series. Attack on customary usage, addressed to Metrodorus, 6 books. Defense of Customary Usage addressed to Gorgipides, 7 books. The topic of logic includes 39 investigations that are outside the range of the 4 above-mentioned divisions. They address themes already enumerated, but are isolated logical investigations and are not included in the didactic corpus. Altogether, the logical writings number 311. Ethical theory as concerned with the articulation of ethical conceptions. First series. Outline of Ethical Theory addressed to Theoporus, 1 book. Ethical Theses, 1 book. Convincing Premises for Ethical Doctrines addressed to Philomathes, 3 books. Definitions of the Virtuous addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Base addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Ethically Intermediate addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Definitions of the Generic Notions addressed to Metrodorus, 7 books. Definitions concerned with the other branches of expertise addressed to Metrodorus, 2 books. Second series. On Similars addressed to Aristocles, 3 books. On Definitions addressed to Metrodorus, 7 books. Third series. On the Faulty Objections to the Definitions addressed to Laertius, 7 books. Persuasive Arguments in Support of the Definitions addressed to Diogenes, 2 books. On Species and Genera addressed to Gorgipides, 2 books. On Divisions, 1 book. On Opposites addressed to Dionysius, 2 books. Convincing Arguments against the Divisions and Genera and Species and that which concerns the contraries, 1 book. Fourth series. On Etymologies addressed to Diocles, 7 books. Etymological Matters addressed to Diocles, 4 books. Fifth series. On Proverbs addressed to Zenodotus, 2 books. On Poems addressed to Philomathes, 1 book. On the Right Way to Listen to Poems Read Aloud, 2 books. A Reply to the Critics addressed to Diogenes, 1 book. Ethics as concerned with reason in community life and the skills and virtues that arise from it. First series. Against Pictorial Representations addressed to Timonax, 1 book. On How We Name Each Thing and Conceive of It, 1 book. On Conceptions addressed to Laertius, 2 books. On Assumption addressed to Pythonax, 3 books. Proofs that the Wise Man Will Not Hold Opinions, 1 book. On Apprehension, Knowledge and Ignorance, 4 books. On Reason, 2 books. On the Use of Reason addressed to Leptines. Second series. On the fact that the ancients accepted dialectic along with proofs addressed to Zeno, 2 books. On dialectic addressed to Aristocreon, 4 books. On objections made against the dialecticians, 3 books. On rhetoric addressed to Diogenes, 4 books. Third series. On habit addressed to Cleon, 3 books. On skill and lack of skill addressed to Aristocreon, 4 books. On the difference between the virtues addressed to Diodorus, 4 books. On the fact that the virtues are qualities, 1 book. On virtues addressed to Polis, 2 books. Ethics as concerned with things good and bad. First series. On the morally beautiful and pleasure addressed to Aristocreon, 10 books. Proofs that pleasure is not the goal, 4 books. Proofs that pleasure is not a good, 4 books. On what is said about blank. Book 8. Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans. Pythagoras. Now that we have reviewed Ionian philosophy, starting with Thales, and presented its noteworthy representatives, Let us take up the philosophy of Italy, which began with Pythagoras, the son of the gem engraver Nicephorus, a Samian, according to Hermippus, though Aristoxenus says he was a Tyrrhenian, from one of the islands the Athenians occupied after they expelled the Tyrrhenians. Some say that he was the son of Marmachus, himself the son of Hippasus, son of Euthyphro, son of Cleonymus, an exile from Phlius, and that because Marmachus lived in Samos, Pythagoras was called a Samian. On reaching Lesbos, he was recommended to Pherecydes by his uncle Zoilus. He had 3 silver drinking cups made, and took them as gifts to each of the priests of Egypt. He had older brothers, of whom Eunomus was the elder, and Tyrrhenus the second. He also had a slave, Zamolcis, whom the Getae worship as Cronus, according to Herodotus. He was a student, as was mentioned earlier, of Pherecydes of Syros, after whose death he went to Samos, and studied with Hermodamas, the descendant of Creophilus, by then an elderly man. Being young and fond of learning, he went abroad and had himself initiated in all the Greek and barbarian mysteries. He went to Egypt, and it was then that Polycrates introduced him by letter to Amasis. He even learned the Egyptian language, as Antiphon says in his work on men of exceptional virtue, and visited the Chaldeans and the Magi. Then, in Crete, he descended with Epimenides into the cave of Ida. He had also visited the Egyptian sanctuaries, where he was taught their secret lore about the gods. He then returned to Samos, and finding his country under the rule of Polycrates, he sailed away to Croton in Italy. And there, establishing laws for the Italians, he and his students were held in high esteem. Numbering 300, they administered the state so well that its government was virtually a government by the best. Heraclides Ponticus says that Pythagoras gave the following account of himself. He had formerly been Aethalides, and was thought to be the son of Hermes. Hermes told him to choose any gift he wanted except immortality. He therefore asked to retain, both living and dead, the memory of what he had experienced. Hence, in life, he could recall everything, and when he died he kept his memories intact. Later on, he entered the body of Euphorbus and was wounded by Menelaus. And Euphorbus used to say that he had once been Aethalides and had received the gift from Hermes and the power of his soul to pass from one place to another, and he recounted how it migrated, and in which plants and animals it had been present, and everything that it underwent in Hades, and everything the other souls there endure. When Euphorbus died, his soul entered the body of Hermotimus, who, wishing to corroborate the story, travelled to the Branchidae. Upon entering the temple of Apollo, he identified the shield that Menelaus had dedicated there, for he said that Menelaus, when he sailed home from Troy, had dedicated the shield to Apollo, a shield that by then had rotted. Only its ivory facing remained. When Hermotimus died, he became Pyrrhus, the fisherman of Delos, and he again remembered everything, how he had previously been Aethalides, then Euphorbus, then Hermotimus, and then Pyrrhus. When Pyrrhus died, he became Pythagoras, and remembered everything that has been mentioned. There are some who say, mistakenly, that Pythagoras left no written work. Heraclitus, the natural philosopher, at any rate declares, almost at the top of his voice, Pythagoras, son of Nicephorus, pursued inquiry beyond all other men, and having made his selection of these writings, created a wisdom of his own, showing great learning but faulty workmanship. He expressed himself thus in response to the opening of Pythagoras's work on nature, which reads, I swear by the air I breathe, I swear by the water I drink, that I shall never be censured on account of this work. Pythagoras wrote 3 books, on education, on statesmanship, and on nature. But the book that passes as the work of Pythagoras is by Lysis of Tarentum, a Pythagorean who fled to Thebes and taught Epaminondas. Heraclides, son of Serapion, in his Epitome of Sotion, says that Pythagoras also wrote a poem in epic verse on the universe, and secondly, the sacred poem, which begins, "Young men, hold all these my words in quiet reverence." Thirdly, on the soul. Fourthly, on piety. Fifthly, Heliothales, the father of Epicharmus of Kos. Sixthly, Croton, and other works. Heraclides says that the poem on the mysteries was written by Hippasus to slander Pythagoras, and that many works written by Aston of Croton have been attributed to Pythagoras. Aristoxenus says that Pythagoras got most of his ethical doctrines from Themistoclea, the priestess of Delphi. Ion of Chios, in his Triads, says that Pythagoras ascribed some of his own poems to Orpheus. They also attribute to him the Coppidas, which begins, "Be shameless to no man." Sosicrates, in his Successions, says that when Leon the tyrant of Phlius asked Pythagoras what he was, he replied, "A philosopher." He said that life resembles a festival where some go to compete for a prize, others to buy or sell, but the best men as spectators. For likewise in life some men are servile by nature, hunters of fame and profit, while the philosopher hunts for the truth. So much for this topic. The 3 treatises cited above contain the following general principles of Pythagoras. He forbids us to pray for ourselves, since we do not know what is good for us. He substitutes for the word drunkenness the word damage, and rejects every type of satiety, saying that one should not exceed what is moderate when drinking or eating. About sexual pleasure, he speaks as follows. Have sexual relations in winter, not in summer. Though less harmful in autumn and spring, they are harmful in every season and not good for one's health. When someone once asked him when one should have sexual relations, he replied, "Whenever you want to become weaker than yourself." He divides man's life in this way. 20 years a boy, 20 a youth, 20 a young man, and 20 an old man. And the stages of life correspond to the seasons, the boy to spring, the youth to summer, the young man to autumn, and the old man to winter. For him, the youth is an adolescent, and the young man an adult. He was the first, according to Timaeus, to say that the possessions of friends are common property, and that friendship is equality. And his disciples did put their possessions into a common stock. They kept silent for a period of 5 years, merely listening to his discourses, but not yet seeing him, until they were judged worthy. From then on his house was open to them, and they were admitted to his presence. They refrained from using coffins of cypress, since Zeus' sceptre was made from that material, as Hermippus says in the 2nd book of his work on Pythagoras. Indeed, he is said to have been highly dignified, and his students held the opinion about him that he was Apollo come from the Hyperboreans. There is a story that once, when his flank was exposed, his thigh was seen to be made of gold, and there were many who reported that the river Nessus, when he crossed it, addressed him by name. And according to Timaeus, in the 10th book of his Histories, Pythagoras remarked that the women who live with men have divine names, being called maidens, brides, and then mothers. It was he who brought geometry to perfection, while Maurus was the first to discover the beginnings of its elements, as Anticlides says in the second book of his work on Alexander. He says that Pythagoras spent most of his time on the arithmetical aspects of geometry, and that he invented the canon monochord. Nor did he even neglect medicine. Apollodorus, the arithmetician, says that Pythagoras sacrificed a hecatomb when he discovered that in a right-angled triangle the square of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the squares on the sides that formed the right angle, and the following epigram bears on this discovery. Pythagoras attained his celebrated result. He discovered the figure in honor of which he offered a famous sacrifice of oxen. He is also said to have been the first to put athletes on a meat diet, starting with Eurymenes, as Favorinus says in the third book of his Reminiscences, whereas formerly they had trained on dried figs, soft cheese, and even wheat meal, as the same Favorinus says in the 8th book of his Miscellaneous History. But others say it was a gymnastic trainer named Pythagoras who instituted this diet, and not our Pythagoras, who forbade the slaughter, not to mention the eating of animals, since their souls, in common with ours, possessed justice. That this was only a pretext. His real reason for forbidding the consumption of sentient animals was to train and accustom men to be content with their diet, so they could live on the most easily procurable foodstuffs, spreading their tables with uncooked food and drinking only water. For this diet would result in a healthy body and a keen mind, and of course he worshipped only at the altar of Apollo, the begetter, in Delos, which is behind the altar of horns, since upon it were placed flour and meal and round cakes, untouched by fire, nor was there any sacrificial victim, as Aristotle says in his Constitution of the Delians. He was the first, they say, to declare that the soul, travelling the circle of necessity, is bound now in one creature, now in another. He was also the first to introduce weights and measures into Greece, according to Diogenes the musician, and the first to say that the evening and morning stars are the same, according to Parmenides. He was so admired that people used to call his disciples manifold voices of God, and even he himself, in one of his writings, says, "After 207 years I have returned from Hades to the world of men." This is why even the Lucanians, Pusicians, Messapians, and Romans adhered to him faithfully and came to hear his words. Until the time of Philolaus, it was not possible to acquire knowledge of Pythagorean doctrine. It was he alone who published Pythagoras's 3 famous books, which Plato ordered him by letter to purchase for 100 minas. No fewer than 600 people attended Pythagoras's evening audience, and persons who were thought worthy to see him would write to their friends to report that they had met with so singular an honour. The Metapontines called his house the Temple of Demeter, and his lane the Museum, as Favorinus says in his Miscellaneous History. The other Pythagoreans also used to say that not all of his doctrines were for everyone to hear, as Diogenes says in the 10th book of his Rules of Pedagogy. In that work, Xenophilus, the Pythagorean, when asked by someone how he could best educate his son, replied, "Let him live in a well-governed city." And throughout Italy, Pythagoras made many into good and honourable men, among them the legislators Zaleucus and Charandas. For he had a gift for friendship. In particular, if he learned that someone had adopted his watchwords, he would immediately attach himself to that man and make him his friend. The following were his watchwords: "Don't stir fire with a knife. Don't step over the bar of a scale. Don't sit down on your bushel. Don't eat your heart. Don't help a man load. Help him unload. Always fold up your quilts. Don't wear a signet ring engraved with the image of a god. Wipe away the imprint of a cooking pot in the ashes. Don't wipe yourself in a privy under the light of a torch. Don't urinate facing the sun. Don't walk the highways. Don't shake hands too readily. Don't keep swallows under your own roof. Don't raise birds with crooked talons. Don't urinate on or stand upon your nail and hair trimmings. Turn the sharp edge of a knife away. When leaving on a journey, don't turn back at the border. By don't stir fire with a knife, he meant don't provoke the anger and swelled heads of the mighty. Don't step over the bar of a scale means don't transgress the bounds of what is fair and just. Don't sit down on your bushel means take equal thought for today and the future, since a bushel is a day's rations. By don't eat your heart, he meant don't waste your life on sorrows and pains. By when leaving on a journey, don't turn back at the border, he was advising those who are departing life not to set their hearts on living or be attracted by its pleasures. I refrain from interpreting the others so as not to prolong the discussion. Above all, he forbade the consumption of red mullet and blacktail, and he prescribed abstention from animal hearts and from beans, and at certain times, according to Aristotle, swine womb and gurnard. Some say he contented himself with honey only, or with honeycomb, or with bread, and took no wine in the daytime. For a delicacy, he limited himself to vegetables, both boiled and raw, and took seafood very rarely. His robe was white and spotless, and his quilts were of white wool, for linen had not yet reached those parts. He was never known to be afflicted with diarrhea, to have sexual relations, or to be drunk. He refrained from laughter and all pandering to a taste for coarse jokes and vulgar tales. He would punish no man, whether slave or freeborn, in anger. Admonition he used to call modulation. He practised divination, both by omens drawn from chance utterances and the flight of birds, never by burnt offerings, except frankincense. His sacrificial offerings were inanimate, though some say that he offered only cocks, suckling goats, and the suckling pigs they call porkers, but never lambs. Yet Aristoxenus maintains that he permitted the eating of all other animals, and abstained only from ploughing oxen and rams. The same author declares, as was mentioned earlier, that Pythagoras acquired his doctrines from Themistoclea, the priestess of Delphi. Hieronymus says that when Pythagoras descended to Hades, he saw the soul of Hesiod bound to a bronze pillar and uttering inarticulate cries, and that of Homer hanging from a tree and surrounded by serpents, these being their punishments for what they had said about the gods. He also saw men undergoing punishment for having refused to have intercourse with their wives. This, according to Aristoxenus, is why Pythagoras was honoured by the people of Croton. Aristippus of Cyrene, in his work on the natural philosophers, says that the man was named Pythagoras because he spoke the truth no less reliably than the Pythian oracle. He is said to have advised his disciples always to say, upon entering their homes, "Where did I trespass? What did I accomplish? What did I not do that I should have done?" He forbade them to bring sacrificial victims to the gods, and permitted them to worship only at an altar unstained by blood. He told them not to swear by the gods, since a man should rather strive to make himself worthy of trust. He enjoined them to honour their elders, on the principle that precedence in time gives a greater title to respect. For just as, in the world, sunrise precedes sunset, so in our existence the beginning precedes the end, and in life birth precedes death. He said that one should honour gods before demigods. heroes before men, and first among men their parents, and they should associate with one another not so as to make enemies of their friends, but to make friends of their enemies. He taught them to regard nothing as their own, to safeguard the law and to make war on lawlessness, and not to destroy or injure plant life or any animal that does men no harm. He held that shame and discretion forbid indulgence in laughter or scowling. He said that one ought to avoid excessive meat-eating. On a journey, to alternate between exertion and relaxation, to train the memory, to say or do nothing in anger, to respect all divination, to sing to the lyre, and by hymns to show proper gratitude to gods and to good men. He prescribed abstention from beans, since by reason of their windy nature they partake most of the breath of life, and besides, by abstaining from them, we leave our stomach in better order, and this will also make our dreams sweeter and less troubled. Alexander, in his Successions of Philosophers, says that he found the following precepts in a Pythagorean memoir. The first principle of all things is the monad. Arising from the monad, the indeterminate dyad serves as the substrate of the monad, which is cause. From the monad and the indeterminate dyad arise numbers. From numbers, points. From points, lines. From lines, plane figures. From plane figures, solid figures. From solid figures, perceptible bodies, of which there are 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. These elements interact and change completely into one another, and from them arises a universe, animate, intelligent, and spherical, with the earth, which is also spherical and widely inhabited, at its centre. There are also people at the antipodes, and our down is their up. Light and dark are equally apportioned in the universe, as are hot and cold, dry and moist, and of these, when hot predominates, it is summer, when cold, winter, when dry, spring, and when wet, autumn. If all are in equilibrium, we enjoy the finest periods of the year. The flourishing spring is the healthy season, the decaying autumn the unhealthy. This holds true also for the day. Its flourishing belongs to the morning, its decay to the evening, which is therefore more unhealthy. The air that surrounds the earth is stagnant and unhealthy, and everything in it is mortal, but the uppermost air is in perpetual motion and pure and healthy, and everything in it is immortal and therefore divine. The sun, the moon, and the other stars are gods, for heat predominates in them, and heat is the cause of life. The moon is illuminated by the sun. There is a kinship between gods and men, because man partakes of heat. Hence God takes thought for us. Fate is the cause of the order of the universe, of its totality, and of its parts. A ray of the sun penetrates through the ether, whether the cold or the dense. The air they call cold ether, the sea and moisture dense ether. This ray plunges even to the depths, and thereby engenders all living creatures. Everything that partakes of heat is alive, which is why plants are living things, but all living things do not have soul. The soul is a detached portion of the ether, partly the hot and partly the cold, and because it participates also in the cold ether, the soul is distinct from life. It is immortal, since that from which it has been detached is immortal. Living creatures are begotten from one another through seeds. Spontaneous generation from earth, however, is impossible. The seed is a droplet of brain that contains a hot vapour. When this droplet is brought to the womb, it emits from the brain serum, fluid, and blood, from which flesh, sinews, bones, hair, and the entire body are constituted, whereas it is from the vapour that soul and sense perception are constituted. First, solidifying in 40 days, it takes shape. Then, in 7 or 9, or at most 10 months, in accordance with the ratios of harmony, the fully developed baby is brought forth. It has in it all the faculties of life, and these, which are interconnected, hold it together according to the ratios of harmony, each emerging at the prescribed stage. Sense perception in general, and sight in particular, is an extremely hot vapour, and that is why it is said to be possible to see through air and through water, for the hot is strongly resisted by the cold, so if the vapour in the eyes had been cold, it would have been dissipated on meeting the air, which resembles it. As it is, there are maxims in which he calls the eyes the portals of the sun. He concludes the same about hearing and the other senses. The soul of man, he says, is divided into 3 parts: mind, reason, and passion. Now mind and passion are present in the other animals as well, but man alone possesses reason. The soul's headquarters extends from the heart to the brain. The part of it that resides in the heart is passion, while reason and mind are located in the brain. Sensations are distillations from these. The reasoning part is immortal, the others are mortal. The soul draws its nourishment from the blood, and the ratios of the soul are breaths. The soul and its faculties are invisible, just as the ether is invisible. The veins and arteries and sinews are the bonds of the soul. But when the soul gains strength and settles down into itself, its ratios and deeds become its bonds. When cast out upon the earth, it wanders in the air like the body. Hermes is the steward of souls, and that is why he is called Hermes the Escorter, Hermes of the Gate, and Hermes of the Netherworld, since he leads the souls from their bodies both by land and by sea. The pure souls are led to the loftiest region, while the impure are not allowed to approach the pure or one another, but are bound by the Furies in unbreakable bonds. The air in its entirety is full of souls, and these are called demigods and heroes. It is they who send men dreams and omens of disease and health, and not only to men, but also to cattle and other domestic animals, and it is to them that the purifications, expiations, all divination, omens, and the like are referred. The most significant thing in human life, he says, is the power to persuade the soul toward good or toward evil. Men who acquire a good soul are blessed, otherwise they are never at rest, nor can they keep to the same course. Justice has the force of an oath, and that is why Zeus is called the god of oaths. Virtue is harmony and health and goodness in its entirety, and God itself. Hence the universe is said to be constituted in accordance with the laws of harmony. Friendship is a harmonious equality. We should not pay equal honor to gods and heroes, but to the gods always, observing due reverence, wearing white robes, and after purification. To the heroes only after midday. Purity is attained by cleansing, ablution, and sprinkling with lustral water, and by avoiding all contact with cadavers, women in childbirth, and all that defiles, and by abstaining from the meat and flesh of animals that have died of disease, and from gurnards, blacktail, eggs, and animals hatched from eggs, beans, and all the other items prescribed by those who perform mystic rites in the temples. Aristotle, in his work on the Pythagoreans, says that Pythagoras prescribed abstention from beans either because they resemble testicles or because they resemble the gates of Hades, since it is the only plant that lacks joints, or because they harm one's health, or because they resemble the shape of the world, or because they are associated with oligarchy, since beans are used in elections by lot. He forbade his disciples to pick up fallen crumbs, either in order to accustom them not to eat immoderately, or because crumbs are associated with a person's death. Moreover, Aristophanes declares that crumbs belong to the heroes, for in Heroes he says, "Eat not what falls from the table." He forbade them to eat a white cock, because the bird is sacred to the month and is a suppliant, supplication being a good thing, and it is sacred to the month, because it announces the time of day. Furthermore, white has the nature of good, black that of evil. He forbade them to touch any species of fish that is sacred, since it is not right for gods and men to be allotted the same things, any more than free men and slaves. He forbade them to break their bread into pieces, since in times past friends met over a single loaf, as the barbarians do to this day, and we should not divide what brings them together. Some, however, connect this prohibition to the judgment of the dead in Hades, others to the idea that the practice makes one cowardly in war, and still others to the idea that it is from this that the world begins. He held that the most beautiful of the solids is the sphere, the most beautiful of the plane figures the circle. Old age and everything that is decreasing are similar, while youth and increase are one and the same. Health is the conservation of the form, disease its destruction. He said of salt that it should be brought to the table as a reminder of what is right, for salt preserves everything it finds, and it has arisen from the purest sources, the sun and sea. Alexander says he found these precepts in a Pythagorean memoir. What followed it was found in Aristotle. But Pythagoras's dignified air is not overlooked even by Timon, though the satirist jabs at him in his lampoons when he says, "Pythagoras, inclined to wonder-working doctrines, a snarer of men, a familiar friend of bombast." Xenophanes bears witness to Pythagoras as having been different persons at different times in the elegy that begins, "Now, in turn, I'll take up another view and show you the way." And he speaks of him as follows, "One day, passing a puppy being thrashed, they say he pitied the whelp and cried out, 'Stop, don't strike, for it's the soul of a dear man.' I recognized him by his yelp." Thus Xenophanes. Cratinus also lampooned him in The Woman Who Followed Pythagoras, and in the Tarentines he says, "It is their custom, when any outsider approaches them, to test the strength of their doctrines, to upset and confound him with antitheses, limits, neatly balanced clauses, fallacies, and magnitudes." And Nisimachus in the Alcmeon, "In the manner of Pythagoras we sacrifice to Loxias, eating nothing whatsoever that lives and breathes." Aristophon in Pythagoras's Disciple, A. He said that he descended to Hades and observed its inhabitants, how each of them lived, and how different from the lives of the dead were the lives of the Pythagoreans, for they alone, on account of their piety, were permitted to dine with Pluto. B. You speak of a heedless god if he enjoys consorting with such trash. And later on, in the same work, they eat vegetables, and with these they drink water. Unwashed, lice-ridden, clothed in tattered cloaks, no one nowadays could stand them. This is how Pythagoras died. Sitting among his acquaintances at the house of Milo, it happened that the house was set on fire, out of envy, by one of the people who had not been judged worthy of being admitted to his presence. Some, however, say that it was the work of the people of Croton, who were taking precautions against the imposition of a tyranny. Pythagoras was caught attempting to flee, and when he reached a certain bean field, he stopped and said he would rather be captured than cross it, and would rather be killed than converse, and so his pursuers cut his throat. The majority of his companions, around 40, were also slaughtered. Only a few escaped, including Archippus of Tarentum and Lysis, who was mentioned earlier. Dicaearchus says that Pythagoras died a fugitive in the temple of the Muses at Metapontum after fasting for 40 days. Heraclides, in his epitome of the lives of Satyrus, says that after burying Pherecydes in Delos, Pythagoras returned to Italy, and when he found Chilon of Croton giving a lavish banquet, he withdrew to Metapontum, and there ended his life by abstaining from food, as he had no wish to live longer. But Hermippus says that when the citizens of Agrigentum and Syracuse were at war, Pythagoras went out with his friends and fought in the front ranks for the Agrigentines. When they were put to flight, he was killed by the Syracusans as he was trying to avoid the bean field. The rest, around 35 men, were burned alive in Tarentum for seeking to oppose those in power. Hermippus recounts another tale about Pythagoras. When he arrived in Italy, he built an underground chamber and instructed his mother to commit to writing everything that occurred, and at what time, and then to send her notes down to him until he came back. This his mother did, and after a time Pythagoras emerged, withered and skeletal. Entering the assembly, he said that he had come from Hades. He even read aloud what he had experienced there. Shaken by what he said, the people wept and wailed, and were so convinced Pythagoras was a god that they sent their wives to him in the hope they might learn some of his doctrines. These were called the Pythagoresusae, women who followed Pythagoras. So says Hermippus. Pythagoras had a wife, Theano by name, the daughter of Brontinus of Croton, though some say that Theano was Brontinus's wife and Pythagoras' student. He also had a daughter, Demo, as Lysis says in a letter to Hippasus, which he writes about Pythagoras as follows: "I am told by many that you discourse on philosophy in public, a thing that Pythagoras regarded as unworthy. At any rate, he entrusted his memoirs to his daughter, Demo, and commanded her never to give them to anyone outside their house. And though she could have sold them for a large sum, she would not do so, since she considered poverty and her father's commandments more valuable than gold." This from a woman. Pythagoras and Theano also had a son, Telauges, who succeeded his father and was Empedocles' instructor, according to some. Hippobotus, at any rate, says that Empedocles mentions Telauges, renowned son of Theano and Pythagoras. No written work of Telauges is known, though there are a number of works by his mother, Theano. There is even a story that when asked on which day a woman is pure after intercourse, she replied, "With her husband immediately, with anyone else, never." And she advised a woman who was going in to her husband to put aside her modesty at the same time as her clothes, and when rising, to don them both again. When asked, "What clothes?" she replied, "Those that cause me to be called a woman." According to Heraclides, son of Serapion, Pythagoras died at the age of 80, which accords with Pythagoras' own outline of the ages of men. But most authorities say he was 90, and my own playful verses about him run as follows: "You were not the only one to abstain from animate things, but so did we. For who has partaken of animate things, Pythagoras? Once a dish is boiled, roasted, and salted, what we eat is no longer animate. Another, so wise was Pythagoras that he would not touch meat, and declared it wrong to do so, though he let others partake, a marvel of wisdom. One should not transgress, said he, though he let others do so. And another, if you wish to know the mind of Pythagoras, observe the boss of Euphorbus' shield, for it says, I was a mortal once. If when he says he was not, then he was no one when he was. And another on how he died. Alas, alas, why did Pythagoras have such a reverence for beans? He died amid his disciples. There lay a bean field. To avoid trampling the beans, he was slain at a crossroads by the Agrigentines. He flourished in the 60th Olympiad, and his community endured for 9 or 10 generations. For the last of the Pythagoreans, whom Aristoxenus knew, was Xenophilus of the Thracian Chalcidici, Phantom of Phlius, Echecrates, Diocles, and Polymnestus, also of Phlius, who were students of Philolaus and Eurytus, both of Tarentum. There were 4 men named Pythagoras, who lived at about the same time, and at no great distance from one another. One was from Croton, a man who aspired to a tyranny, another from Phlius, an athlete, and some say a gymnastics trainer, a third from Zazinthus, the fourth, our present subject, whom they say discovered the secrets of philosophy and taught them, and in reference to whom the phrase, he himself said, became proverbial in ordinary life. Some say there was also another Pythagoras, a sculptor from Rhegium, who was thought to be the first to aim at rhythm and symmetry, another a sculptor from Samos, another a bad orator, another a doctor who wrote about hernia and also compiled some treatises on Homer, and another who wrote a treatise on the Dorians, as Dionysius reports. And Eratosthenes says, as Favorinus mentions in the 8th book of his miscellaneous history, that the last named was the first to box in a technical manner at the 48th Olympic Games, wearing his hair long and sporting a purple robe, and that when he was excluded from the boys' contest and ridiculed, he immediately entered the men's and won the prize. This is brought to light in the epigram of Theaetetus. Do you recall a Pythagoras, friend, long-haired Pythagoras, a famous boxer from Samos? I am that Pythagoras, and if you ask an alien to recount my exploits, you'll find his tale incredible. Favorinus says that Pythagoras was the first to use definitions throughout the subject of mathematics, and that these were applied even more extensively by Socrates and his disciples, and later by Aristotle and the Stoics. Moreover, he is said to have been the first to call the heavens the cosmos, and to have said that the earth is spherical, though Theophrastus claims it was Parmenides who said so, and Zeno that it was Hesiod. They say that Chilon was a rival of Pythagoras, as Antilochus was of Socrates. Pythagoras the athlete was also the subject of this epigram. He went, still a lad, to box with the lads at Olympia, Pythagoras of Samos, the son of Crates. The philosopher Pythagoras also wrote the following letter. Pythagoras to Anaximenes. Even you, O best of men, had you not surpassed Pythagoras in birth and fame, would have left Miletus and migrated. But as it is, your ancestral glory detains you, as it would have detained me had I resembled Anaximenes. But if you, the most useful men, abandon your cities, their good order will be destroyed, and they will be in greater danger from the Medes. For it is not right to be always meditating on the ether. Finer it is to safeguard one's country. For I too am not wholly occupied with my discourses, but take part in the wars that Italians wage with one another. Since we have completed our account of Pythagoras, we must speak of the noteworthy Pythagoreans. After them, we will discuss those philosophers referred to by some as scattered, and then we will tackle the succession of all who were worthy of mention as far as Epicurus, as we promised earlier. We have already dealt with Theano and Theologes. We must now speak first about Empedocles, since some maintain that he was a student of Pythagoras. Empedocles. Empedocles, according to Hippobotus, was the son of Meton, son of Empedocles, and was a native of Agrigentum. Timaeus says the same in the 15th book of his Histories, and adds that Empedocles, the poet's grandfather, had been a distinguished man. Hermippus also agrees with Timaeus. Likewise, Heraclides, in his work on diseases, says that Empedocles belonged to an illustrious family, his grandfather having bred horses, and Eratosthenes, in his Victors at the Olympic Games, reports, on Aristotle's authority, that Meton's father won a victory in the 71st Olympiad. In his chronology, the grammarian Apollodorus says, Empedocles was the son of Meton, and Glaucus says that Empedocles went to Thurii, which had just been founded. Farther on, he adds, those who report that, being exiled from his home to Syracuse, he went to Syracuse and fought in their war against the Athenians, seem to me to be utterly ignorant. For by then he was no longer living, or was a very old man, which belies the story. For Aristotle, like Heraclitus, says he died at the age of 60, and the man who, in the 71st Olympiad, won the horse race, was this man's grandfather and namesake, so that at the same time Apollodorus gives us an indication of the date. Satyrus, however, in his Lives, says that Empedocles was the son of Exenetus, and that Empedocles left a son named Exenetus, and that in the same Olympiad Empedocles himself was victorious in the horse race, and his son in wrestling, or, as Heraclides reports in his Epitome, in the foot race. I found in the reminiscences of Favorinus that Empedocles presented the festival envoys with a sacrificial ox made of honey and barley meal, and that he had a brother named Callicratides. Theologes, son of Pythagoras, says in his letter to Philolaus that Empedocles was the son of Archinomus. It is because he was from Agrigentum in Sicily that he himself says at the beginning of his purifications, My friends who inhabit the great city that slopes to yellow Acragas, close by the citadel. So much for his family. Timaeus, in the 9th book of his Histories, says that Empedocles was a student of Pythagoras, adding that after being convicted of plagiarizing the man's discourses, he was excluded, like Plato, from taking part in the school's discussions. He adds that Empedocles himself mentions Pythagoras when he says, Among them was a man of rare knowledge who possessed an immense wealth of wisdom. Others, however, maintain that here he is referring to Parmenides. Neanthes says that down to the time of Philolaus and Empedocles, the Pythagoreans admitted one and all to their discussions, but when Empedocles made them common property by his poem, they established a rule that they should not be shared with any epic poet. He says that the same thing happened to Plato, for he too was excluded. But of which Pythagorean Empedocles was a student, Neanthes did not say, for he held that the letter attributed to Theologes, and according to which Empedocles was linked with both Hippasus and Brotinus, is not trustworthy. Theophrastus says that Empedocles was an admirer of Parmenides, and that he imitated him in his poems. For Parmenides, too, composed his discourse on nature in verse. Hermippus, on the other hand, maintains that it was not Parmenides he emulated, but Xenophanes, with whom he lived and whose poetry he imitated, and that it was only later that he encountered the Pythagoreans. Alcidamas, in his work on nature, says that Zeno and Empedocles studied with Parmenides at the same time, that subsequently they left him, and that Zeno developed his own philosophical system, while Empedocles became a student of Anaxagoras and Pythagoras, and that he emulated the latter in the dignity of his life and demeanour, and the former in his study of nature. Aristotle, in the Sophist, states that Empedocles was the inventor of rhetoric, Zeno of dialectic. In his work on poets, he says that Empedocles wrote in the Homeric manner and proved adept in phraseology, since he had a gift for metaphors and all the other poetic devices. He also says that he wrote other poems, in particular the Crossing of Xerxes and the Hymn to Apollo. These his sister later burned, or his daughter, as Hieronymus says. The hymn inadvertently, the Persian poem intentionally, because it was unfinished. He says that Empedocles generally wrote tragedies and political discourses, but Heraclides, son of Serapion, says the tragedies were the work of a different author. Hieronymus says he himself has read 43 of them, while Neanthes says that the tragedies were written in Empedocles' youth and that he himself has read 7 of them. Satyrus, in his Lives, says that Empedocles was also a doctor and an excellent orator. Gorgias of Leontini, at any rate, who excelled in rhetoric and has left a treatise on the art, had been his student. Apollodorus, in his Chronology, says that Gorgias lived to the age of 109. Satyrus quotes Gorgias as saying that he was present when Empedocles performed magic tricks. He also says that Empedocles, in his poems, claims to have this power and many other when he says, "All the drugs that are a defence against ailments and old age you will learn, since for you alone I shall accomplish all this. You will halt the force of tireless winds that sweep over the earth, devastating the cornfields with their gusts, and in turn, if you wish, you will bring on requiting winds. The dark rain you will transform into a drought favourable to men, and the dry heat of summer you will transform into precipitations that nourish the trees, and they will abide in the sky. And you will bring back from Hades a dead man's strength." Timaeus, too, in his 18th book, says that the man was admired on many grounds. For example, when the Etesian winds once blew with such violence that they were damaging the crops, Empedocles gave orders for asses to be flayed and their skins used to make bags. Stretching these near crests and mountain ridges, he captured the wind, and for making it cease he was called the wind-checker. And Heraclides, in his work on diseases, says that Empedocles informed Pausanias about the woman who had ceased to breathe. For Pausanias, according to Aristippus and Satyrus, was Empedocles' beloved, and it was to him that the philosopher dedicated On Nature as follows: "Hearken, Pausanias, son of Archytas the wise." He even composed an epigram about him: "The doctor Pausanias, son of Archytas, the aptly named descendant of Asclepius, his country, Gala, nourished. Many a man wasting away from grievous ills did he bring back from Persephone's innermost sanctuary." As for the woman who had ceased to breathe, Heraclides says her state was such that Empedocles kept her body for 30 days, though she never breathed and had no pulse. Hence Heraclides called him both a doctor and a prophet, deriving both titles from these lines: "My friends, who inhabit the great city that slopes to yellow Acragas, close to the citadel, careful tenders of your fertile lands, greetings. For you I am a deathless god, no longer mortal. I go among you honoured by all, as is right, crowned with ribbons and blooming garlands. As soon as I enter with these into flourishing towns, I am worshipped by men and women. Tens of thousands follow me to learn where lies the path to well-being. Some eager for oracles, others afflicted with manifold diseases, hoping to hear a healing word. He explains that Empedocles called Agrigentum great because it had 800,000 inhabitants. Hence, Empedocles, speaking of their luxury, said, "The Agrigentines live luxuriously, as if they would die tomorrow, but build their houses as if they would live forever." It is said that Cleomenes the rhapsode recited this very poem, the Purifications, at Olympia, as Favorinus says in his reminiscences. Aristotle too declares that Empedocles was freedom-loving and averse to all authority, seeing that, as Xanthus relates in his account of him, he declined the kingship when it was offered to him, since he clearly preferred the simple life. Timaeus agrees with him and describes the occasion that revealed Empedocles' democratic spirit. For he says that Empedocles was invited to dinner by one of the magistrates, and the meal proceeded, but no wine was served. Though the others kept quiet, Empedocles grew indignant and demanded that wine be served. But their host said he was waiting for the officer of the assembly. When the latter arrived, he was made toastmaster, an obvious arrangement on the part of the host, who was hinting at his design to make himself tyrant, for he ordered his guests to either drink or have the wine poured on their heads. At the time, Empedocles kept quiet, but the next day, hauling both host and toastmaster into court, he had them convicted and condemned to death. This, then, was the beginning of his political career. Another time, when Acron the doctor asked the assembly for a site on which to build a monument to his father, who had been an eminent doctor, Empedocles came forward and prevented it in a speech in which he addressed the subject of equality, and in particular posed this question: "What inscription shall we put on it? Should it be this: Acron, the eminent doctor of Agrigentum, son of Acros, lies beneath the eminent crag of his most eminent native city"? Others say the second line was, "lies in an eminent tomb on a most eminent peak." Some attribute the verses to Simonides. At a later time, Empedocles dissolved the Assembly of the Thousand 3 years after it had been established, which suggests not only that he was wealthy, but that he had embraced the cause of democracy. Timaeus, at any rate, in his first and second books, for he mentions Empedocles frequently, says he seems to have held opposite views when appeared in public and when writing poetry, and in some passages he is boastful and selfish. At any rate, he says, "Greetings, to you I am a deathless god, no longer mortal," and so on. When he travelled to Olympia, he was deemed worthy of extravagant regard, to the point where, in conversations, no one was mentioned more than Empedocles. Later, however, when he sought to settle in Agrigentum, the descendants of his enemies opposed his return home, and this is why he retired to the Peloponnese, where he died. Nor did he escape Timon, who attacks him in these words: "And Empedocles, a bawler of vulgar verse, he drew distinctions as subtly as he could. The principles he set forth require other principles to explain them." Of his death, different accounts are given. Heraclides, after relating the story of the woman who had stopped breathing, and saying that Empedocles won renown because he had sent off the dead woman alive, reports that he was offering a sacrifice near the field of Paesianax. Some of his friends had been invited, including Pausanias. After the feast, the others dispersed to rest, some under the trees in the next field, others wherever they liked, while Empedocles himself remained where he had reclined for the feast. At daybreak they got up, and he alone was missing. A search was made, and his servants, when questioned, said they did not know where he was. At that point, someone said that during the night he had heard a booming voice calling Empedocles. Getting up, he had seen a heavenly light and a gleam of torches, but nothing else. The company was astounded by what had happened, and Pausanias went down and sent people to search for him. But later he hindered them from taking further trouble, saying that what had happened was worthy of a prayer, and that they should sacrifice to Empedocles as if he had become a god. Hermippus, on the other hand, says that Empedocles had cured Panthea, an Agrigentine woman whom the doctors had despaired of saving, and that this was why he was conducting the sacrifice, to which nearly 80 persons had been invited. Hippobotus says that when Empedocles got up, he made his way to Etna, and when he got there, he leapt into the fiery craters and disappeared. For he wished to strengthen the rumor that he had become a god, but later the truth came out when one of his boots was disgorged by the volcano, for it was his habit to wear boots made of bronze. Pausanias, however, disputes this account. Diodorus of Ephesus, writing about Anaximander, declares that Empedocles emulated him, affecting theatrical pomp and sporting stately attire. When a pestilence attacked the people of Selinus because of the foul smell of the river nearby, so that the inhabitants were dying and their women suffering miscarriages, Empedocles conceived the plan of diverting the course of 2 nearby rivers, bringing their water to the place at his own expense, and by combining the streams he sweetened the water. When the pestilence had thus been brought to an end, and the people of Selinus were feasting on the river bank, Empedocles appeared, whereupon the citizens rose up, made obeisance, and prayed to him as to a god. It was, therefore, to confirm their belief that he leapt into the fire. These authors are contradicted by Timaeus, who expressly declares that Empedocles withdrew to the Peloponnese, and never returned at all. Hence nothing is known about his death. He replies to Heraclides, whom he mentions by name in his 4th book. There he says that Paisianax was a citizen of Syracuse, and had no land in Agrigentum. Furthermore, Pausanias would have erected a monument to his friend, had such a story been current, either a statue or a sepulchre, as to a god, for he was a wealthy man. And how, asks Timaeus, did he come to leap into the craters, which he had never mentioned, though they were nearby? So he died in the Peloponnese, and it is not strange that his tomb has not come to light, for the same is true of many other men. So saying, Timaeus adds, but Heraclides is invariably just such a fabulist, even going so far as to say that a man fell to earth from the moon. Hippobotus says that in Agrigentum there used to be a statue of Empedocles with his head covered, and that it was later found in front of the Roman Senate with the head uncovered. The Romans had evidently transported it there. For painted images with inscriptions are carried about even now. Neanthes of Cyzicus, who has also spoken of the Pythagoreans, says that after the death of Meton, the beginnings of a tyranny began to show themselves, and it was then that Empedocles persuaded the Agrigentines to put an end to their quarrels and practice political equality. Moreover, from his large fortune he gave dowries to the young women in the city who had not been provided for. It was this fortune that enabled him to don a purple robe and a golden sash, as Favorinus says in his Reminiscences. He also wore bronze slippers and a Delphic wreath. He had thick hair and a retinue of slaves. Gloomy of countenance, his demeanour never varied. Such was his appearance in public, and the citizens who encountered him found in his demeanour the sign of a kind of royalty. Later, when travelling by carriage to attend a festival in Messene, he fell and broke his thigh. Falling ill after this injury, he died at the age of 77. His tomb is in Megara. As to his age, Aristotle is of a different opinion. He says that Empedocles was 60 when he died. Others say he was 109. He flourished in the 84th Olympiad. Demetrius of Troezen, in his book Against the Sophists, says of him, adapting the Homeric verses, "He fastened a noose from a tall cornel tree, thrusting it round his neck, and his soul went down to Hades." And in the letter of Teloges, I mentioned earlier, it says that owing to his advanced years, he slipped into the sea and died. Let these accounts of his death suffice. My own satirical epigram about him in Parmetros runs as follows. "And you, Empedocles, on cleansing your body with nimble flame, drank fire from everlasting craters. I shall not say that you threw yourself willingly into Aetna's stream, but fell in unwillingly, hoping not to be found out." And another, "Yes, there is a tale about Empedocles' death, that he once fell from a carriage and broke his right thigh. But if he leapt into craters of fire and drained the cup of life, how could one still see his tomb in Megara?" His doctrines were as follows. There are 4 elements, fire, water, earth, and air, and there is love, by which they are combined, and strife, by which they are separated. He says, "Shining Zeus and life-bearing Hera, Aidoneus and Nestus, who with her tears swells the mortal stream." By Zeus he means fire, by Hera earth, by Aidoneus air, and by Nestus water. And their continual change, he says, never ceases, as if such an arrangement were eternal. At any rate, he adds, "At one time by love all things uniting in one, at another each borne apart by the hatred of strife." He says that the sun is an immense aggregation of fire, and that it is larger than the moon. The moon, he says, has the shape of a discus, and the heaven itself is crystalline, and the soul assumes the manifold forms of animals and plants. At any rate, he says, "By now I have been born a boy and a girl, a bush and a bird, and a sunlit fish leaping from the sea." His poems on nature and purifications run to 5,000 lines, his discourse on medicine to 600. We have already spoken of his tragedies. Epicharmus. Epicharmus, son of Helothiles, was from Kos. He too studied with Pythagoras. At the age of 3 months he was brought from Sicily to Megara, and from there to Syracuse, as he says himself in his writings. His statue bears this inscription, "If the great sun outshines the other stars, and the sea is mightier than the rivers, so Epicharmus' wisdom surpassed all the rest, he whom Syracuse, his fatherland, has crowned." He has left some memoirs in which he discourses on nature, ethics, and medicine. In most of these memoirs he made marginal notes, which plainly show they were written by him. He died at the age of 90. Archytas. Archytas of Tarentum, son of Nasagoras, or of Histieus, according to Aristoxenus, was also a Pythagorean. It was his letter that saved Plato when he was about to be put to death by Dionysius. He was widely admired for his all-round excellence, and thus he served 7 times as his city's general, though all others were excluded by law from serving for more than 1 year. There are 2 letters written to him by Plato, since Archytas had written to him first, as follows. Archytas to Plato, good health. You have done well to get rid of your ailment, of which we got word from your own message and Lamiscus' report. As for the memoirs, we attended to the matter and went up to Lucania, where we found Ocellus' offspring. We obtained the works on law, on kingship, on piety, and on the creation of the universe, and have sent them off to you. The rest, at present, cannot be found. If they turn up, you will have them. So wrote Archytas, and Plato wrote back as follows. Plato to Archytas, greetings. I was overjoyed to receive the memoirs you sent, and am greatly pleased with their author. He seems to me a man worthy of his ancestors, for they are said to have been from Myra, and were among those who emigrated from Troy in Laomedon's day, brave men, as the traditional story makes clear. My own memoirs, which you alluded to in your letter, are not yet satisfactory, but such as they are, I have sent them off to you. About their custody we both agree, so I need not advise you further. Farewell. These, then, are the letters they exchanged. There have been 4 men named Archytas. The first is our present subject, the second was a musician from Mytilene, the third the author of On Agriculture, and the fourth a writer of epigrams. Some say there was a 5th, an architect, whose book on mechanism begins, These things I learned from Teucer of Carthage. It is reported of the musician that when reproached because he could not be heard, he replied, Well, my instrument competes and speaks for me. Aristoxenus says our Pythagorean was never defeated when serving as general, but on one occasion, owing to a grudge against him, he resigned his command, whereupon his men were immediately taken captive. He was the first to make mechanics methodical by applying mathematical principles. He was also the first to employ mechanical motion in a geometrical figure, when he tried, by means of a section of a half-cylinder, to find 2 mean proportionals in order to double the cube. And in geometry he was the first to discover the cube, as Plato says in the Republic. Alcmaeon. Alcmaeon was from Croton. He too was a student of Pythagoras. He writes chiefly about medicine, though he sometimes discourses on natural phenomena, as when he says, Most human things come in pairs. He is thought to have been the first to write a treatise on nature, as Favorinus says in his Miscellaneous History, and he held that the moon, in general, possesses an eternal nature. He was the son of Pirithous, as he says himself at the beginning of his treatise. These are the words of Alcmaeon of Croton, son of Pirithous, which he addressed to Brotinus, Leon, and Bathyllus. Of things invisible, as of mortal things, it is for the gods to have clear knowledge, for men to conjecture from evidence, and so forth. He also declared that the soul is immortal and that it is in constant motion, like the sun. Hippasus. Hippasus of Metapontum was another Pythagorean. He claimed that changes in the universe require definite intervals of time, and that the all is limited and endowed with perpetual motion. Demetrius, in his Men of the Same Name, says that Hippasus left no written work. There were 2 men named Hippasus, one being our present subject, the other a man who wrote a constitution of the Lacedaemonians in 5 books. He himself was a Lacedaemonian. Philolaus. Philolaus of Croton was a Pythagorean. It was from him that Plato asked Dion to buy the Pythagorean treatises. He died because he was suspected of aiming at a tyranny. I have written about him as follows. Suspicion, I say, counts most of all, for even if you do nothing but are suspected, you are lost. Thus Croton, his fatherland, did away with Philolaus, who thought he'd like to be their tyrant. He thought that all things come into being by necessity and harmony. He was the first to say that the earth moves in a circle, though some say that it was Hicetus of Syracuse who did so. He wrote one book, and it was this book, according to Hermippus, that some writers said that Plato the philosopher, when he came to Sicily to the court of Dionysus, brought from the relatives of Philolaus for 40 Alexandrine minas of silver, and that from it he transcribed the Timaeus. Others say Plato received it for having interceded with Dionysius for the release from the custody of a young man, a student of Philolaus. Demetrius, in his Men of the Same Name, says Philolaus was the first of the Pythagoreans to publish a work titled On Nature, which begins as follows: Nature in the universe was composed of unlimited and limiting elements, as was the entire universe and all it contains. Eudoxus. Eudoxus of Cnidus, the son of Aeschines, was an astronomer, a geometer, a doctor, and a legislator. He studied geometry with Archytas and medicine with Philistion of Sicily, as Callimachus says in his tablets. Sotion, in his Successions, says he was also a student of Plato. When he was about 23, and in straitened circumstances, the fame of the Socratics attracted him, and he set sail for Athens with Theomedon, the doctor, who supported him. Some say he was Theomedon's beloved. Disembarking at the Piraeus, Eudoxus went up to Athens every day, attended the sophists' lectures, and returned to the port. After 2 months he returned home, and assisted by contributions from his friends, sailed to Egypt with Chrysippus, the doctor, with a letter of introduction from Agesilaus to Nectanebus, who recommended him to the priests. He spent 16 months there, having shaved his beard and eyebrows, and it was there, some say, that he wrote his Octatoris. From there he went to Cyzicus and to the Propontis to give lectures. Later he went to the court of Mausolus. He then returned to Athens with a great many disciples. Some say he did this to annoy Plato, who had originally snubbed him. Some report that at a drinking party given by Plato, Eudoxus, owing to the number of guests, introduced the practice of arranging couches in a semicircle. Nicomachus, son of Aristotle, says he declared pleasure to be the good. Eudoxus was welcomed in his native city with great honour, as the decree concerning him makes clear. But he also became highly renowned throughout Greece, having written laws for his fellow citizens, as Hermippus says in the 4th book of his work on the 7 sages, as well as astronomical, geometrical, and other noteworthy works. He had 3 daughters, Actis, Philtis, and Delphis. Eratosthenes, in his work Against Baton, says that Eudoxus also composed Dialogues of the Dogs, but others say that the Egyptians wrote these in their own language, and that Eudoxus translated and published them for the Greeks. Chrysippus of Cnidus, the son of Irenaeus, attended his lectures about the gods, the cosmos, and the celestial phenomena, while in medicine he studied with Philistion of Sicily. Eudoxus left some excellent memoirs. He had a son, Aristagoras, and Aristagoras' son, Chrysippus, was a student of Aethlius. To this, Chrysippus is attributed a work on the treatment of the eye, since he devoted himself to speculations about nature. There have been 3 men named Eudoxus. The first is our present subject, the second was a historian from Rhodes, and the third a Sicilian Greek, Agathocles' son, a comic poet who won 3 victories at the Dionysia and 5 at the Lenaea. as Apollodorus says in his chronology. We also find another doctor from Cnidus. Eudoxus, in his map of the earth, says that this man was always advising people to move their limbs, using every form of exercise, and to keep their organs of sense active in the same way. The same author says that Eudoxus of Cnidus flourished in the 103rd Olympiad, and that he discovered the properties of curves. He died at the age of 53. When he was in Egypt with Conophis of Heliopolis, the bull, Apis, licked his cloak. The priests therefore declared that Eudoxus would be renowned but short-lived, as Favorinus says in his Reminiscences. Our own verses about him run as follows. At Memphis, they say, Eudoxus learned his fate from the bull with beautiful horns. The beast said naught, for whence comes speech to a bull? Nature gave no wagging tongue to the young bull Apis, but standing beside Eudoxus, it licked his robe, imparting the prophecy, "You are not long for the world." Hence his fate soon overtook him when he had seen 53 risings of the Pleiades. Eudoxus used to be called Endoxus, renowned, because of his brilliant reputation. Now that we have dealt with the eminent Pythagoreans, let us take up the so-called scattered philosophers. We should speak first of Heraclitus. Book 9. Heraclitus and 11 reputed skeptics. Heraclitus. Heraclitus, son of Blozon, or, according to some, of Heracon, was a native of Ephesus. He flourished in the 69th Olympiad. He was exceptionally haughty and disdainful, as is clear from his book, in which he says, "Much learning does not teach understanding, otherwise it would have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, or, in turn, Xenophanes and Hecataeus. For what is wise is one thing, to understand thought, which steers all things through all." He used to say that Homer should be thrown out of the public contests and beaten with a stick, and Archilochus likewise. He also used to say, one should extinguish pride more quickly than a fire, and the people should defend the law as they would their city wall. And he attacked the Ephesians for banishing his friend Hermodorus in the passage where he says, "All the adults of Ephesus would do better to end their lives and leave the city to the children, for they have banished Hermodorus, the most useful man among them, saying, 'Let there be no most useful among us. If anyone be such, let him go elsewhere and live with others.' When asked by them to establish laws, he would not deign to do so, since by then the city was in the grip of a bad constitution. Withdrawing to the temple of Artemis, he would play at knucklebones with the children, and when the Ephesians stood around him, he said, 'Why are you surprised, you rascals? Isn't it better to do this than take part in your civic life?' At last, having become a misanthrope, he departed for the mountains, where he lived on grass and herbs. But when this diet gave him dropsy, he returned to town and asked the doctors, enigmatically, if they could produce a drought after heavy rain. When they failed to understand him, he buried himself in a cowshed, hoping that the heat of the cow dung would draw the fluid out of him. But as even this had no effect, he died at the age of 60. My own verses about him run as follows. I have often wondered how Heraclitus lived such a troubled and ill-fated life, and then died. An awful disease, flooding his body, extinguished the light in his eyes and brought on darkness. Hermippus says that Heraclitus asked the doctors whether anyone could draw off the fluid by emptying his intestines, and when they said it was impossible, he lay in the sun and told his servants to plaster him with cow dung. Thus laid out, he died the next day and was buried in the marketplace. But Neanthes of Cyzicus says that when Heraclitus was unable to push off the cow dung, he stayed where he was, and that he became unrecognizable by this transformation and was devoured by dogs. He was extraordinary from boyhood. When young, he used to say that he knew nothing, as an adult that he knew everything. He became no one's student and said that he had searched himself and from himself had learned everything. Some say that he attended the lectures of Xenophanes, according to Sotion, who reports that Ariston, in his book on Heraclitus, says that he was cured of the dropsy, but died of another disease. Hippobotus says the same. The book attributed to him, in light of its chief subject, is a treatise on nature, but it is divided into 3 discourses, one on the universe, another on politics, and a third on theology. He deposited it in the temple of Artemis, as some say, having purposely written it in a rather obscure style, so that only the competent might approach it, and lest a common style should make it easy to despise. Timon offers this sketch of him. Among them arose a crower, a riddler, mob-reviling Heraclitus. Theophrastus says that owing to his melancholy, he left some parts of his work half-finished. Other parts survive in a number of different versions. As proof of his magnanimity, Antisthenes cites, in his Successions, his having renounced the kingship in favour of his brother. His book won such renown that from it arose disciples, those called the Heracliteans. Heraclitus' doctrines, in general terms, are as follows. All things are made of fire, and into fire they are dissolved. All things come about by fate, and it is by the convergence of opposites that beings are brought into harmony, and all things are full of souls and of deities. He has also given an account of all the changes that are effected in the universe, and declares that the sun is as large as it appears. He is also reported to have said, "You could not find the boundaries of the soul even by treading every path, so deep is its reckoning." He used to call conceit a sacred disease and sight a deceptive sense. Sometimes, in his book, his phrases are so brilliant and clear that even the slowest mind could easily understand and derive from them elevation of soul, for the brevity and depth of his exposition are incomparable. His particular doctrines are as follows. Fire is the element. All things are an exchange of fire and come into being by rarefaction and condensation, but of this he offers no clear explanation. All things come into being from a conflict of opposites, and the universe in its entirety flows like a river. The whole is limited and forms one world. It is alternately born from fire and again resolved into fire at fixed periods through all eternity, and this comes about in accordance with destiny. Of the opposites, that which leads to creation is called war and strife, and that which leads to the conflagration is called concord and peace. Change is called a path up and down, and the world comes into being in conformity with it. For when fire contracts, it turns into moisture, and when this condenses, it turns into water. As for water, when it solidifies, it turns into earth. This he calls the downward path. In turn, the earth is liquefied, and thus gives rise to water, from which everything else is derived. For he reduces almost everything to exhalation from the sea. This is the upward path. Exhalations arise from the earth as well as from the sea. Those from the sea are bright and pure. Those from the earth are dark. Fire is fed by the bright exhalations, the moist element by the others. As for the nature of the element that surrounds the world, he does not make clear what it is, but he says that in it there are bowls whose concavities are turned toward us. in which the bright exhalations collect and produce flames. These are the stars. The flame of the sun is the brightest and the hottest. The other stars are farther from the earth, which is why they shine less and give off less heat. As for the moon, it is closer to the earth, but does not travel through the pure region. The sun, on the other hand, travels in a translucent and pure region and remains at a uniform distance from us, which is why it gives us more heat and light. The sun and the moon are eclipsed when the poles are turned upward. The monthly phases of the moon occur as the pole itself gradually revolves in place. Day and night, months, seasons, years, rains, winds, and similar phenomena result from the various exhalations. The bright exhalation set on fire in the hollow of the sun makes day, while the opposite exhalation, when it gets the upper hand, causes night. The heat, nourished by the bright exhalation, produces summer, and the moist element, augmented by the dark exhalation, produces winter. It is in conformity with these theories that he indicates the causes of the other phenomena. As for the earth, he gives no account of its nature, nor that of the poles. These, then, were his views. The story Ariston tells about Socrates and what the philosopher said when he read Heraclitus' book, which had been brought to him by Euripides, has been related in the chapter on Socrates. But Seleucus, the grammarian, says that a certain Croton reports in his work, The Diver, that a certain Crates first brought Heraclitus' book to Greece, and that it was he who said it required a Delian diver, not to be drowned in it. Some give it the title The Muses, others On Nature. Diodotus calls it an infallible helm for the rule of life, and others a code of conduct for one and all. They say that when asked why he remained silent, he replied, "So that you can chatter." Darius, too, was eager to make his acquaintance, and wrote to him as follows. King Darius, son of Hystaspes, to Heraclitus, the wise man of Ephesus, greetings. You have written a discourse on nature, which is hard to understand and to interpret. In some parts, if one takes you at your word, it seems to have the force of a theory of the entire universe and the things it contains, which depend on motion most divine. But for the most part, one is called upon to suspend judgment, so that even those who are most well versed in literature are at a loss to know how to interpret your work correctly. Therefore, King Darius, son of Hystaspes, wishes to receive your teaching and Greek culture. Come quickly into my sight at the palace, for the Greeks in general do not know how to distinguish their wise men, and neglect their excellent precepts, which are well worth hearing and learning. At my court you will enjoy every privilege, daily conversation of the noble and worthy kind, and a life that does honour to your counsels. Heraclitus of Ephesus to King Darius, son of Hystaspes, greetings. All men on earth hold aloof from truth and justice, and in their wretched folly devote themselves to avarice and the thirst for fame. But I, keeping myself oblivious of all wickedness, and avoiding the satiety of everything, which is usually accompanied by envy, would not come to Persia, as I am content with little in conformity with my judgment. Such was our philosopher, even toward a king. Demetrius, in his Men of the Same Name, says that Heraclitus despised even the Athenians, though they held him in the highest esteem, and that though he himself was despised by the Ephesians, he nevertheless preferred his own country. Demetrius of Phalerum mentions him in his Apology of Socrates, and there have been a great many interpreters of his work, including Antisthenes, Heraclides of Pontus, Cleanthes, and Sphaerus the Stoic, as well as Pausanias, who was surnamed the Heraclitist, Nicomedes, and Dionysius. And among the grammarians, Diogenes, who claims that Heraclitus' work was not about nature, but about government, and that the part about nature serves merely as an illustration. Hieronymus says that Cithinus, the iambic poet, undertook to put the discourse of Heraclitus into verse, and he is the subject of many epigrams, including the following: I am Heraclitus. Why do you boors drag me up and down? I don't toil for you, but for those who understand me. One man to me is worth 30,000, but the multitude are not worth a single one. This I declare, even in the halls of Persephone. And another runs as follows: Be in no hurry to unroll to its end the book of Heraclitus, the Ephesian, for the path is hard to travel. Gloom prevails, and a darkness devoid of light, but if an initiate leads you, the paths are brighter than sunlight. There have been 5 men named Heraclitus. The first was our present subject, the second a lyric poet who wrote an encomium of the 12 gods, the third an elegiac poet from Halicarnassus, for whom Callimachus wrote this epitaph. They told me, Heraclitus, of your death, and to my eyes brought tears. I recalled how often you and I let the sun go down in talk, but you, my Halicarnassian host, have long been a heap of ashes, yet your nightingale songs live on. Hades, the robber, cannot touch them. The fourth was a native of Lesbos, who wrote a history of Macedonia, and the fifth, a serio-comic author who had been a musician before he adopted that profession. Xenophanes. Xenophanes of Colophon, son of Dexius, or, according to Apollodorus, of Orthomenes, is praised by Timon, who speaks, at any rate, of Xenophanes, nearly free of vanity, denouncer of Homer's deceits. Banished from his native land, he lived in Zancle, in Sicily. He also spent time in Catana. Some say he was no man's student, though others maintain he was a student of Boton of Athens, or, as others say, of Archelaus. Sotion makes him a contemporary of Anaximander. He wrote in epic metre, and also composed elegies and iambics, condemning Homer and Hesiod, and disparaging what they say about the gods. He also recited his own works. He is said to have opposed the views of Thales and Pythagoras, and attacked those of Epimenides. He lived to a great age, as he himself somewhere says. 67 years have by now been buffeting my thought up and down the land of Greece, and since my birth there have been 25 more, if I may speak truly about these matters. He maintains that there are 4 elements of existing things, and worlds that are unlimited in number but not apt to change. He says that clouds are formed when vapour from the sun ascends and lifts them into the atmosphere. The substance of God is spherical and bears no resemblance to man. He is all-seeing and all-hearing, but does not breathe. He is the totality of mind and intelligence, and is immortal. Xenophanes was the first to declare that everything that comes into being is perishable, and that the soul is breath. He maintained that most things are inferior to thought. He also held that one's encounters with tyrants should be as infrequent or as pleasant as possible. When Empedocles said to him that the wise man remained undiscovered, he replied, as one might expect, since it takes one to find one. Sotion says that Xenophanes was the first to say that all things defy comprehension, though Sotion was mistaken. He also wrote the founding of Colophon and the establishment of the colony at Elea in Italy, 2,000 verses. He flourished in the 60th Olympiad. Demetrius of Phalerum, in his work on old age, and Panetius the Stoic, in his work on contentment, say that Xenophanes buried his sons with his own hands, like Anaxagoras. He is thought to have been sold into slavery. He was then ransomed by the Pythagoreans, Parmeniscus and Orestides, as Favorinus says in the first book of his Reminiscences. There was another, Xenophanes of Lesbos, an iambic poet. These, then, are the scattered philosophers. Parmenides. Parmenides, son of Pyrrhus, a native of Elea, was a student of Xenophanes, though Theophrastus, in his Epitome, says he studied with Anaximander. But though he was a pupil of Xenophanes, he did not become his follower. According to Sotion, he associated with Aeneas, son of Diogenes, a Pythagorean who was poor but respectable. Parmenides was more inclined to adopt Aeneas's ideas, and after the man's death built him a hero's shrine, since he himself belonged to a distinguished and wealthy family, and it was under the influence of Aeneas, rather than that of Xenophanes, that he was persuaded to adopt a contemplative life. He was the first to declare that the earth is spherical, and is situated at the centre. He held that there are two elements, fire and earth, and that the former has the role of craftsman, the latter of his material. The generation of human beings proceeded initially from the sun, and from these elements arise heat and cold, from which all things are formed. He held that soul and mind are the same thing, as Theophrastus mentions in his Physics, where he presents almost all of the philosophers' doctrines. He said that philosophy was a twofold thing, one part dealing with truth, the other with opinion. Hence he somewhere says, "You must learn all things, both the precise heart of persuasive truth and the opinions of mortals, in which there is no true conviction." Parmenides also commits his doctrines to verse, as did Hesiod, Xenophanes, and Empedocles. He made reason the criterion, and declared that the sensations are inexact. At any rate, he says, "May long-standing habit not force you along this path, to be guided by a heedless eye and an echoing ear and tongue, but discern by reason the much contested proof." Hence Timon says of him, "And the strength of high-minded Parmenides, a man of no varied opinions, who separated thought from the deception of appearance." It was about him that Plato wrote the dialogue entitled Parmenides, or On the Forms. He flourished in the 69th Olympiad. He is thought to have been the first to discover that Hesperus and Phosphorus are the same, as Favorinus says in the 5th book of his Reminiscences. Others say that Pythagoras was the first to do so. Callimachus says that the poem was not the work of Parmenides. The philosopher is said to have given laws to his fellow citizens, as Speusippus says in his work on Philosophers, and he was the first to use the Achilles argument, as Favorinus says in his Miscellaneous History. There was another Parmenides, an orator, who wrote a handbook on rhetoric. Melissus. Melissus, son of Diogenes, was a native of Samos. He was a student of Parmenides, but he also conversed with Heraclitus, on which occasion he introduced the philosopher to the Ephesians, who were unacquainted with him, just as Hippocrates introduced Democritus to the people of Abdera. He also took part in politics, and was thought worthy of his fellow citizens' favour. Hence, when appointed admiral, he won even more admiration for his personal courage. He believed the universe is unlimited, unchangeable, immovable, and one, homogeneous and complete. and that motion is not real but merely apparent. He also said we should not offer opinions about the gods, since it is not possible to have knowledge of them. Apollodorus says he flourished in the 84th Olympiad. Zeno. Zeno was a native of Elea. Apollodorus, in his chronology, says that by birth he was the son of Teleutagoras, but by adoption of Parmenides, Parmenides being the son of Pires. Timon speaks as follows about Zeno and Melissus. I praise the great strength which never failed of double-tongued Zeno, the censurer of everyone, and Melissus, who dispelled many vain imaginings, and was himself deluded by few. Zeno was the student of Parmenides, and became his beloved. He was tall, as Plato says in the Parmenides. Plato also mentions him in the Sophist, and calls him the Palamedes of Elea. Aristotle says that Zeno was the inventor of dialectic, as Empedocles was of rhetoric. Zeno was a man of great nobility, both in philosophy and in politics. His extant books, at any rate, are full of intelligence. Hoping to overpower the tyrant Nearchus, though some say it was Diomedes, he was arrested, as Heraclides says in his epitome of Satyrus, and when interrogated about his confederates and about the weapons he was transporting to Lipara, he informed against all of the tyrant's friends, hoping to leave him bereft of supporters. Then, saying that he had to whisper something about certain persons, he sank his teeth into the tyrant's ear and did not let go until he had been run through, meeting the same fate as Aristoyeton, the tyrannicide. Demetrius, in his Men of the Same Name, says that Zeno bit the tyrant's nostril. Antisthenes, in his Successions, says that after Zeno had informed on the tyrant's friends, he was asked whether there was any other conspirator. To this, Zeno replied, "Yes, you, the scourge of the city." And to those standing nearby he said, "I am surprised at your cowardice, if in fear of what I am now enduring you could be the tyrant's slaves." And finally, biting off his own tongue, he spat it at him. And his fellow citizens were so provoked that they stoned the tyrant to death. Most writers give almost the same account of Zeno's end. Hermippus, however, says that Zeno was cast into a mortar and beaten to death. My own verses about him run as follows. You desired, Zeno, and your desire was noble, to slay the tyrant and deliver Elea from slavery. But you were defeated, for the tyrant caught you and beat you in a mortar. But what am I saying? It was your body that he beat, and not you. Zeno proved noble in all other respects, particularly in his contempt for the powerful, which equalled that of Heraclitus. In fact, that colony of the Phocaeans, originally called Hyele, later Elea, which was his native place, a modest city, good only for rearing brave men, he preferred to the arrogance of Athens, hardly ever visiting that city and spending his whole life at home. He was also the first to use the Achilles argument, though Favorinus says that Parmenides used it first, and a number of others. He favoured the following views. There is a world, but there is no void. The nature of all things arose from hot and cold and dry and moist, which change into one another. Human beings are generated from earth, and the soul is a mixture of the above-mentioned elements, no one of them predominating. They say that once, when rebuked, he lost his temper, and when blamed for this he said, "If when reproached I pretend that I have not been, then I'll be unaware of it when I'm praised." That there have been 8 men named Zeno we have mentioned in our account of Zeno of Citium. Our present subject flourished in the 79th Olympiad. Leucippus. Leucippus was a native of Elea, though some say he was born in Abdera, others in Melos. He was a student of Zeno. He held that the totality of things is infinite, and that they all change into one another. The whole is at the same time empty and full of bodies. The worlds come into being when bodies fall into the void and are intertwined with one another, and it is their motion as their bulk increases that gives rise to the substance of the stars. The sun revolves in an orbit larger than that of the moon. The earth stays in place, revolving around the centre. Its shape is that of a drum. Leucippus was the first to posit atoms as first principles. Such are his views in general. In detail, his account is as follows. He says that the whole is infinite, as has been mentioned, but that part of it is full and part empty, and it is these parts that he calls elements. From these elements arise an unlimited number of worlds, and into them they are dissolved. The worlds are formed in the following way. Detaching themselves from the unlimited, a large number of bodies of various shapes flow into a great void. As they collect, they form a single vortex in which they collide with one another and circle in all sorts of ways, are separated off, those of a given kind joining others of the same kind. And when, by reason of their numbers, they can no longer revolve in equilibrium, the light bodies pass into the outer void, as if through a sieve, while the rest keep together. And because they are intertwined, they remain in motion together and form a primary spherical system. This stretches out like a membrane and encloses many sorts of bodies. And as the vortex containing these bodies spins around a tightening centre, the surrounding membrane thins out, while the adjacent bodies inside it constantly flow together as they graze the vortex. And thus the earth is formed, as the bodies carried to the centre remain together. Meanwhile, the enveloping membrane grows larger with the influx of bodies from outside, and as it is carried around in the vortex, it adds to itself whatever bodies it touches. Some of these are intertwined and form a mass, at first moist and muddy, but when they have dried and are revolving with the entire vortex, they eventually catch fire and produce the substance of the stars. The orbit of the sun is the outermost, that of the moon the nearest to the earth. Those of all the other celestial bodies lie between the two. All the stars catch fire by the speed of their motion. The sun is also kindled by the stars, whereas the moon is kindled only slightly. The sun and the moon are eclipsed, the tilting of the earth to the south. The regions of the north are always blanketed with snow and are extremely cold and frozen. Eclipses of the sun are rare, those of the moon very frequent by reason of the inequality of their orbits, and just as the world is born, so it grows and decays and perishes in accordance with some necessity, the nature of which he does not make clear. Democritus. Democritus was the son of Hegesistratus, though some say his father was Athenocritus, others Danasippus. He was a native of Abdera, or, as some say, of Miletus. He studied with certain Magi and Chaldeans. For when King Xerxes was entertained by Democritus' father, he left instructors behind, as Herodotus recounts. From these men Democritus learned about theology and astronomy when still a boy. Later he met Leucippus and, according to some, Anaxagoras, though he was 40 years younger than the latter. Favorinus, in his miscellaneous history, reports that Democritus declared that Anaxagoras's views about the sun and moon were not his own, but were ancient, and that Anaxagoras had appropriated them, and he pulled to pieces Anaxagoras's views about the world's orderly arrangement and about mind, his hostility toward him stemming from the fact that Anaxagoras had rebuffed him. But then how could he have been his student, as some maintain? Demetrius in his Men of the Same Name and Antisthenes in his Successions say that Democritus went abroad to Egypt to study geometry with the priests, and to Persia and to the Red Sea, and some say he associated with the naked sages in India and went to Ethiopia. Being the third brother, he divided the family property, and most say that he chose the smaller portion, which was in money, because he needed it for his travels, a choice his brothers had shrewdly anticipated. Demetrius says Democritus' portion amounted to more than 100 talents, all of which he spent. He says Democritus was so industrious that he took over a little house in a part of his garden and shut himself in. And once, when his father was leading an ox to sacrifice and tied it there, Democritus was unaware of it for a considerable time, until his father roused him for the sacrifice and told him about the ox. It seems that he also went to Athens, says Demetrius, and was not eager to be recognized, since he despised fame, and that though he knew of Socrates, he was not known to him. For he says, "I came to Athens, and nobody knew me." If the Rivals in Love is the work of Plato, says Thrasyllus, then Democritus would be the unnamed character, different from Oenopides and from Anaxagoras, who takes part in the discussion with Socrates about philosophy, and to whom Socrates says that the philosopher is like the pentathlete. For Democritus was truly a pentathlete in philosophy, since he trained himself not only in natural science and ethics, but also in mathematics and the ordinary branches of education, and was fully conversant with the arts. From him came the saying, "Speech is the shadow of action." Demetrius of Phalerum, in his Apology of Socrates, says that Democritus did not even visit Athens, and this is even more impressive if Democritus actually looked down on so great a city and wanted not to win glory from a place, but rather to confer on a place his own glory. It is also clear from his writings what sort of man he was. He is thought, says Thrasyllus, to have been an admirer of the Pythagoreans, and he himself mentions Pythagoras, expressing his admiration in his work entitled Pythagoras. He seemed to have taken all his ideas from him, and might even, if chronology did not stand in the way, be thought to have been his student. According to Glaucus of Rhegium, his contemporary, Democritus certainly studied with one of the Pythagoreans, and Apollodorus of Cyzicus says that Democritus studied with Philolaus. According to Antisthenes, he used to train himself in a great variety of ways to test his sense impressions, sometimes living in solitude and spending time in tombs. Antisthenes says that when Democritus returned from his travels, he lived very humbly, since he had spent his entire fortune and was supported in his poverty by his brother Damasus. But after he had foretold various future events, he won renown, and ended by acquiring among most men the reputation of a God-inspired man. There was a law, says Antisthenes, that prevented anyone who had squandered his patrimony from being buried in his native city. Aware of this, Democritus, who feared that he might be liable in the eyes of certain envious men or public informers, gave a public reading of his great cosmology, the finest of his works, and was rewarded with 500 talents, and not only with this sum, but with bronze statues as well. And when he died, he was given a public funeral, having lived for more than 100 years. Demetrius, however, says that it was Democritus' relatives who read the great cosmology, and that the reward was only 100 talents. Hippobotus says the same. Aristoxenus, in his historical commentaries, says that Plato wanted to burn all the copies he could collect of Democritus' works, and that the Pythagoreans Amyclas and Clinias prevented him, arguing that it would do no good, since by then his books had been widely circulated. And Plato's attitude is obvious, for whereas he mentions almost all the ancient authors, he never once alludes to Democritus, not even where it would be necessary to refute him, since he clearly realized that the contest would be between him and the best of the philosophers, whom even Timon praises in the following terms: "Such is the wise Democritus, shepherd of myths, versatile debater, among the best I ever read." As regards chronology, he was, as he himself says in the Lesser Cosmology, a young man when Anaxagoras was elderly, Democritus being 40 years his junior. He says the Lesser Cosmology was compiled 730 years after the capture of Troy. As Apollodorus says in his chronology, Democritus would have been born in the 80th Olympiad, but according to Thrasyllus, in his work entitled Introduction to the Reading of the Books of Democritus, he was born in the 3rd year of the 77th Olympiad, which makes him, says Thrasyllus, a year older than Socrates. In that case, he would have been a contemporary of Archelaus, the student of Anaxagoras, and of Oenopides and his circle, and in fact he mentions Oenopides. He also mentions the doctrine of the One, held by Parmenides and Zeno, since these two were his most renowned contemporaries. He also cites Protagoras of Abdera, who, it is agreed, was a contemporary of Socrates. Athenodorus, in the 8th book of his Discourses, says that when Hippocrates came to see him, Democritus ordered milk to be brought, and on inspecting the milk said it was from a black goat that had been born her first kid. Hippocrates was duly astonished at Democritus' perspicacity, and what is more, Hippocrates had brought along a serving girl, and on the first day Democritus greeted her with, "Good morning, my girl," but on the next day with, "Good morning, woman." And it was true that the girl had been deflowered during the night. Hermippus says that Democritus died in the following way. He had become quite elderly and was nearing his end, and when his sister was grieved that he was likely to die during the festival of Thesmophoria, and she would therefore be unable to perform her duties to the goddess, he told her to take courage and ordered warm loaves to be brought to him every day. Applying these to his nostrils, he managed to outlast the festival, and when the days had elapsed, of which there were 3, he gave up his life, quite painlessly, as Hipparchus says, having lived for 109 years. My own verses about him in the Parmetros run as follows: "And who was so wise, who performed a deed so great as the all-knowing Democritus? When death drew near, the man kept him in his house for 3 days, regaling him with the steam of hot loaves." Such was the life of our philosopher. He held the following views. The first principles of the universe are atoms and void. Everything else is merely thought to exist. The worlds are unlimited in number. They come into being and they perish. Nothing can come into being from that which does not exist, nor be destroyed into that which does not exist. Atoms are unlimited in size and number. They move about in the entire universe in a vortex, and thereby generate all composite things, fire, water, air, and earth, for these things are in fact aggregates of various atoms. And because of their solidity, these atoms are impassive and unchangeable. The sun and moon are composed of masses of this kind, smooth and spherical, and so is the soul, which is identical with intellect. We see by virtue of the impact of images on our eyes. All things happen by necessity, the vortex being the cause of the creation of all things. This is what he means by necessity. The goal is tranquillity, which is not identical to pleasure, as some have mistakenly understood it to be, but a state in which the soul proceeds calmly and steadily, untroubled by any fear or superstition or any other emotion. This he calls well-being, and gives it many other names. The qualities of things exist by convention. Atoms and void exist by nature. These are his views. Thrasyllus has drawn up a list of his books, arranging them in tetralogies. He also arranged Plato's works. His ethical works include the following: Pythagoras, on the disposition of the wise man, on those in Hades, Tritogenia, so called because three things on which all human life depends come from her, on manly excellence or on virtue, Amalthea's horn, on contentment, ethical commentaries. These are his works on ethics. His works on nature include the great cosmology, which Theophrastus and his circle attribute to Leucippus, the lesser cosmology, description of the universe, on the planets, on nature, first book, on the nature of man, or on flesh, second book, on mind, on the senses. Some group these works under the title On the Soul, on flavors, on colors, on the different shapes, on changes of shape, conformations, which are critical justifications of the above-mentioned works, on images or on foresight, on logic or canon, 3 books, problems. These are his works on nature. His unclassified works include the following: causes of celestial phenomena, causes of phenomena in the air, causes of phenomena on the earth's surface, causes concerned with fire and the things in fire, causes concerned with sounds, causes concerned with seeds, plants, and fruits, causes concerned with animals, 3 books, miscellaneous causes, on the magnet. These are his unclassified works. His mathematical works include the following: on a difference in an angle, or on tangency with a circle and a sphere, on geometry, geometrical matters, numbers, on irrational lines and solids, 2 books, projections, the great year or astronomy, a calendar, contest of the water clock and the heaven, description of the heaven, geography, description of the pole, description of the rays of light. These are his mathematical works. His works on literature and music include the following: on rhythms and harmony, on poetry, on the beauty of verse, on sweet-sounding and harsh-sounding letters, on Homer, or on correct diction and on glosses, on song, on words, a vocabulary. These are his works on literature and music. His works on the arts include the following: prognostication, on diet or dietetics, medical judgment, causes concerned with things timely and untimely, on agriculture or on land measurement, on painting, treatise on tactics, and treatise on fighting in armour. So much for these works. Some list separately the following excerpts from his notebooks: on the sacred writings in Babylon, on those in Meroe, a voyage around the ocean, on history, a Chaldean treatise, a Phrygian treatise, on fever and on coughing as a symptom of disease, legal causes, problems concerned with the functioning of the hand. As for the other works that some have attributed to him, several are compilations from his writings. The rest are generally thought to have been written by others. So much for his books. There have been 6 men named Democritus. The first was our present subject, the second a musician of Chios of the same era, the third a sculptor, whom Antigonus mentions, the fourth an author who wrote about the temple at Ephesus and the city of Samothrace, the fifth a writer of epigrams, whose style was lucid and flowery, and the sixth a native of Pergamon, who wrote rhetorical discourses. Protagoras. Protagoras, son of Artemon, or of Meandrius, according to Apollodorus and Dinon, in the 5th book of his History of Persia, was a native of Abdera, as Heraclides Ponticus says in his treatise on laws. Heraclides also says that Protagoras made laws for Thurii. Eupolis, however, in his Flatterers, says that Protagoras was a native of Teos, for he says, "Inside we have Protagoras of Teos. He and Prodicus of Ceos used to give readings at which fees were charged, and Plato in the Protagoras says that Prodicus had a deep voice. Protagoras was a student of Democritus. He was nicknamed Wisdom, as Favorinus says in his Miscellaneous History. Protagoras was the first to say that there are 2 sides to every question, opposed to each other. He even conducted his arguments in this manner, being the first to do so. Moreover, he began one of his works thus: Man is the measure of all things, of things that they are, and of things that are not, that they are not. He used to say that soul is nothing apart from the senses, as Plato says in his Theaetetus, and that all things are true. He begins another work as follows: As for the gods, I cannot know either that they exist or that they do not exist, for many things hinder knowledge, including uncertainty and the brevity of human life. For this introduction to his book he was expelled by the Athenians, who burned his books in the marketplace, after sending a herald around to collect them from all who had obtained a copy. He was the first to charge a fee of 100 minas, and the first to distinguish the parts of time, to stress the importance of the opportune moment, and to furnish disputants with rhetorical gambits. In argument he neglected meaning in favour of verbal jousting, and he gave rise to today's throng of shallow debaters. This is why Timon alludes to him as Protagoras, man of the crowd, a cunning wrangler. He was also the first to deploy the Socratic form of argument, and according to Plato, in the Euthydemus, he was the first to address the argument advanced by Antisthenes to prove that contradiction is impossible. He was also the first to demonstrate how any proposition may be attacked, as Artemidorus the dialectician says in his work, A Reply to Chrysippus. He was also the first to invent the tule, on which porters carry their wares, as Aristotle says in his work on education. For Protagoras had been a porter, as Epicurus somewhere says, and this was how he came to be noticed by Democritus, who had observed him bundling wood. He was the first to divide discourse into 4 parts: wish, question, response, and command. Others divide it into 7 parts: narration, question, response, command, description, wish, and invocation. These he called the foundations of speech. Alcidamas says there are 4 kinds of speech: affirmation, denial, question, and address. The first of his books that he read in public was On the Gods, whose opening we quoted above. He read it in Athens at Euripides' house, or, as some say, at the house of Megaclides. Others say he read it in the Lyceum, where he availed himself of the voice of his student Archagoras, son of Theodotus, His accuser was Pythagoras, son of Polyzelus, one of the 400. Aristotle, however, says that it was Euathlus. His surviving books include the following: The Art of Eristics, on wrestling, on mathematics, on government, on ambition, on virtues, on the primitive state, on what happens in Hades, on the misdeeds of mankind, imperative discourse, a lawsuit concerning a fee, opposing arguments, 2 books. These are his books. Plato also wrote a dialogue about him. Philochorus says that when Protagoras was on a voyage to Sicily, his ship sank, and that Euripides hints at this in his Ixion. And some say that he died on a journey at nearly 90 years of age. But Apollodorus says that he was 70 when he died, and that he had been a sophist for 40 years, and flourished in the 84th Olympiad. My own verses about him run as follows. I heard a rumour, Protagoras, that you died, an old man on your way from Athens, for the city of Cecrops chose to expel you, but you, though you escaped the city of Pallas, did not escape that of Pluto. It is reported that once when he asked his student Euathlus for his fee, and the man said, "But I haven't won a case yet," Protagoras replied, "That doesn't matter, for if I win this case, I should get the fee for winning it, and if you win it, I should get the fee because you did." There was another Protagoras, an astronomer for whom Euphorion wrote a funeral dirge, and a third, a Stoic philosopher. Diogenes. Diogenes, son of Apollothemis, a native of Apollonia, was a natural philosopher and was held in very high regard. According to Antisthenes, he was a student of Anaximenes. He was a contemporary of Anaxagoras. Demetrius of Phalerum, in his Apology of Socrates, says that owing to the Athenians' strong dislike, Diogenes was in no small danger in Athens. His views were as follows. The basic element is air. There are numberless worlds and an unlimited void. The air, condensing and rarefying, gives birth to the worlds. Nothing comes into being from what is not, nor perishes into what is not. The earth is round. It is supported in the centre, deriving its constitution from the rotation that results from heat and from the congelation caused by cold. The opening of his treatise runs thus. At the beginning of every discourse, it seems to me, one should provide an unequivocal starting point and a simple and dignified exposition. Anaxarchus. Anaxarchus was a native of Abdera. He was a student of Diogenes of Smyrna. Diogenes had been a student of Metrodorus of Chios, who used to say that he knew nothing, not even the fact that he knew nothing. Metrodorus had studied with Nessus of Chios, though some say he was a student of Democritus. Anaxarchus accompanied Alexander and flourished in the 110th Olympiad. He made an enemy of Nicocreon, the tyrant of Cyprus. Once at a drinking party, when Alexander asked him what he thought of the banquet, Anaxarchus is said to have replied, "Perfectly splendid, sire. The only dish we lacked was the head of some satrap," a barb aimed at Nicocreon. Nicocreon never forgot this, and after the king's death, when in the course of a voyage Anaxarchus was forced against his will to land at Cyprus, the tyrant had him arrested, thrown into a mortar, and beaten with iron pestles. But Anaxarchus, belittling the punishment, made the well-known remark, "Pound the sack that contains Anaxarchus, but you will never pound Anaxarchus." And when Nicocreon commanded that Anaxarchus' tongue be cut out, the story goes that Anaxarchus bit off his tongue and spat it at the tyrant. My own verses about him run as follows. "Pound then, Nicocreon, and pound again, even harder. It's only a sack. Pound away. Anaxarchus has long been with Zeus, and after Persephone tears you for a while, she will say these words, 'Be off with you, wicked miller.'" Because of his impassivity and contentment in life, Anaxarchus was called Eudaimonachus, Sir Happy, and he was capable of recalling people to reason with the greatest ease. When Alexander, at any rate, imagined that he was a god, Anaxarchus managed to deter him. Seeing blood flowing from a wound Alexander had sustained, Anaxarchus pointed to it and said, "That's blood, and not ichor, which flows in the veins of the blessed gods." Plutarch says that Alexander himself said this to his friends, and on another occasion, when Anaxarchus was toasting Alexander, he pointed to his goblet and said, "One of the gods will be struck by a mortal hand." Pyrrho. Pyrrho of Elis was the son of Pleistarchus, as Diocles relates. According to Apollodorus in his chronology, he was first a painter. He studied with Bryson, son of Stilpo, according to Alexander in his Successions, and then with Anaxarchus, whom he accompanied everywhere, so that he even associated with the naked sages in India and with the Magi. As a result, he seems to have adopted a profoundly noble philosophy, having introduced the notion of inability to attain conviction and that of suspension of judgment, as Ascanius of Abdera reports. For he said that nothing is beautiful or ugly, or just or unjust, and that likewise in all instances nothing exists in truth, but men do everything by custom and by habit, for each thing is no more this than that. He lived a life consistent with these doctrines, avoiding nothing, taking no precautions, facing everything as it came, whether wagons, cliffs, or dogs, and in general judging nothing by the evidence of his senses. But he was kept safe, as Antigonus of Carystus says, by the friends who accompanied him. Anisidemus, however, says that though in his philosophy Pyrrho embraced the principle of suspension of judgment, he nevertheless exercised forethought in his daily life. He lived to be nearly 90. Antigonus of Carystus, in his work on Pyrrho, reports about him as follows. At first he was a poor and unknown painter, and some of his middling portraits of torch runners may still be seen in the gymnasium at Elis. He used to go off by himself and live in solitude, showing himself rarely to his relatives. He did this because he had heard an Indian reproach Anaxarchus, saying that he would never teach anyone to be good while he himself frequented the courts of kings. He remained always in the same state, to the point where, if someone left him in the middle of a conversation, he would complete the conversation by himself, though he was excitable in his youth. Often, says Antigonus, he would go abroad without telling anyone, and would roam about with whomever he met. One day, when Anaxarchus fell into a muddy pool, Pyrrho walked by without helping him, and when others reproached him, Anaxarchus himself praised his indifference and lack of attachment. One day he was discovered talking to himself. When asked the reason, he said that he was training to be good. In dialectical investigations he was despised by no one, since he could speak at length and respond to questioning. This was how he captivated Nausiphones when the latter was still a young man. In any case, Nausiphones used to say that a man should emulate the character of Pyrrho, but adopt his own doctrines. And he often said that Epicurus, who admired Pyrrho's way of life, was constantly asking for information about him. He also said that Pyrrho was so honored by his native city that they named him chief priest, and that it was on his account that they voted to exempt all philosophers from taxation. In fact, there were many who emulated his indifference to public life. Hence Timon speaks of him thus in his Python, and in his lampoons. "O Pyrrho, old fellow, how and where did you find a means of escape from servitude to sophists and their vain opinions? How did you free yourself of the bonds of all deceit and persuasion? You did not care to inquire about what delusions prevail in Greece, whence and whither each unfolds." And again, in his Conceits, "This, O Pyrrho, my heart longs to hear. How, though a man, you proceed so easily and calmly, alone among men, leading the way like a god?" The Athenians awarded him citizenship, as Diocles says, for having slain Cotys of Thrace. He lived piously with his sister, a midwife, as Eratosthenes says in his work on wealth and poverty, and there were times when he took birds to the market to sell, if any were to be found, and piglets, and he would clean and dust at home, not minding any task. He is even reported to have washed a pig, so indifferent was he to what he did. Once, when he was angered on behalf of his sister, who was called Philista, and someone took him to task for it, he said that where a little woman was concerned it was not appropriate to display indifference. Once, when a dog attacked him, and he was scared away, he said to someone who criticized him that it was difficult entirely to strip away human nature, but one should struggle against adversity by deeds, if at all possible, and if not, by word. They say that when septic ointments and surgery and cautery were used to treat a wound he had sustained, he would not even grimace. Timon brings his character to light in the detailed account he gives of him to Python. Philo of Athens, who became an intimate of his, used to say that Pyrrho most often cited Democritus, and then Homer, whom he admired, often quoting the line, "As is the generation of leaves, so is that of men." He also enjoyed Homer's likening men to wasps, flies, and birds, and he used to quote the verses, "No, friend, you too die. Why groan in this way? Patroclus also died, a far better man than you," and all the passages that draw attention to the waywardness, vain pursuits, and childish folly of man. Posidonius also relates some such story about him. When on a voyage the crew were disconcerted by a storm, he himself, remaining calm and confident, pointed to a little pig on board that went on eating, and told them that that was the imperturbable state the wise man should maintain. Only Numenius says that Pyrrho affirmed doctrines. In addition to these men, Pyrrho had a number of distinguished students, one of whom was Eurylochus, who failed to live up to his principles. For they say that he was once so enraged that he brandished a spit, with its roasted meat still on it, and chased his cook all the way to the marketplace. And in Elis, harassed by his interlocutor's questions, he stripped off his clothes and swam across the Alpheus. He was exceedingly hostile to the sophists, as Timon also says. Philo, in turn, was always talking to himself, which is why Timon speaks of him thus: "The man who, far from men, passes his time alone and talks to himself, Philo, who cares nothing for fame or quarrels." Besides these, Pyrrho's students included Hecataeus of Abdera and Timon of Phlius, the author of the Lampoons, of whom we will speak, and Nausiphanes of Chios, whom some say was a teacher of Epicurus. All of these are called Pyrrhonians after their teacher, but are also known as aporetics, skeptics, and even effectics, and zetetics, from their doctrines, if we may thus refer to them. The zetetics were so called because they were constantly seeking zeteion, the truth, the skeptics because they were always researching, skepticai, and never discovering, the effectics because of the state of mind that attended their search, I mean their suspension of judgment, epoche, and the aporetics, which the damaged text surely refers to the derivation from aporeo, to be at a loss. The Pyrrhonians derived their name from Pyrrho. Theodosius, in his skeptic chapters, say that one should not call skepticism Pyrrhonian, for if the movement of the mind in any direction cannot be comprehended, then we will never know Pyrrho's state of mind, and without knowing that, we cannot call ourselves Pyrrhonians. Furthermore, there is the fact that Pyrrho was not the founder of skepticism, nor did he have any doctrine, but someone who resembles Pyrrho in thought and life could be called a Pyrrhonian. Of this school some say that Homer was the founder, since on the same subjects, more than anyone, he gives now one answer, now another, and never affirms any answer categorically. Then, too, the sayings of the 7 sages are said to be skeptical. For example, nothing in excess, and a pledge is a curse, which means that anyone who reposes his trust firmly and confidently invites his own ruin. Moreover, both Archilochus and Euripides, they say, were of a skeptical turn of mind, for Archilochus says, "Man's soul, Glaucus, son of Leptines, resembles nothing so much as a day sent by Zeus." And Euripides, "Why in the world do they say that wretched mortals have minds? In fact, we depend on you, and we do whatever you happen to wish." Furthermore, they found Xenophanes, Zeno of Elea, and Democritus to be skeptics. Xenophanes in the passage where he says, "Plain truth no man has seen or will ever know." And Zeno abolishes motion when he says, "That which moves, moves neither where it is nor where it is not." And Democritus rejects qualities, saying, "By convention, cold and hot, in reality, atoms and void, and in reality, men know nothing, for truth is in an abyss." And Plato, according to them, leaves truth to the gods and the children of gods, and pursues only the probable explanation. And Euripides says, "Who knows if to die is to live, and what men believe to be life is death?" And also Empedocles, "These things, then, are not to be seen by men, or heard, or grasped by the mind." And earlier, "Each man trusts only his own experience." And even Heraclitus, "Let us not hazard guesses about the most important matters." And Hippocrates, in turn, declares his views in an ambiguous and suitably human manner. And earlier, Homer, "Glib is the tongue of mortals and abounding in tales," and "The field of words is wide in all directions," and "Whatever word you speak, such could you also hear," where he is speaking of the equal force of opposing arguments. The skeptics, then, devoted themselves to overturning all the dogmas of the schools, while they themselves affirmed nothing dogmatically, and although they would put forward and interpret the dogmas of the other schools, they themselves determined nothing, not even this. And consequently, they even rejected not determining, for example, by saying, "We determine nothing," since otherwise they would have been determining something. Instead, they say, "We bring forward these assertions in order to demonstrate our freedom from rashness, just as we could have done had we assented to them." Accordingly, by means of the phrase, "We determine nothing," they demonstrated their state of equilibrium. This is likewise indicated by their other expressions, "Not more, one thing than another. For every assertion there is an opposing assertion," and the like. But the phrase, "not more, one thing than another," can also be taken positively, as meaning that certain things are similar. For example, "The pirate is no worse than the liar." But the skeptics mean this not positively, but negatively, as when one who seeks to reject a proposition says, "Scylla had no more existence than Chimera," and the expression "more than" is sometimes used in a comparative sense, as when we say, honey is more sweet than grapes, sometimes also in a sense at the same time positive and negative, as when we say, virtue helps more than it harms. For here we mean that virtue helps and that it does not harm. But the skeptics even reject the phrase, not more one thing than another. For just as providence is no more existent than non-existent, so not more one thing than another is no more existent than not. Thus, as Timon says in his Python, the statement implies, affirm nothing, but suspend judgment. The other statement, for every assertion, also induces suspension of judgment. For when facts conflict and the arguments on either side possess equal force, ignorance of the truth necessarily follows. But even for this assertion there is an opposing assertion, since after destroying other ideas it turns around and destroys itself, like purgatives, which begin by evacuating certain substances and are then themselves evacuated and destroyed. To this the dogmatic philosophers reply, that does not abolish assertion, but reinforces it. The skeptics were therefore using words merely as aids, since it was not possible to refute a proposition without using its words, just as we are in the habit of saying that space does not exist, and yet we are forced to speak of space, not dogmatically, but for the purposes of demonstration, and just as we say that nothing happens by necessity, and yet are forced to speak of necessity. This was the sort of interpretation they would offer. Though things appear to be such and such, they are not such by nature, but only by appearance. And they used to say that they were investigating not what one thinks, since what one thinks is clear, but what our thoughts can reach by means of sensation. The Pyrrhonian discourse is a report about phenomena or about thoughts of any kind, a report in which all things are confronted with one another and are shown, when they are compared, to be full of irregularity and confusion, as Anaximander says in his outline of Pyrrhonism. As for the contradictions that come to light in their researches, the skeptics would begin by revealing the modes according to which things gain credence, and then by the same modes they would demolish our belief in the object in question. For they hold that those things gain credence that our senses are agreed upon, and that never or rarely change, as well as things that are habitual, or are determined by law, and those that give pleasure and arouse admiration. Thus they demonstrated, on the basis of that which is contrary to what is persuasive to us, that the probabilities are equal on each side. The perplexities that they have identified and that concern the agreements between appearances or conceptions are divided into 10 modes in which the objects in question appear to vary. They propose the following 10 modes. The first concerns the differences between living creatures with respect to what gives them pleasure and pain, and what is harmful and beneficial to them. In light of this, one concludes that they do not receive the same impressions from the same things, and that this sort of conflict leads to suspension of judgment. For some living creatures are generated without intercourse, for example, those that live in fire, and the Arabian phoenix and worms, others by intercourse, such as human beings and the rest. Some are constituted in one way, others in another, and this is why they also differ in their senses. Hawks, for example, having the keenest eyesight, and dogs having the keenest sense of smell. It is reasonable, therefore, that if the eyes of animals differ, their visual impressions will differ as well. Accordingly, to a goat, olive vines are edible, but to man they are bitter, and hemlock is nourishing to quail, but to man it is fatal, and a pig will eat manure, but a horse will not. The second mode concerns the various natures of men and their idiosyncrasies. Demophon, at any rate, Alexander's major domo, would get warm in the shade and shiver in the sun, and Andron of Argos, as Aristotle says, journeyed across the Libyan desert without water. And one man has a passion for medicine, another for farming, and another for commerce. And the same things harm some men and benefit others. Hence one must suspend judgment. The third mode concerns the differences between the sensory channels. An apple, at any rate, seems yellow to the eye, sweet to our sense of taste, and fragrant to our sense of smell. The same shape appears different when reflected by different mirrors. It follows, therefore, that an appearance is no more such and such than something else. The fourth mode concerns conditions and variations in general. For example, health and disease, sleep and waking, joy and grief, youth and old age, courage and fear, want and satiety, hate and love, heat and cold, as well as breathing freely and having the respiratory passages obstructed. The impressions received appear to vary as the subject's condition varies. Even the condition of madmen is not contrary to nature. For why should their state be so more than ours? We ourselves, after all, see the sun as stationary, and Theon of Tithoria, the Stoic, when he went to bed, used to walk in his sleep, while Pericles' slave did the same on the housetop. The fifth mode concerns ways of life, customs, mythological beliefs, covenants between peoples, and dogmatic assumptions. This mode encompasses notions about what is beautiful and ugly, true and false, good and bad, about the gods, and about the creation and destruction of all phenomena. In any case, the same thing is regarded by some as just and by others as unjust, or as good by some and as bad by others. For the Persians do not think it inappropriate for a man to sleep with his daughter. The Greeks deem it unlawful. The Mazzagatai, as Eudoxus says in the first book of his voyage around the world, share their wives. The Greeks do not. The Cilicians used to delight in piracy. The Greeks did not. Different people believe in different gods. Some believe in providence, others do not. The Egyptians embalm their dead. The Romans burn them, and the Paeonians cast them into lakes. Hence the suspension of judgment with regard to what is true. The sixth mode concerns mixtures and combinations, by virtue of which nothing appears purely by itself, but always in combination with air, light, moisture, solidity, heat, cold, motion, exhalations, and other forces. Purple, at any rate, reveals different hues in sunlight, moonlight, and lamplight, and our own complexion does not appear the same at noon and at sunset, and a rock that takes 2 men to raise in the air is easily moved about in water, either because, though heavy, it is made light by the water, or, though light, it is made heavy by the air. We are ignorant of its intrinsic character, as we are of the oil in an unguent. The seventh mode concerns distances, positions of various types, places, and the things that occupy places. In this mode, things that are thought to be large appear small, square things round, flat things bumpy, straight things bent, and pale things colourful. The sun, at any rate, owing to its distance, appears small, and the mountains, when seen from afar, appear misty and smooth. Seen from nearby, they appear jagged. Moreover, the sun has a certain appearance at its rising, another at the zenith. The same body has one appearance in the woods, another in open country. The image also varies according to how it is placed, and a dove's neck according to how it is turned. Since, therefore, one cannot observe these things apart from places and positions, their nature remains unknown. The eighth mode concerns the quantities of things, for example, heat, cold, swiftness, slowness, paleness, or variety of colour. In any case, wine, taken in moderation, imparts strength. Taken in excess, it causes weakness. The same holds true with food and other such things. The ninth mode concerns that which is continual, strange, or rare. Earthquakes, at any rate, are not astonishing to those among whom they regularly occur, nor is one astonished by the sun, since it is seen every day. Favorinus makes this ninth the eighth, while Sextus and Anaxidemus make it the 10th. But the 10th is made the 8th by Sextus, the 9th by Favorinus. The 10th mode is based on the comparison of one thing with another, for example, light with heavy, strong with weak, greater with less, and up with down. At any rate, that which is on the right is not on the right by nature, but is conceived to be so in light of its position with respect to something else. In any case, if the latter thing is moved, the former is no longer on the right. Likewise, father and brother are relative terms, and day is relative to sun, and all things are relative to the mind. Relative terms are therefore unknowable in and of themselves. These, then, are the 10 modes. Agrippa and his school introduce 5 additional modes. These are concerned, respectively, with disagreement, infinite regress, relativity, hypothesis, and reciprocity. The mode concerned with disagreement demonstrates that any inquiry one pursues, whether in philosophy or in everyday intercourse, abounds in conflicts and confusion. The mode concerned with infinite regress does not permit the thing one is trying to prove to be firmly established, given that one thing derives its credibility from another, and so on, ad infinitum. The mode concerned with relativity says that a thing can never be understood in and of itself, but only in relation to something else. Hence all things are unknowable. The mode concerned with hypothesis arises when people think that one must assume the primary things to be intrinsically credible, rather than postulating them. This is futile, since someone will adopt the opposite hypothesis. The mode concerned with reciprocity arises whenever that which should confirm the thing one is seeking to prove has to derive credibility from the latter. For example, if someone seeking to prove that pores exist, given that emanations occur, should take their existence as proof that there are emanations, they rejected all demonstration, criterion, sign, cause, motion, learning, coming into being, and the idea that anything is good or bad by nature. All demonstration, they say, is built on things that are either already proved or indemonstrable. Accordingly, if from things already proved, those things will need some proof, and so on, ad infinitum. If from things indemonstrable, then whether all or some or only a single one of the steps are doubtful, the whole is indemonstrable. And if anyone thinks, they say, that there are things that require no demonstration, their judgment is quite outlandish, since they do not understand that the first thing one needs is a demonstration that the things on which one's argument depends carry conviction themselves. Nor should we conclude that the elements are 4 from the fact that there are 4 elements. Furthermore, if particular demonstrations are not to be trusted, then demonstration in general is also not to be trusted. And in order that we may know that an argument is a demonstration, we require a criterion. But in order that we may know that it is a criterion, we require a demonstration. Hence both are incomprehensible, since each is referred to the other. How then could we grasp the things that are uncertain if the demonstration is unknown to us? For we are seeking to determine not that things appear to be such and such, but that they actually are so. They declared that the dogmatic philosophers are fools, for that which is inferred from a hypothesis does not have the value of an investigation, but of an assumption. And with the dogmatic method of reasoning, one could also argue on behalf of impossibilities. They used to say that those who think that we should not, when judging of the truth, take circumstantial considerations into account, or legislate on the basis of what conforms with nature, made themselves the measure of all things, and did not see that all phenomena are a function of circumstances and conditions. In any case, we must affirm either that all things are true, or that all things are false. If certain things are true, how are we to discern them? Not by the senses, in the case of sensory phenomena, since to the senses all phenomena appear to be on an equal footing, or by the mind, for the same reason. But beyond these faculties, one can discern no other that could help us to judge. Anyone, therefore, they say, who would be convinced about anything sensible or intelligible must first set in order the prevailing opinions about it, for some have rejected some views, while others have rejected others. But things must be judged either by the sensible or by the intelligible, and both are controversial. It is therefore impossible to pass judgment on opinions about things either sensible or intelligible, and if, by reason of the conflict in our thoughts, we must believe them all, the standard by which it is assumed that all things are precisely determined will be destroyed, and we will therefore consider every statement equally valid. Furthermore, they say, the person who shares our inquiry into a phenomenon is either to be trusted or not. If he is trusted, he will have nothing to say to the man to whom it appears to be the opposite, for just as our fellow inquirer, when he describes what appears to him, is to be trusted, so is his opponent. If he is not to be trusted, he will be disbelieved when he describes what appears to him. We should not suppose that what is convincing is true, for the same thing does not convince everyone, nor does it convince the same people consistently. Persuasiveness also depends on external circumstances, on the good reputation of the speaker, on his soundness as a thinker, or his wiliness, on the familiarity or pleasantness of his subject. They also rejected the criterion by this sort of reasoning. The criterion has either been critically determined or not. If it has not, it is untrustworthy and does not determine truth and falsehood. If it has, it will become one of the particular things determined by a criterion, with the result that the very same thing determines and is determined, and the determined criterion will have to be determined by another, and that one by another, and so on ad infinitum. Furthermore, there is disagreement with regard to the criterion. Some hold that man is the criterion, for some it is the senses, for others reason, and for still others the comprehending impression. And a man disagrees both with himself and with others, as is evident from the diversity of laws and customs. The senses deceive and reason is inconsistent. The comprehending impression is judged by the mind, and the mind changes in a variety of ways. Hence, the criterion is unknowable, and therefore so is truth. There is no such thing as a sign, according to them, for if a sign exists, they say, it is either sensible or intelligible. Well, it is not sensible, since what is sensible is common, whereas a sign is particular. and the sensible thing is in the class of things that exist by virtue of difference, whereas the sign belongs to the category of relatives. But a sign is not intelligible, since intelligible things are either apparent judgments on apparent things, non-apparent judgments on non-apparent things, non-apparent judgments on apparent things, or apparent judgments on non-apparent things. And a sign is none of these things. Therefore there is no such thing as a sign. It is not an apparent judgment on an apparent, since that which is apparent requires no sign. And it is not a non-apparent judgment on a non-apparent, since what is disclosed by something must appear. It cannot be a non-apparent judgment on an apparent, since that which provides a means of comprehending something must itself be apparent. Finally, it is not an apparent judgment on a non-apparent, since the sign, being relative, should be comprehended together with that of which it is the sign, which is not the case here. Thus nothing uncertain could be comprehended, for it is by signs that uncertain things are said to be comprehended. They reject cause in the following way. A cause is something relative, since it is relative to what is caused. But what is relative is only an object of thought. It has no actual existence. Therefore, a cause could only be an object of thought. What is more, if there truly is a cause, it ought to have with it that of which it is said to be the cause, otherwise it will not be a cause. Just as a father, in the absence of that in relation to which one is called a father, would not be a father, so too with a cause. But that in relation to which the cause is thought of is not present, for there is no coming into being or destruction or anything else, so there is no such thing as a cause. Moreover, if there is a cause, either a body is the cause of a body, or an incorporeal thing of an incorporeal thing, or an incorporeal thing of a body, or a body of an incorporeal thing. But this is not the case, so there is no such thing as a cause. To begin with, a body could not be the cause of a body, since both have the same nature. And if either is called a cause insofar as it is a body, the other, being a body, will also become a cause. But if both are likewise causes, there will be nothing that is acted upon. An incorporeal thing would not be the cause of an incorporeal thing for the same reason. And an incorporeal thing would not be the cause of a body, since nothing incorporeal produces a body. Finally, a body could not be the cause of anything incorporeal, because the thing produced must be made from the material acted upon. But it is not acted upon, because it is incorporeal, nor could it be produced by anything whatsoever. Therefore there is no such thing as a cause. A corollary to this is the idea that the first principles of the universe have no actual existence, for something must have been there to produce and act. Furthermore, there is no motion, for that which moves either moves in the place where it is or in a place where it is not. But it cannot move in the place where it is, nor can it move in a place where it is not. Therefore, there is no such thing as motion. They also rejected the possibility of learning. If anything is taught, they say, either the existent thing is taught by virtue of its existence, or the non-existent thing by virtue of its non-existence. But the existent thing is not taught by virtue of its existence, for the nature of existing things